PulseX, locked in under shield.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the ProveX Conference 2026. Happy to be here today. Happy to get some amazing content from a lot of the community and a lot of people, all the believers, all the people out here who refuse to lose. And yeah, happy to be one of them for quite a while now. And yeah, a lot of exciting stuff happening. Actually, this whole week we've had some pretty interesting X posts as well. We've got a lot of community X posts from Richard, that is, and with some interesting stuff on macros and all that we'll hopefully get into today with some of the speakers. We've had a lot of great community efforts happening. The tablets, I keep seeing posts and posts and posts on people going to different places, receiving different shipments and all that stuff too. And it's really inspiring. It is amazing to see that the community, again, is putting in the work. One of the most powerful phrases I've ever seen is "you do the work." And I think that's something the community has been putting in, regardless of the sentiment, regardless of the environment, whatever's melting down in crypto. It's been quite a ride. But hey, this is the ProveX conference, and we got a new product, hopefully a new token, could be launching any minute. Any minute. They're telling me it's still not out. That's okay. That's okay though. We're going to talk about what it could be, the tokenomics. We got some tech comparisons. I'm excited to see what Ben's got as well. He's going to talk about ZK P2P and the differences in that and what ProveX could look like as far as the different tech. And, this is ZK P2P with a token, although they just rebranded. I just saw that they did rebrand to Peer now. So yeah, hopefully he saw that, and we'll get some commentary on that. We've got a ton of speakers. We've got quite a bit. Let me pull up the schedule real quick and go through that. We've got an action-packed 8 hours, 8 hours of content that I am very excited to see and get into. Some speakers who are going to talk some smart stuff from what I understand. Should be pretty fun. But let's go to, and again, thank you all for submitting to speak and coming on. Let me get you on the schedule, do all this fun stuff. First up, after I do the opening remarks, which is currently now, we've got Fast Abdul. He's going to be probably going to see pretty good a lot of him today, at least in the first and second half, maybe in the middle. We'll see. So we got what is ProveX. Then we got ProveX Opportunity, Fast and Ben talking about that. Why should you care about the ProveX token and the ProveX tech? Remember, the tech and the price performance are pretty awesome, pretty amazing for PulseChain and HEX and everything else, let alone now we got ProveX. We got some more core going on. Then we got ProveX versus ZK P2P. Yeah, like I said, I think they've rebranded to Peer now. So ProveX versus, I guess, Peer, or yeah, I don't think the tech has changed. It's more of a rebranding on the brand side and name and all that stuff. But we'll see. Then we got some grassroots marketing. We got a couple new speakers. We got some that I don't think I've had on the show before. Morris Batunda, and then also later in the day, utility for ProveX. We got Donald Lewis and Harris Williams coming on for that as well. So we got some new people. Always great to see conference. Every time I have an event or conference, the ones I've hosted, this is the fourth one. Did the PulseChain, PulseX, and HEX last year. Was going to do Inc. and then ProveX came up. I'm like, all right, let's do ProveX. And every time there's new people that I either meet, or I'm pretty sure every time there's been some new people that I'm like, oh, I've never even interacted with them, or I haven't had them on the show, or it's just really cool to see like, wow, there's more people out there who want to like actually come up and speak at a conference and tell everyone about what they're working on or their experiences with PulseChain or, what they're in it for, all that fun stuff. So that's really cool. Then we got extra cryptos coming back, marketing PulseChain core coins and also PulseX bulls only. It's ProveX conference, but we also have some core coin talk as well with PulseX. I think we got all of them covered. We got PulseX. PulseChain is, I think PulseChain will, is PulseChain not, I guess PulseChain isn't directly on here, but I think we'll probably get into that a little bit on the community panel with ProveX. I'm sure they'll talk about some PulseChain stuff. And also probably when me and SJ talk about marketing, or SJ talks about the tablets and we talk about Richard as well. So I'm sure we'll cover that one as well. It's more no ink today though, but anyone who wants to pop in, again, community panel and debate panel is open. You want to pop in, talk about ink, talk about different fun stuff going on in the community. You could do that. And then we got earned yield with ProveX. We got Jay Gold. I think it's actually Dave is going to be speaking. So JGold/Dave, one of them, are going to come up and talk about some different pieces on that. Then we got the What the HEX panel. What the HEX should be pretty fun as well. Neil is going to come up for a macros update. Got him on there as well. And the debate panel, again, if you got a debate, if you got something you want to talk about in the community, again, positive, fun, interesting, come on by at 3:45 Eastern time, estimated, and come join the debate panel. We'll talk about some things that are we could better understand the community type of deal. Then we've got ProveX tokenomics. I'm excited for that. Kyle Cruz is going to come up, talk tokenomics, and sure we'll talk tokenomics, touch on it here and there, probably in the first few sessions as well, and then building on ProveX, see what's going on there. Then we got tablets. We got Richard, utility for ProveX. We'll see what people are building around it and what's going on there. Then we got MCB Crypto, talking about ProveX sacrifice and some of the interesting pieces on that. Should be fun. Got the community panel, and then wrapping everything up with me and Fast talking about what's next for ProveX. So again, some of these are left open. The TBDs, a couple of the panels are left open. If you want to join, let me know. I'll put the StreamYard link in the chat around those times. But yeah, I'm excited to get into it again. Everyone, I know that we haven't got a token yet. We haven't got a product yet. At least one of those was sort of expected, even though we have no expectations. I sort of expected. I think a lot of people didn't see a product coming just yet. The token, however, boy, that would seem a little bit easier than launching the full product, if I were to guess. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if we get 1 or 2 more weeks, as the saying goes. Also, shout out to Axico, Pulse Wave Vibe for the intro, the speaker backgrounds. He's did a lot of the media at the previous events as well. So really, really appreciate that. Shout out to you, man. And appreciate you putting in the effort and giving us some good stuff, and me not having to create everything for the conference. So that's really what's fun about the community is people do contribute, as much as they can. Again, no obligations. Up here, we're donating our time, our energy, our resources, hopefully to grow this place again and maintain this place as the mecca of DeFi, the one of the best places to put your money and make more on it. Come on, green candles. And yeah, just a place where a lot of the ideals and the virtues and the things we believe in can be demonstrated and proven with ProveX. I think I've talked a lot about it. I did a lot of different technical pieces and mock-ups and tried to imagine how this fits into PulseChain and what kind of fundamentals they are there, and different pieces that a lot of speakers will get into today. But I really think that this is, if we're able to get it launched, if we're able to get the token liquidity, all those pieces to go well. Hopefully we get some help from the macros. If not, is it our season regardless? Who knows? But yeah, I don't think it's all for nothing. I think that there's a lot of winning to do. And, I've said before, there's those who can wait and those who can't wait. Yeah, whichever side you're on, best of luck. But I think I'm hoping that all the time, energy, and effort that the whole community, the founders, the people building, the devs, the influencers, the content creators, everyone else out there can really see a lot of return as far as not just in price, but getting to use the stuff and getting to help them do whatever it is they want to do in the crypto space. So I know sometimes it's not easy to be like, oh, okay, just onwards. But I think there's something. I mean, I think everyone thinks there's something special here, and we want it to come whenever it's ready. So, anyways, until then, we can talk about it. What it may look like, what the opportunity is out there, and lots of people in the community seem to want to express their ideals and interest around it. So, without further ado, welcome as the first speaker to today's ProveX conference, Mr. Fast Abdul. Welcome back. How's it going?
How are you, Max?
Doing fantastic. Kind of.
Thanks for putting this on. I appreciate the time it takes to run a conference like this, and the organization to get a bunch of influencers on screen must be like herding cats.
I put the time I had into this one. I tried to make it kind of minimalist. I tried to make it a 1-day deal, and so the other ones were a little bit longer, but produced a ton of great content. So I'm excited what we get to today. So thank you for participating in it. I know you're out there maybe more than anyone as far as streaming goes and creating content and pressing on until glory. So I appreciate you, man. Thanks again for coming. I'm excited what you all the good words you got to say about the ProveX. I'll let you take it away.
Sure, let's do it. So my topic today, let me read it on the schedule, is what is ProveX? And that's a very good question. I suspect most of you probably don't understand what ProveX is. It's more than just a user experience upgrade. It's a missing piece of infrastructure, not just on PulseChain, but in crypto in general. So what ProveX does is it solves real world unsolved problems. So blockchains like PulseChain, they're kind of blind to the real world. And for our purpose of discussion, we'll say the real world is Web 2, right? So that's where you do your internet banking, you pay for your Netflix subscription, you watch YouTube, like the normal stuff we've been doing for 10, 20 years. And then crypto is kind of separate. It's like they're two different systems, right, that aren't connected. So what ProveX does is it lets real world events on Web 2 be proven on chain, being Web 3, right? And that's huge, right? Because you're connecting these two giant markets. So it's not about trust. It's not about assumptions. Everything's cryptographically proven by ProveX, and that's why it's going to be a big game changer for everyone. So it turns like Web 2 applications, so your internet banking, X, like anything where you're making payments, or even where there's just data that needs to be verified, including like personal ID and stuff like that. So we're talking like payments, bank transfers, exchange deposits, email confirmations, account verifications, shipping confirmations, like you received the package, subscription renewals, like all those things happen on Web 2, like on normal internet, and they all have like basically a insignia attached to them that ProveX will be able to read, right? And that's where the connection comes in. Like, so these are all kind of like signed transactions on Web 2, and anything that's signed on Web 2, ProveX will be able to prove happened and translate that information to Web 3. And that can have some cool things that it triggers. So if a server can confirm it, ProveX can prove it, is basically the point. And this massively expands what smart contracts can respond to. Like it opens up a whole new world. So like zero knowledge as the concept is key, like to providing both security for ProveX and for providing security for the users and privacy, right? Now it's not like all about privacy. Like this is not a fork of Tornado Cash. Like it has privacy as a side effect, but there's some very cool applications where you would want to be private, where ProveX is going to help out. So, for example, you can provide proof without revealing your identity. So, proof without leaking your balances of, either your bank account, a crypto account, whatever it is, proof without screenshots, which are bogus anyway, or without just trusting. So it's going to be big for things like OTC exchanges, like over the counter, right, where you're trading peer to peer with another person, and like you can prove the person actually sent the money, that you actually sent the money, things like that. For any sort of identity verification, like if it's like, okay, you need to verify your identity, or maybe just part of your identity, like you're over 18, or that you're a citizen of this country, you could send the information in. ProveX would verify it for the other party without giving them the information it wasn't supposed to. So you don't have to fully dox. Be like, okay, this website for whatever reason, maybe a government reason, is only for Canadians. You have to have a Canadian passport. ProveX could verify that detail without giving them your name, your address, your phone number, all the details that you tend to have to give out to use things that require verification. So, like, there's compliance sensitive use cases, and then there's going to be real commerce use cases attached to it as well. And it's going to be huge. So this is infrastructure. It's not just an app, right? So something that people can build on top of, right? I don't know what the minimum viable product we receive on day one is going to be, but it's something that can be upgraded, and it's something that other teams can build on top of to make it into like a world-changing thing in how we do stuff. So it's not something you just use once. It's something other products are built on: wallets, marketplaces, payment systems, identity layers, insurance applications. Like, there's going to be a lot of potential use cases for it that go beyond what we think about in crypto on the regular day-to-day. So, like, with infrastructure versus just an app, it tends to last longer. You capture more value, right? Because like other teams will build on top of it, and it's going to be something to be like, oh, we need to use the ProveX layer to do this thing, right? So it's going to have like beneficial network effects versus if it was just an app that you could use to solve one problem one day. It'll solve many problems many days for many different use cases with many different teams adding layers to solve additional use cases. So it has like a massive surface area that builders can work on. So, for example, I mentioned the OTC marketplaces. The one that I think is it's not the low-hanging fruit because it would require additional infrastructure, but I think it could be huge, is crypto subscriptions, right? So, like, you're paying for your YouTube, your X, like, or whatever you're paying for on subscription, like where they take it off your Visa every month. If you could do that with crypto automatically, right, like without having to check it, without having to send balances, ProveX has the infrastructure to show Elon that, like, okay, yeah, Fast Abdul paid for his X account. This is his X account, and this is the money going in on that particular month, right? So don't turn off the service. So, like, and that infrastructure is not readily available right now to use crypto to do that. And subscriptions are many billions of dollars marketplace, probably trillions. So things like that would be huge. The concept of payments, right? So this is like one of the use cases most people understand. So just using ProveX as like an on-ramp. So we have like Web 2, like your bank account, to Web 3. Like, there could be options to transfer, from your bank, and there's going to be some signatures that can be proven by ProveX, and then you end up on Web 3 in crypto. That would be like a standard use case, but obviously it could be extremely huge. One of the big things, like in crypto, that we don't really have, and that is big in Web 2, is reputations, right? So like if you're an Amazon seller, an eBay seller, an Etsy seller, whatever, you have like a reputation system that's not translated to even the other apps in Web 2, right? So ProveX could be something that would transfer your reputation from Web 2 to Web 3, or even just prove your reputation from Web 2 to Web 2. So it's like, oh, I'm on eBay, I'm a 5-star seller for the past 10 years. I don't want to start Amazon at point zero. Well, there could be an app that would prove, yes, this is your eBay account. Yes, that you control this account. And yes, your reputation can transfer over to Amazon so that you can expand your business. So it's like a huge concept. Like, and that concept will translate into other things like fraud-proof receipts, and then back into crypto stuff with like DAO payrolls tied to real world payments, things like that. And then when we get to like big business, like, it'll be like enterprise level verification tools, right? And that could be stuff where they're doing something with crypto where they need to verify to Their governments, their tax regimes that, they have done this thing, and ProveX could translate that for them and provide proof, or it could be way beyond that, just like verifying that yes, this car was delivered to this address, that sort of thing. So it's like it's a platform. It's not going to be a feature. It's going to have huge additional options that are going to be huge. The protocol itself is one thing, but there's going to be a token attached to it, from what I understand. And don't take any of this as financial advice. Like I don't have any special information. You guys don't. I'm just reading between the lines and reading, the lines themselves. Everything that Richard said, everything that ProveX account has said. There's going to be a token, so it's probably going to be called ProveX. That's my suspicion. There's a 2% fee, so 1% for the buyer, 1% to the seller, attached to every transaction, and that goes to buy and burn the ProveX token. 2% is huge. It's a big number. So, I suspect there will be a high level of service provided to accommodate that number. But if billions of dollars pass through this thing and 2% of every transaction is buy and burn the token, that certainly could result in some green candle action. Just the concept that, that 2% of every transaction goes through, it could far exceed the initial pump and dump that we see on other tokens, right? Like this could be a long-term steady thing that builds, where the biggest holder of the ProveX token should, possibly in short order, be like the burn address, right? Like never to be returned. So the fee is used to buy and burn ProveX. Volume directly translates into supply reduction, right? And not just supply and reduction. It's not just a burn; it's a buy and burn, right? So I think I think we're all fairly familiar with that because of PulseX. But this is a bigger number. This is 2% for a different service. And I want to make a quick note that ProveX is in no way replacing PulseX. I've heard some people like, oh no, he's replacing PulseX. Like, no, this is a different product for a different purpose. Yes, there'll be peer-to-peer transactions that would be outside of PulseX because of ProveX giving you that option. But overall, I suspect it's going to draw more volume to PulseX. It's going to burn more PulseX than we're burning right now, and that's going to be an overall positive thing. So not a big concern of mine there. I think the long term is going to be that ProveX is going to be something that draws people to PulseChain. The short term is going to be that ProveX is going to handle transactions that probably wouldn't have happened on PulseChain if it wasn't there. So I think this is going to be a win for basically everything on PulseChain, in my opinion. So I have some ideas of what could be done. And we'll probably go into that later. Like there could be incentives to bootstrap volume early on. But I think that's going to be part of a different discussion likely. But we're going to see some side effects of ProveX and what it does. So we talked about how we can go Web 2, Web 3. You can use it fiat into crypto. You can use it crypto into fiat. If a lot of people use it, it's going to create additional privacy above just the concept of peer-to-peer trading without giving names, right? So if we get volume on this, it's going to provide volume as in lots of users. It's going to provide privacy without needing to use mixers like Tornado Cash, right? Like if there's 10,000 transactions a day plus going to PulseChain, coming off of PulseChain, and they're all going peer-to-peer, right? It's going to be very hard for the wallet tracking teams to be like, okay, this was this guy and he sent it to this guy and so on and so forth, because it's going to be so many wallets, so many transactions, not touching anything else. Possibly touching, going from fiat into crypto is not going to be trackable in a reasonable fashion. So, I think this is not the main focus of ProveX. It is not about hide your tracks, right? But that will be a side effect that I think will be overall positive. I appreciate some of our pro wallet watchers like Crypto Solve, but I think overall more wallet watching is one thing, but wallet watching and doxing the user is another thing. I don't really appreciate that most of the time. So yeah, bonus there. I think there's going to be some mechanical benefits to PulseChain very quickly. So people will be able to bridge into PulseChain using ProveX. That seems like an obvious function. That will lead to more users on PulseChain. It will lead to more wallets that are onboarded PulseChain and more liquidity coming into PulseChain. So, and then Richard seems to understand the concept of bonded liquidity very well. Probably some of you guys have heard of Hart's Law. So likely we're going to have the ProveX token come out on PulseChain, or at least that'll be one of the places it comes out. There's been many discussions. Buck has some good posts about ProveX tokens being available on multiple chains, but I think PulseChain is likely going to be a home. We're going to bundle liquidity likely with other Richard Heart tokens. So we're talking like Inc, PulseX, Pulse, HEX, are probably going to have bonded pairs with ProveX. Pulse, likely will be one of the big ones, but you never know what the biggest one is going to be. And so if ProveX does very well with that buy and burn, with the FOMO attached to a new token, if there's any sort of pump from the OA, that's going to pull up the price of whatever it's attached to. And since on our chain, everything is tied in liquidity pretty much. If one of those tokens goes up because it's tied to ProveX, all of the tokens are going to go up, possibly the entire chain. So I'm bullish on the concept of ProveX having a very good launch, having a very good pump, and then having a very good continued buy and burn via the protocol being used by many people. That would be good for everybody on the chain. I see literally no downside to it. So it allows Richard Heart to do some things. So it aligns with how he built, right? Like with it being something that like he provides for the people. That's it aligns with him talking about privacy and things like that. It will provide infrastructure over just hype, right? So like we have all seen how hype works in crypto on blockchain, and it's good. You get people in, everybody's excited, right? But then we crash out. So this will go beyond that. It's going to provide a heavy layer of infrastructure. I suspect there's going to be a token that comes out that'll probably get on that hype chain, and that might come out before the protocol itself is launched. Richard sort of alluded to that, no confirmation. So, and that could, in my opinion, could come out at any time. I kind of thought maybe it would have come out already, but we're certainly only a month or so after the sacrifice ended. So I'm not shocked it's not out yet, but I think it could come out tomorrow. Maybe today.
Can we get a konnichiwa for a token launch?
Konnichiwa!
When ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, if you don't know what ProveX is, you're going to learn today. And you probably just learned a lot if you have been listening to a lot of different facets commentary throughout many different streams over the last few weeks. He's been talking about it a lot. And yeah, I think anyone out there who's like, I don't know what the product is. What's it going to like? We don't know anything about it. I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of information. And I've made technical posts, Fast has made posts, all the different, we haven't seen the product in front of us. We haven't played with the token yet. But we have a ton of information about that has came out from Richard himself talking about it from video, the videos and everything else. So I think we got a chance to see what this thing's going to look like. But let's get Ben in here for the next session. Ben Sierra, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Hey Max. Hey Fast Abdul. It's a really nice conference that you put together. I'm so stoked.
Let's go.
It's a really cool new tech with big opportunities. And I think I see it very similarly, like Fast Abdul. So it's going to be fun.
Let's talk about the opportunity. I'll let you gents get into it. What's the ProveX opportunity?
All right. Hey, Festival. Well, I think, and maybe you think very similarly about the whole thing of when you do a sacrifice or when you raise money in a bear market, it has much more potential to grow. And this time we have seen a very small amount of dollar value that basically sacrificed, and that kind of reminds me
to previous sacrifices. Yeah, we're talking what, $16-17 million prior to the OA going in, right?
Yes, exactly. That's what we have seen, and that reminds me of HEX in 2019 when it pretty much also launched in the bear market, and then there's not so much money coming in. It's more like people are really here for the tech and not for like the big noise. And I think that's what happened like with the PulseChain sacrifice and the PulseX sacrifice, that it attracted a lot of investors who came to, they already thought, oh, HEX validated already everything. So PulseChain and PulseX is definitely making money. So they sacrificed on top of the bull market, and which is kind of the opposite, which I think that you want for some project to grow.
Yeah, here we had people sacrifice it, very, very close to what I believe is the bottom for PulseChain. So, which of course is going to bring in true believers. A lot of people have probably been washed out, and a much lower volume, which will change the distribution. So, I think it's a bullish distribution panel, just distribution pattern for the token. But like more than that, I think that the people who are believers in this are going to be here for a while, right? Like it's not the pump and dump crew that have participated in the ProveX sacrifice, if indeed the sacrifice points turn into tokens.
True, because we don't know if they do, but if they do, and the sacrifices get a token, then a token has a lot of opportunity. And here we also have like a different setup. It's a much more complicated product because it's something that people are not really aware that this technology is possible and is already implemented and it already works and it has some traction. It's just not popular. And so it's very hard to really understand that how this whole thing works. And in retrospect, we can see, okay, PulseChain and PulseX were kind of technologies that already existed. So people were like, okay, we know how it exists. We know how it works. And it's Richard Hart and HEX is so successful. Let's just invest the money. So you get here much more sophisticated investors, I think, or sacrificers, right? They are not really investing, they're sacrificing, and they're believing that this tech could be really something groundbreaking.
Yep. No, I think the potential for the tech to be groundbreaking is there. I know you're talking about ZK P2P next, but like we have sort of a concept that ProveX is built on of Web 2 being connected to Web 3. Do you have any like applications in mind for that you think would be huge?
So I mean, ZK technology makes it really happen that you can prove things from the world without providing all the data. So there's a very easy example where policemen stopped, like this is like more an abstract example, but it gets the point through, where the policeman stops you while driving and he asks for your driving license, and he would like to know all of the he would like only the information that you are allowed to drive. But when you give the driving license, you are actually exposing where you're living, what's your name, everything. But with ZK technology, you can actually prove that, yeah, I'm allowed to drive. And that's the only thing, Mr. Policeman, that you need and should be satisfied with. And this wasn't possible without ZK technology. And especially with the whole direction of where we're going with AI, there will be a lot of proving needed that it comes from a certain place. And that we will need also to record somewhere in a public space, which cannot tampered with. And you can look back and you can see, yeah, there's the proof. And blockchain technology is wonderful for that. So I think in general, you can do a lot of things in a lot of areas. The question is, what do you start with? What do you experiment with afterwards?
The ones that have the most money attached to them.
Yeah, that's what you start with. And the biggest pain point in crypto, that's what you should start with, which is on and off ramping.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is, like, some people already proved and verified the concept and it works and it is getting bigger and bigger. Just people are not aware that it happened last year, which, as you mentioned, is ZK P2P. And I'm not sure, have you seen the volumes of ZK P2P, of how much money gets rammed on and off into the blockchain?
Not lately. What are the up-to-date numbers?
I can actually share my screen and show you. I've prepared it.
Sure, give it a shot if
Max allows me.
Yeah.
Let
He's
me
not on a break.
share my screen.
Whatever the numbers are, I suspect they're about to get a lot bigger when ProveX launches. I think you're right about like the getting into crypto from fiat is the low-hanging fruit. I don't think it's going to be the biggest dollar items though. I think there's going to be other things that are even bigger.
Cool, we can talk about that, but it's a really good use case which is basically validated. And so what we can see here is the analytics dashboard from ZK P2P. It's from those guys who built it and built the technology. And I want to go down to this chart here in the middle,
Maybe
which is
zoom in a bit for the old people, Ben.
Yeah.
If you can. There we go.
Yeah. We can do that. All right. Is it better?
Yeah.
Or more? Okay. I might be able to do more.
A little more. There we go. Yeah. I can even read the things at the top now. Yeah, that's perfect.
Great. So this is a weekly, it's a weekly volume chart. And
so each one of those bars is a week. Is that the concept?
Exactly. One bar is a week. And we see kind of 1 year. And if you go back 1 year, it doesn't even want to show. It says volume $4,000. Oh my God.
Woo-hoo.
This is a groundbreaking new technology. But it's crucial. It's definitely very new and working. And as you can see, it's the volume is growing. So in May, we saw like 100K of volume.
Not bad.
And it's just growing and growing and growing. And in September, one of the September weeks at the end, it's 240K. And it's growing and it's growing. And we come here, January, cannot be it's not 2025 as a year, but January 25, 26.
Yeah.
Where we have basically reached, it's a bit laggy, this website. Oh, disappears. I have
$1 million. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to, exactly, $1 million. So in January this year, in 2026, we crossed 1 million of volume. Just not that much if you consider that that's kind of all, like decentralized exchanges make a lot, right, of volume, much more. But it's something, and the growth is there. So this shows me that ProveX is really having a big opportunity, because there's ZK P2P, and what else is there? Oh, nothing except ProveX. And
if $1 million a week was something that could be achieved quickly at a 2% buy and burn, that's $20,000 a week. That would add up very quickly. And I'm not sure if you agree, like you're a technical guy, you understand these things, but I don't find ZK P2P does a terribly good job marketing, explaining, recruiting for their service. So I think there'll be room to improve there if that's something that Richard wants to focus on.
Yeah, the thing here is that our community and we kind of we made Uniswap popular. We made yield popular. Like there was nobody who was doing that. There were a couple of attempts and trials and things like that, but who are the guys who made yield popular? It was the Hexicans. And who made Uniswap popular? The Hexicans. And the technology was very small back then, also for Uniswap, but nobody really used it. And we started using it, we made it popular. Maybe they did not like to attribute that to us, but it's on chain, all the data that we used it, and 90-something% of the volume on Uniswap V1 was us. So we know definitely how to make a technology popular. And it is something that a lot of technical people are dismissing. And we are really great at it. And now we're onto the new technology that is really growing, and nobody is really talking about it in crypto.
Yeah, no, I think Richard chose a winner. I was, you know, of course, everybody was thinking like, oh, the next thing was a wallet, but like, you know, this fulfills the role of a centralized exchange in many ways, as well as potentially thousands of other roles. So I think this is something that's huge, especially with the privacy narrative that people are really pushing right now. This will fit very nicely into that box, as well as the exchange box, the on-ramp box. And then more importantly to me is the future applications, just with those Web 2 to Web 3 connections, right? Like the things that could actually bring the real world into dealing with crypto on a day-to-day basis, whether they know it or not, right? And things that normal people need, normal people use. One example I like is insurance. So like if you have like something verifiable that happens, you know, online, good examples would be weather or, you know, like a flight schedule, right? Like if your flight was canceled, that would be verifiable online. And if you had insurance that was detecting that, it could result in an instant online payout, right? And that something like that would be huge. Oh, my flight is canceled. Like, oh, I have $700 in my crypto account, right? Like immediately. Or as far as the weather stuff goes, like, you know, we could get into farming applications. Could be some little farmer in Africa who bought insurance that, you know, when it verifies like, okay, it hasn't rained in your region for, you know, 27 days, then you get the drought insurance, right? And it happens automatically. You don't have to talk to somebody. There's less opportunity or no opportunity for corruption, and be like, okay, we verified the weather was this, the satellites say this, so you get this, right? And like when you think about how big even just those two insurance concepts could be, like there's many things, and like the world's moving more online, not less online. So like the, you know, the verifiable data, the things with signatures that servers will be able to prove that could result in an immediate payment or result in something else that happens on chain. Like this could trigger any number of things that are, you know, positive, negative. Like there's huge amounts of, you know, things that could be built on top of that. Do you have any other concepts that you think are particularly interesting, Ben?
Yeah, there. So one concept, which is very close to crypto again, it could be, and technically I heard that it seems like it's possible. It's bridging, also in a decentralized way. So now we have kind of centralized bridges, and we have talked about, okay, how great would be if there would be a decentralized bridge from blockchain to blockchain. And it seems like that, well, if you can basically build these verification systems with fiat systems from those centralized servers, then you can actually also verify in between blockchains. So the people who build it actually talked about it. And that means that finally we might see decentralized bridges, which is really awesome.
Totally. Yeah. Without the bridge risk, which is huge. And it could that could cover EVM, like Ethereum virtual machine, to not EVM, like Solana, for example, like any like new chains, like this could be their first stop. You'd be like, oh, we're launching a new chain, we need a bridge. Our bridge is ProveX. And think of the potential for that, because, you know, the biggest chain in crypto ever may not be launched yet, or it could be PulseChain, but it may also not be launched yet, and it might need ProveX on day one. You opened up a new chain, you have verifiable stuff, people want a bridge, they're going to use this. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so too. One non-crypto idea that I have is social media. And within that concept, I feel like the opportunity is, we have a lot of AI generated content, AI bots. So is the person really human or not? I mean, right now, X is using like KYC, which I'm not a big fan of KYC. But I understand why they're doing it. So how about if just people know that, there's an address, and that address you kind of verify that that's you as a human. So when you do posts, you kind of can verify, without leaking any information, that content was actually
verifying not AI is going to be a huge market, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people have to think about this kind of problem, but I think that is something that will be more and more important.
Yeah. The ID verification, right? Like the KYC without KYC, right? I think is going to be a huge concept, because like people, like governments, entities, they want to have control, but if we can limit their control to what they actually need. So like, okay, you want to use a centralized exchange, they need to know what country you're from. Be like, if you could send them the information via ProveX, be like, okay, I've uploaded my electronic signature that shows my ID, but all they get is the country, right? Like that changes KYC, which stands for know your customer, right, to a bearable level, right? And I think, as decentralized focused people, we should fight against this stuff most of the time, but like, there's going to be times where you have to do that. Like you can't open a bank account without, giving your name and address. What if you could? What if your bank itself in the real world just needs to verify that you were a citizen of that country and that you indeed did have a social insurance number or whatever their key thing was, that then reported to your taxes, but the bank itself maybe doesn't know your name, right? Like, we could have new levels of privacy in things where we're used to giving our ID because of something like ProveX, where everybody would be comfortable, like, okay, yeah, you verified you're over 18, you can go into the bar, right? Or, whatever the situation may be.
It's true. And I mean, there's one caveat to the whole thing, which is sometimes you can use just zero knowledge technology without blockchain. So the question is, when, in which circumstance do you also need a blockchain? And a blockchain offers a permissionless record, kind of like also a timestamp. That's happened back then. And so for each use case that could be big, we kind of need to do a proving of something at a certain time, and then point at the data and being like, well, I have proven it back then, and the blockchain is not going to lie, and you have the zero knowledge proof. So yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly how it will be used in many ways, but we definitely know that on and off ramp solutions we can have, as well as potentially bridging, and that is already that's already big.
Yep. I think like the concepts of connecting things that we're just used to is going to be huge. Like if you wanted to pay your employees with crypto, right? Like this could be the verification you needed both for the employee, so they don't rip you off, or, on their side, so that they don't get ripped off. Proof like, yeah, you received this much stable coins on this chain at this time on this day, and it corresponds to the payroll, right? As well as to prove to the government, like, yeah, I paid my employees, on Ethereum with USDC or whatever your choice was, or, I paid them on PulseChain with Pulse because that's what they signed the documents for. Like at the time when they were paid, I owed them $2,000 and they received $2,000 worth of Pulse, as proven by these receipts with these signatures, right? I think that concept could be big, and there's going to be a ton of other stuff like that, right? The things that we just think are normal, that are going to go beyond just identity verification or onboarding or offboarding. The concept of proving that something happened and connecting that to money most of the time is going to be, like huge.
Yes, that's a really good one. I like this use case a lot. because obviously you can point at a transaction hash onto the blockchain being like, I paid my employees, but the employee could say to the government, no, that's not me, right? And so you need a proof, and you need a private
another transaction with that where maybe when you set them up on the payroll, like, yeah, you have to approve this ProveX transaction with your ID, which it doesn't, record too many details, that this is indeed your account, and you send this, send me 0.123 pulse to prove that this was the case. ProveX would record that, record that they consented, that they submitted, and that you indeed paid them, right? So it could be something, obviously you and I could think of ways to do it with multiple steps, but it could be something where a developer or a team could come up with an easy to use app, like pay your employees on PulseChain app.
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing about of community, because you touched on community again, is that because you have a token and to this protocol, you build up a community, because that's what tokens automatically kind of do. And anybody from the community could build technically aspects of different applications if they really want to. It's really kind of like limitless, so you can think of any use case and then kind of start building it, and within your smart contract that you would launch, you could set it up in a similar way where you burn ProveX in the end.
Sure. Yeah. And like the concept of like you have a smart contract where ProveX, something that happens in the real world triggers something that happens on chain. You have a smart contract that could do many, many things, right? So it could be making NFTs and sending them to people like, okay, you bought this house and the money was transferred. Here's your NFT that proves ownership, or, things like that, right? So we can get into like proof of payments, proof of financing. Like it could be a credit check thing, like, oh yeah, this guy's got 400 grand in his bank account. We have proven that. Or, like anything like that could be connected. So like escrow stuff, like with big money transfers for real estate, could be you paying your rent on your apartment, or large commercial type rent things, right? So like, and it like all this stuff is on chain now. So we're talking like titles on property, liens against vehicles, right? Like these just pretty boring real world things that are worth a ton of money could be connected to ProveX.
Yeah, like technically, I mean, these things, they all require kind of like a governmental legal contract or contract between parties. And for now, somebody makes a transaction, but that contract is not really linked to the transaction. But now you could kind of link a specific contract without revealing the lawful contract. And that is awesome, because now you can make transactions in a peer-to-peer fashion and have a contract associated to it, and you can prove it, and both parties could prove it.
Totally. I think one of the biggest use cases that could happen really quickly is the connection of centralized entities like some stable coins and decentralization. So for example, the stable coins that are backed by a bank account, right? So they say we have $1 billion in the bank account backing this $1 billion of stable coins. They could have something like ProveX that proves that every single day. Be like, yeah, they still have $1 billion. They still have $1 billion. Prove it on chain, prove it off chain, give people confidence in their product, right? And obviously, they would pay a fee for that.
Yeah.
I'm here for the tech.
I love it.
Tech good. Speaking of tech, I think Ben is going to dive into, well, we've been saying ZK P2P for a long time, but now it's peer, Ben, is that right?
That's true. Just they heard the conference is happening today, and there's a panel. They did not want to be associated with that PulseChain community, so they renamed it.
That is one theory.
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, they renamed it. to peer.
Peer.
Sounds nice,
Peer.
simple.
So now we have ProveX versus peer. It sounds actually, I mean, it rolls off the tongue a little better. Peer. It's a word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not ZKP2P. ZKP2P, I mean, as a nerd, ZKP2P is not bad, but like as a marketing brain, peer.
Yeah, ProveX is better.
ProveX is sounds like PulseX, but I finally get it now. After messing it up like 20 times, I'm like, all right, it does sound like PulseX now. But it's okay. It's okay. X, right? Ben is going to talk about that next. Fast, check your DM because we had a cancellation. Your services may be needed at this conference if you're able to and willing. So
I'll be here for the tech.
Boom. Let's get it done. Fast, Abdul, everyone.
Thanks, Fast. It was very fun to play.
Yeah. It's good talking to you, Ben. We'll talk again. Take care, man.
You too,
All
man.
right. Fast Abdul's gone. Before we head on to the next one, let's get it pumped up with a HEX commercial. They're sponsors of HEX.com today, the unofficial not sponsors of the conference.
Hey, listen, seriously, stop what you're doing right now and listen. It's important. People are getting rich right now, truly rich, and you could be one of them. You need to see how people are becoming millionaires with HEX.com. HEX's launch phase ends on November 19th, and there's still time to get involved. HEX can make you truly wealthy. Go to HEX.com to find out more. That's HEX.com right now.
Oh, when can we be even truly or wealthier again? 10,000Xer again, sir. When, Deb? This is not a HEX talk, Ben, but boy, that token saw got dumped again. Ugh. It's okay.
Well, maybe my swing theory is correct.
Your swing theory. Hey, you've been making some posts too, and Ben's been doing a lot of the recaps and data pieces, and I really like your stats, whether they're positive or negative, like whatever direction. It's good to have the information. So I always appreciate that.
I try to spin it positively, but sometimes you just have to show it how it is, and no hiding. I mean, sometimes it's a bit bad. And yeah, I like to do that data stuff, and people know me for that mostly. So follow me on X if you want some really good statistics on HEX, and maybe this year we're making statistics on ProveX as well. I mean, I like it.
Maybe HEX and ProveX are competing for $1. See which one can get to $1 first. Let's go. But that's not the topic. Topic is ProveX versus Peer, formerly known as ZKP2P. Take it away, Ben Sierra.
Thank you, Max. So yeah, today we're going to make a deep dive, not too deep to be too technical, but to understand what the tech is about, what ProveX is about, we have to compare it to ZKP2P, because ZKP2P is the protocol that was built kind of first. A lot of people discovered it and they thought, ProveX is just a copy. It's just like we copied the Ethereum code. Now we copy like this technology, but it's not exactly like that. And as you have heard in the panel before, we were talking about so many different applications, and ProveX is really not putting any limit on what we can do with the platform. Whereas ZKP2P is really only an on and off ramp solution in a permissionless way, which was enabled through ZK technology, which is zero knowledge technology. And I want first, in the first half, talk a little bit about ZKP2P. So for you to understand of where this whole thing is coming from, because that will make you understand how ProveX will most likely launch. and how it will look like and what can you do with it at the beginning. And then at the second half, we go into, okay, this ZK P2P is still different from ProveX because of all of these aspects. So ZK P2P is something that came to be through a hackathon. So it's a very nice story of two guys like hacking together on a ZK hackathon. And I mean, I should give props to the organizers, right? I mean, you can research it on the internet. I just forgot their names. But it's a hackathon where a lot of people came together to try out zero-knowledge technologies and try to come up with ideas and products. And so they thought, I mean, okay, what is like a really crypto native thing to do? It's on and off ramping with fiat. How can we build that? And there's already 3 versions of this technology. And back then, when they built it, they used ZK email. So the first version of ZK P2P was using ZK email, zero knowledge email. It's a library. It's a code library, which can be used to put into your application and use it. Something like Open Zeppelin, if you have heard about it. And so the technology in its first version worked in a way where the confirmation of somebody paying fiat from their bank account was coming through an email. And then the details within an email was taken, some of the data from the email, not all of it, to verify that yes, $100 were actually sent to this person. And the email comes exactly from that server. And this is due to the TLS protocol. And so we don't go into much details on that. I'm just naming the technologies so that you can maybe research it. And so this was the first version. So back then, they started with Venmo because they had a data-rich email, but they couldn't do PayPal because PayPal was not really sending out really good confirmation emails with enough information. So then they did a second version because they did not win the hackathon, these guys, but it was really liked and they got, I think, second place, something like that. So then these guys got a grant, and that's how they're financed. So they're financed by the Ethereum Foundation and some other parties, and that's how they actually can build full-time ZK P2P. And that's why they started building version 2. It's also quite good for everybody that they were funded by a grant. So it's like Ethereum money, right? The Ethereum Foundation. And this time it was spent well because it's a really great technology. And when they do that, what the Ethereum Foundation would like is that it's open source. So it has an MIT license, it's open source, all the 3 versions. So it's great because everybody can copy it and build on top, modify it, do whatever they want to try to enhance the space of ZK on and off ramping or other things. But yeah, then that's when version 2 came in, and then later on version 3. Version 2 was deployed on Ethereum, and version 3 was deployed on Base. And that's when they started to use some more sophisticated technologies, and with a browser extension and with ZK Notary, which is helping verifying that the prover is not making up certain informations. This is a mouthful. maybe not something for you, but somebody who wants to research more in depth. ZK Notary is something needed in the browser extension to make all of that happen. But what's happening is, like, you have a smart contract on the chain, people offering crypto to sell for fiat on chain, and they're locking it into the smart contract as an escrow. They can take it out if they want, but then some people who can see that, oh, somebody wants to sell $1,000 worth of pools, they could actually, through sending basically the $1,000 to that specific person, use the browser extension, and then like submit the proof on the blockchain into the smart contract, and then they can unlock the funds that were deposited. People also say those are liquidity providers who are putting these funds that they want to sell, the crypto that they want to sell, into that smart contract. So yeah, a little bit of explanation of how this whole thing works, right? It would be nice to know, because ProveX has mentioned, I mean, the idea of on and off ramping and starting with that. So it is very close to, all right, it takes the idea and it makes sense to take like really good code that is hardened, that is open source, and take that as a basis for now, and then make cool new stuff on top of it. That's why also PulseChain is working so well, and PulseX is working so well, because it took open source, hardened, audited code. And that's what we do again, in this case, for the beginning. Yeah, and so now we're already going into the second half, where we are starting to see, okay, I mean, what are the commonalities between ZK P2P and ProveX? So ProveX most likely will launch with this on and off ramp feature, most likely with this code, with a browser extension, but it will have a token. Maybe it will have the token before you can do the on and off ramping. And it will burn, and you might ask yourself, is this concept verified? As we have seen in the panel before, yes, the on and off ramping is working. And yes, recently in January, there was $1 million volume. And yes, the burning of tokens, we verified that with PulseX. It is technically working flawlessly, can be executed very seamlessly. PulseX had some hiccups, but we learned from how it works, and it's working now in a very good way. I didn't hear any problems about the burning. So therefore, we know that this and this concept, if you put them together, it works. And we know that we're coming from HEX. We know how to make things popular. So the community aspect of this token is also very important for ProveX, and is quite different from open source technology that, you know, these guys are building. The other big difference, if it's not obvious at this point, is that ZK P2P, or Peer as they name themselves from today on, they are only focusing on and off ramping, which most likely ProveX will do in the same way. But the community can already start building things once the token is there. So we could build all sorts of things. And the HEX community, you saw it, was building things on top of HEX or next to HEX, or like, you know, related to the smart contract of HEX. So many different things. So we did really build all sorts of exciting stuff for that. And then you look at PulseChain, oh, you build a lot of great things for PulseChain as well. And okay, around PulseX, we did not build any new things that burn more PulseX yet, but you can see that PulseChain and HEX-centric builders are there, and we are the same community. So maybe we can build many more things, because that's what ZK P2P doesn't have. It doesn't have a conference. I mean, it's like we're having a conference and the token is not even out, and the smart contract is not even launched. So you can already see and feel the difference between these two. The other thing is, as I mentioned, the one thing is open source. ZK P2P came as an idea where we sacrificed. And we, if it never happens, we just really like the idea, and we had this conference, we had this nice talk, and it's fine. I mean, that's what sacrificing is about. There's no economic value, just to make it clear. But if it happens, hey, who knows? Crypto is so volatile. Maybe it started at zero, it goes up. Maybe it starts at a higher price, who knows? People like to do all sorts of things with tokens. So the other interesting thing is about liquidity and volume. Yeah, we have seen, and I can pull up the chart again, ZK P2P, it has very low volume, but it was growing. So it's a good sign that people want to use the technology without the technology is good enough for it to be used. But imagine the community that we have. The volume will be instantly higher. I mean, don't tell me that you will not try the new on and off ramp from Richard if he posts about that you can do it and it's secure enough, and that you have a DeFi front end for it. I'm pretty sure you will try it with a new address, hopefully, to be secure, because you never know. Smart contract risk we like to be very secure and like to emphasize that whenever we do these conferences. And so, yeah, I think the volume will be much bigger. And the other thing that we could have is somebody with huge liquidity. So we have seen that all of these projects, Pulse, HEX, PulseX, they always had really good liquidity. Not too much, but always enough for us to use this awesome technology. And there was not enough liquidity for ZK P2P. So that's another thing that I think we might really have. And then, there is no limit to what types of applications we can build with ProveX. There's many things that we don't know how the world is going to be, but the verification and proving things will be something very important in the age of AI. And then just Richard alone was able to market HEX really well, PulseChain really well, so ProveX really well. Nobody knows about ZK P2P, only ZK people who really are into it. So that is, again, something very different from ZK P2P and ProveX. And also about the funding. ZK P2P is open source, get these grants, but if it does not get the grants, maybe it does not develop further. Whereas we have this unlimited potential. As you can see, Richard likes to contribute to PulseChain, HEX, and PulseX by always developing newer versions of front ends, other block explorer tools. There's always a great update in a very secure way. PulseChain gets upgrades. So it's rumored that he has really good amounts of resources so that he can fund kind of the further development and exploration of ProveX. So that's also something that is just very different in this sense. And yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe I should take some chat comments, or I could also show some additional charts. Or Max has some questions, and we can get into that.
I got a question. Yeah, great.
All right.
Great. Love digging in technical stuff. Again, the nerd in me is like, yes, let's do it. For those who aren't as technically inclined, to just briefly, if you could recap. So ProveX is it just ZK-P2P/peer? Is it just that with a token? Like what do you think you're going to see it as? Is it literally just a fork and we're going to have a token service and maybe some other services that help it do utility stuff? Like what do you think is going to launch?
I think at launch, we will kind of see in this direction. We might see the token first, and it can be traded. And the potential is really great with a small sacrificer pool. So it doesn't have a big economic mass, and it is big uptime potential. Then you get the on and off ramping with great liquidity, great volume. Also, the great thing is that the technology can be deployed on PulseChain while serving Ethereum as well. The token does not have to live on Ethereum, but the application can serve Ethereum as well. That's they do that with version ZK-P2P version 3 is doing exactly that, where the contract is deployed on Base, which is a rollup, but you can use the on and off ramping to Ethereum. So we could serve all sorts of blockchains with being the token deployed on PulseChain, because obviously you need smart contracts to deploy on those different chains. And then I don't think we're going to stop there. Like, this is not the big idea about ProveX, is that you can do many, many different things, and on and off ramping is just the one thing. But it makes sense to start with that because we have such a big pain point in on and off ramps. And currently the governments are allowing all sorts of things, but at one point they will try to get a handle on the banks and compliance and blah blah blah. But then if you have this technology in place, it cannot be stopped, and this is the beauty. And from then on, we can expand and explore and make different applications. I think bridging would be a secondary great application, which I haven't seen yet. And we would need to be pioneers and explore that area, while having a secure token can be only burned. So even if the exploration does not work out, the token can be very valuable, does not lose any value because you go into the next exploration. But if you have already one really good app that is burning, because on and off ramping is a really good application, then the burning will continuously be a use. And there's continuous marketing, continuous building, which I think people really like. And it is something very unique to ProveX.
I've heard that we need marketing. Like, that's one of the things that we got everything else we need, just marketing piece. Well, and for ProveX, the token and the platform, but marketing for PulseChain stuff to get, there's all kinds of different pieces upon launch. Maybe later in the day we'll get into different tokenomics and liquidity pool setups and stuff. That'll be pretty interesting too. Last one, the time for on this one, the use case for the token. What is the use case for the token, Ben?
Well, imagine, like with PulseX, it is very similar. In PulseX, people were talking about owning the casino. So people are trading back and forth. So they're using the PulseX platform while they're burning. And the burning is, buying up the token, and or the burning itself is basically removing supply. And if you have the same demand with less supply, price goes up. Supply and demand 101. So therefore, if people use ProveX and you have less and less supply, and they need ProveX to prove all sorts of things, but you have the supply and you don't give it away, they need to buy it off the market. And so just in one sentence, it's you're owning a share of the usage of proofs. It's like owning the casino, you own the notary. And
Okay.
everybody needs the notary to prove things, but now you have a permissionless notary.
Another question here. What if no demand? I mean, I think that applies to everything. What if there's no demand for any project or token that launches? Then all the mechanics that, you know, do all the tokenomics and all the things, you know, they become less effective. So
it's the thing. That's a great thing about the chart that we looked at earlier, that, hey, there's growth in the volume of ZK P2P. And so there's demand. There's growing demand for this. And whenever you talk to somebody in crypto, I think the biggest annoying thing are banks, when you have to kind of get from fiat into crypto or from crypto to fiat. And so I think there's your demand.
I think it's a really unexplored use case. I mean, though it's kind of early, it feels like it could be literally one of those things where it's a foundational technology. I mean, ZK proofs and stuff have been around for a long time, but it's been hard to find, like, to come up with the tech and applications and get the widespread use of doing it that way. But I think, man, this really has an opportunity, especially with the growth. You said it's ZK P2P/Peer now. And then a fork of it. Now, maybe the framing, that seems like the bullish framing to me, is like being a fork of some proven tech that includes a token that can be built on, the product and stuff can be built on, the token can be used to serve a community and serve maybe multiple communities, depending on how it's launched and the different cross-chain stuff, if we get any of that. So I think there's some pretty interesting stuff there, just whenever we get to see it.
It's something definitely very unique and very new. And people have not heard about it, and it's the opportunity, like it was with HEX, when people didn't know what yield could do. That's when most of the opportunity lied in.
Cool. Ben, appreciate it, man. Really love to go through the technical pieces. Hopefully all of you out there listening have a better idea of how it works, how the original product works, and how the fork could work, and hopefully you get some more information on it. But thank you for presenting, and appreciate it, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Me too, Max, and thank you for bringing us all together. Before, we don't have anything. I mean, we had a sacrifice, and it seems like the conference brings us already together, the people who appreciate the sacrifice or who sacrificed.
Gets the people going. Let's do it. Yeah, I think so. I think that's why these events and stuff are important, is to get people together and be like, hey, come on, let's talk about these things. Let's not just like, oh, you know, just the lull, get out of the lull type of thing. So good stuff, man. We're going to continue talking. We got some more speakers next, and we got a transition piece going in 3, 2, and 1.
See you in the chat.
Access is complete. Project not complete. They're not the same thing. Promise returns and go build something. How much X is Bitcoin up now? 1,000x over a penny. It was designed to replace fiat currency. Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am. Everyone else cries and whines like a little bitch. 1,000x over a penny. It was designed to replace fiat currency. Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am. Well, then it was fucking designed. 10,000x, it's impossible. How can he do that? Listen, you stupid fucks. Everything else is up higher. Bitcoin to 2 million x. $1,500 fucking dollars.
Oh, that part always gets me. Love that song. I think that's Post-Polar. I'm not sure. I think you can find it on Spotify or somewhere now too. But classic 10,000x song. Pretty fun stuff. Let's get back to making some more videos and content, music, and all that. Every once in a while, I'll see some new music or music video or otherwise. But man, back in the day, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even a lot of fun stuff. But anyways, we're moving on to our next speaker. Looks like it is Mars Matunda talking about ProveX Grassroots marketing. Welcome to the conference, Morris. How's it going?
Everything is going on well. Yes,
Yeah, good
this
to
is
see you.
Maurice Mutinda from Kenya.
From Kenya. Awesome. It's all, I love seeing people all over the world, into PulseChain and ProveX and everything. Yeah, real quick, just what's your story? How'd you get into the ecosystem?
This is once again, this is Maurice Mutinda from Kenya, that is in Africa. I got into the crypto space back in 2018. Back then I was in campus, and I was doing forex trading by then. And a friend of mine introduced me to Ethereum, and from there I got into the crypto space. I was majorly doing analysis for him and other friends, and then that's how I got into it. And in 2019, HEX launched. We started from onboarding people back in campus, and then that's how the journey started up to now.
That's great. That's great. Well, again, glad you could join us today to talk about grassroots marketing. It's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes. So as I said, we are here in Kenya. We are doing lots of things. Currently, there is a lot of grassroots onboarding into the crypto space. Majorly, I'm involved with organizations, majorly humanitarian organizations, community-based organizations in Kenya, and through that, I've been able to interact with communities, like many of which are youths, and during these times I get to meet many people who are interested into doing into learning about cryptocurrencies, financial literacy, and all that. So yeah, majorly we are doing lots of things, but I'm just going to speak on what we are currently doing in the PulseChain ecosystem, because after we started on Ethereum back in 2021, the market was doing very well, and many people wanted to learn about cryptocurrencies and all that. So it has been a journey. It has been quite a journey, and yeah, we are majorly involved in telling people or educating people about finance, how they can onboard themselves, also onboarding them into the space. So yeah, I'm just going to give a small history about that, because yeah, it has been quite an experience, because this is grassroots marketing on the ground. Like, these are people you meet one-on-one. You explain to them about what these assets are. We explain to them about what, first of all, they need, to gain that experience and confidence to get their money out and invest into cryptocurrencies. So majorly we started back, I can remember back in 2019 when HEX started, when HEX was launched, we were involved in explaining to people how they can onboard, how they can exchange their tokens, their money into now the crypto space. Actually, it was quite interesting because not many people were aware on what happened. So in 2020, 2021, when the market was bullish, and actually you can remember, you guys, when the market was quite bullish and we were making all-time highs and all that. Back then, it was easy to onboard people. And right now, when the market started going down, and we had all the fuss, maybe the people who had bought at all-time highs were now selling, and others were waiting also to buy. It seemed like a small correction. But then, since then up to now, the market has actually been on a very sharp downtrend. Yeah. So I will say it hasn't been like so much easy to tell a person to or telling people these are assets that can make money for them. Yeah. So yeah, it was quite interesting back then, because now the price was going down. Like, I can remember in Kenya, it was the thing. People are saying HEX is the next thing and all that. I can remember I was even we were printing T-shirts, printing, going door to door, telling people about HEX and how that should change their lives and all that. But right now, it became now very hard now to explain to people that this is the thing that can change your lives. And we had some difficulties. You see, we were using some exchanges like Binance, local cryptos, and all that. They were working very easy here in Kenya, and generally even Africa, because we were even having friends from Nigeria and other countries like Tanzania and all that, other countries, that is. So it became like very hard to tell a person like this is the next thing, this is the future and all that. For us, of course, we were in these spaces trying to learn what comes out of this technology. I remember we were waiting for Richard Hart just to tweet or just to hold the strings that he was explaining to everyone on what is HEX and how you can scale into it. Yeah. So yeah, it was very hard, and I can now relate that with right now, where we are now having ProveX. I'll skip a bit about the PulseChain sacrifice and the PulseX sacrifice up to the other day now, when we had PulseX ProveX sacrifice late last year up to now January this year. So it was quite I can remember it was quite expensive. Actually, even right now it is quite expensive, because crypto was invented to remove middlemen, and now with exchanges like Binance, Coinbase, local cryptos, they are they usually like cut a lot of fees, and even that process of onboarding people, or even actually me myself and other crypto gurus, I'll say that it is like you have to have quite some good money so that you can be able to exchange or you move from fiat now to crypto. So we I, you usually find that uh, maybe if you want now to get it to buy like a coin like PulseChain, you have to buy Ethereum, and then you buy, that is Ether, you buy it, and then now you swap it to PulseChain, and that process is quite expensive. In Kenya, you have like to have around uh, 10,000 in Kenya. That is to say around $1,000. Yeah, so it becomes expensive. And now looking at the charts, the market is bearish. So it's very hard to explain to a person that you invest in this crypto, you are going to make money. But then after they have invested into the asset, you find that they are not making money, because actually your entry is what determines the amount of money that you're going to make. So it has been quite hard. But now with the introduction of ProveX, and I will thank Richard Hart, because he does it very easy through the exports and also the streams that he was doing, and even the other streamers abroad, and also here in Kenya. We have several, and it becomes easy now listening to them, and at least knowing some of the processes that you can do, so that you can be able to onboard yourself or others into the space. So I took that into consideration, and I've been uh, I've been like, if I have a lot of money, I buy the crypto. I buy a lot of crypto, and I can now sell it to my friends who do not have like quite a lot of liquidity, or I'll say dust, to buy the cryptos. Like we can even, I usually say, like, you can own crypto worth even $1. Yeah. So when I started that, it was like I was trying to convince my friends, even family, like, you can own crypto worth $1. Like, you don't need to think like getting into crypto, it's so much expensive and all that. So yeah, that's how now we started. But that was around in 2024, 2025. Actually 2025, we have been very active. And I'm saying this because we have a WhatsApp community, and now we had one back then, and right now we are having quite many of them, where um, if you've onboarded a person and they want now to learn, they get into the WhatsApp community, and they can now be able to ask questions, and they are able to get we take them through the process of uh, exchanging their money from fiat to crypto. Yeah, so it started like that. Going to take that seriously, but right now we are seeing a lot of improvement, because the community is growing, and we have even seen other people like gain a lot of knowledge. Actually, it even prompted me now to now. Actually, I was like talking too much, like explaining to people. I have to tell them about Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then I tell them about Now in 2021 we had this problem when you couldn't like withdraw your money because now you can't withdraw your money because it's expensive, so you have to add a lot of another amount to cover for gas fee and all that. And now PulseChain came in, like there was now the sacrifice. Richard Hart like was explaining how that ecosystem would look like, how we would it would be very smart, very efficient. Yeah, and the sacrifice came in. We waited like 2 weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks until it was launched, and of course we were waiting like to get like a lot of money by then. Like you see, like whenever you've been learning about something new, you usually expect like quite big, huge amounts. Like we were waiting maybe to see Ethereum launch at $1, but then it didn't. It launched with a lot of zeros back there. So yeah, that happened. We were disappointed, but at the same time, we were now sure. At least we saw like the good side of it, and PulseX sacrifice came in again. We sacrificed, and I can remember now PulseX was now quite interesting because people had seen how PulseChain was, where the PulseChain sacrifice was, and the opportunity that presented itself back then, and now they had learned like this is a new opportunity, and you can only sacrifice. The only people who sacrifice are the ones who will get now the tokens upfront. In like like if you had sacrificed, you are opportunist. Like you had that opportunity first, and so yeah, I was even getting like on one point, like someone asked, how can I sacrifice for PulseX? And then I explained to them, and I saw like, oh, so this thing is like you don't limit yourself to who you are explaining to about these digital assets. So and allow me guys just to mix things up, because there's been quite a lot of things happening. Like this thing drove me to go and learn about cryptocurrencies, blockchain and cryptocurrencies. There's a course like on Allison's online courses, like for free. So I learned about that, and I was quite fluent explaining to people in my local dialect, like in Swahili, in Kamba, and all those other languages. So it was easy for me to explain to people, and they would understand. So they sacrificed for PulseX. Now we again waited to see how these things, how the sacrifice, the tokens that we had sacrificed, how they would perform in the now the real market. You see, before it launched, you couldn't trade the tokens, the points, but right now you had the real tokens and you could trade them. Of course, with the little value, you couldn't like get quite so much. You see, like you could get people sacrificing like um, 50,000 dollars, small amounts, $10,000, $1, especially $1. We could like very many people sacrifice like the small amounts, and they were expecting like huge amounts, because if you had sacrificed like $10 and then you multiply that by 100, that is in Kenyan money, you are expecting like to get like some good amount. So that didn't happen. And now all this time we have been like waiting to see what will happen. But then majorly what has been like gatekeeping all these and people from has been like preventing many people now getting into the spaces because they haven't been seen now the real value into the existing cryptos. Now that is PulseChain and PulseX. But then now looking back, I can reflect and see like, you see these tokens, um these tokens really, you will find like you need them, but then it is very hard for you to onboard, to get onboarded. Okay, if I want to onboard you into the space, I'll tell you now, if you go to Binance, you'll need fees, you'll need now to have a certain amount, like roughly $3,000, so that you can be able to withdraw your money from Binance. You understand that not your coins, not your keys, not your coins. So if you do not have, if you have now Binance, you exchange your Kenyan money to maybe to USDT or whatever, or maybe your Kenyan money to Ethereum. And now you have Ethereum, and once you have Ethereum, you have now to swap it to maybe PulseChain, and you can't do it on Binance, so you have to take it to send it to maybe MetaMask or Trust Wallet or Token Pocket wallet. So once you've done that, you see now the amount that you had bought, now it's lower again. And yeah, now if you now exchange, if you now swap those coins again, now maybe to HEX or whatever, you find like it was quite expensive. The whole process, it's expensive, real time. Now now here we are talking about how it is on real time on the ground whenever a person is getting onboarded. So yeah, Binance Binance really helped, yes, but it is expensive. Now back into last year, what happened when Richard Hart now was explaining that, he was taking us through the tweets. And I'm saying that because now whenever Richard Hart tweets, we would now like decode that information, send it to the WhatsApp group or the Telegram group. And then you are now explaining to people, now this is crypto was invented to remove middlemen. And really, we do not need now to rely on maybe Binance or now these other exchanges. Like it's, if I'm dealing with you, if I'm sending you crypto, it is me and you, no like middlemen here between us. So yeah, we learned about ProveX, the zero knowledge proofs. And yeah, it is quite interesting how that is really now working for us, because right now we are anticipating for the launch of ProveX, and how it is going to now help onboard other people. And right now I can say there's a lot of anticipation, especially among the youth. As I started, I said, like, I'm involved with communities, and most of the community that I get to interact with are youth, and youth are like open-minded. Like right now you can see we have we have AI and all that. So many people like they hear about crypto and all that. But then maybe when I can give an incident when I introduce myself like a blockchain analyst, because majorly I'm usually like, I analyze for you the the crypto asset, and we go into now the technical analysis to see how has this asset been performing, and which is the best entry that you can get into right now. So yeah, now that's now the process of how now we get into to know now this asset is good to invest in. And now for this case, this DeFi, like you see, decentralized finance is quite interesting because we have many use cases on it, and we have now we have real DeFi like HEX, because you see HEX, you can really like invest for a longer period of time, and you can even like help other people to stake. Like you can even stake for a person and give them the the uh, the stake later. Maybe your brother or your sister, your mother, because maybe they don't understand about it right now, but later you can give it to them. So yeah, that's majorly like how that process goes on. Uh, like so during these meetings with the youth, we usually like now talk about financial literacy, and one of the things that they are involved in, especially when they are talking about now the local financial markets here in Kenya, where they are buying shares, maybe company shares and all that. Now we usually now go again now to these digital assets. I was There was a time back when I was in campus when we were talking about when we were trading forex, foreign exchange, foreign currencies, like trading them. And you see many people, like, yes, they go and they would want now to venture into that, but now when we explain to them about about now crypto, and especially now assets like PulseChain, PulseX, HEX, and now ProveX, like they really see this has a lot of value. And now this has even prompted us now to have like live streams, and like sometimes usually and all that. So about this, we are really like anticipating to see what ProveX is going to be like. And right now we are anticipating again to see how this ProveX is going to help other people now to get on board and buy other assets. Yeah. So yeah, we are waiting to see how it is going to play out. Yeah. So I think we'll share more maybe on a discussion, and you can maybe ask a question
Sure. Yeah.
about the same.
Yeah, I've been listening. First, I want to say thank you for all the hard work out there at the Grassroots marketing. I love to see people all over the world doing this, and hopefully getting people into an asset that's going to really do some amazing things on the price and the tech side as well. Yeah, like maybe I'll just ask before we wrap up, like what's your plan for this year? Like, do you have any? Is you just going to go? Is it just literally just talking to people? Face to face, trying to the ProveX help onboarding, like maybe just your thoughts on that real quick.
Yeah, this year actually I started a YouTube channel just the other day because I was getting a lot of questions about the same. And you see now when you are explaining to people and the market is down and we don't have like real money, now I started a YouTube channel. So I record some videos and then I send to them. least when I get monetized, I'll get some money. So we are taking it into maybe online now to explain it to other people, and moving from cities, maybe Eldoret, Nairobi, Machakos, Nakuru. Those are some cities here in Kenya where we'll be having workshops to take people through and onboard them into the space. Yeah.
Have you heard about the tablets, or I don't know if we're able to get tablets over there,
Yeah.
but what do you think about tablets, Epper?
Yeah, actually, I've heard about the tablets, and I've been very active on X, and I know about the tablets. I wish we could get these tablets here in Kenya, and of course in Africa, because now these tablets can be, in Africa, many people are curious, and if we get that, it would help so much with the marketing. So I don't know how that could go. There's some time I tweeted about getting the tablets into Kenya. So I just wish and I pray if you guys could help us on that. We get tablets into schools, get tablets to youth, especially youth here in Kenya can really appreciate to get that knowledge. Even the tablets, like, I don't know, like there's so much opportunity here and so much open for any discussion about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so please send me in the private chat your YouTube channel, and I want to share it with people too. And then I'll also talk to SJ, Wild SJ, and see if y'all can get connected and see if there's some way to get tablets over there. That's amazing, man. I really appreciate the work you're doing.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Morris. Have a great one. Wow. Is that not inspiring? That's awesome. I'm very, every time I see people from all over the world, I've met people I've seen people, I've been in the conference from pretty much every continent, I would say, or close to it, probably at least 4 or 5 of them. It's amazing. Still haven't had any penguins from Antarctica yet, or any scientists or otherwise. I don't think we've had any. Yeah, I feel like we've had people all over the world, at least 4 or 5 different continents. And it's great to see people out there putting in the work and doing the grassroots marketing. May it all pay off super well. I'm excited to see it. This is a space where I not everything works out. Not every token, not every project, not everything. I mean, even stuff launches on PulseChain, you see stuff come and go. But this is an ideal. This is Richard's talked about a million times. I still see a lot of like positive developments happening there. And yeah, the community is doing, I think we're doing what it takes. I mean, we're marketing on, with the tablet stuff as well. Still people streaming, talking about the ideas, talking about the tech. Again, it's harder to do in markets that are not up only, but boy, if we get that up only market, or if we just get our season one way or the other, I think, man, I just hope everyone gets whatever they want out of crypto. And it's a lot of work sometimes, but boy, it's inspiring. So you listen to him talk for like 30 minutes about all these things he's working on and doing, and has been doing PulseChain and talking about ProveX. It's really cool to hear that perspective. So thank you, Morris. That's awesome. And I want to share his, whenever I get, I'll share the YouTube channel and stuff as well. And coming up, extra crypto. Let's get rockets up real quick. Boom, he's here. How's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going, Max? Thanks for having me.
Doing good. Love your background. Are you like the first person to use it? I was like, guys, pretty sure I shared the background. I did say optional, but that's okay. It's okay. It looks great on you in the background.
Yeah, I figured I'd show support. I knew you had mentioned it maybe a couple days ago that maybe use of the background would be useful for the conference. So I went ahead and just downloaded it and used it.
I didn't even notice it till I saw you with it. I kind of want to like flip it to make the two blues meet in a way. Like that would be cool as well. But anyways, when I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, it does look really good. It does look really good. Not just on mine. But anyways, that everyone use whatever background you want. But I think this one looks pretty cool. Shout out to Pulse Wave, man, I always get his name. Pulse Vibe Wave, one of those. Axie, the guy creates amazing stuff. So anyways, we're gonna continue with marketing. We got marketing and also back-to-back PulseX bulls only. Excited to see it. Take it away, man. It's yours.
Well, thank you for having me again, and thank you for everyone for watching and showing support. During these times, it's pivotal. It's pivotal to show that the community still cares. We're still engaged, and we're spreading the good message. And part of that good message is really useful for marketing because I think a lot of times the messaging can get lost in times of emotions, which usually it stems from volatility, whether it's the upside or downside. But in this case, it's been the downside. So, the useful opportunity we have is getting people at least to know what PulseChain is, HEX is, PulseX is at these levels for opportunity. Crypto is nothing but, opportunity mixed in whatever you like. If you like being in a centralized place where that third party counterparty it makes you feel safe, use it. If you prefer actual DeFi, which is PulseChain, where you're decentralized in aspects that you really want. And then there's some areas of centralization where the game theory, it works, right? So we all understand that. We all understand why we're here. But a lot of the world doesn't. A lot of the world right now still is not really, they're not into cryptocurrency really. And a lot of that could be the main cryptocurrencies that are being promoted right now. They're just really expensive. If you're from America, I'm from America, even just globally, there's circumstances where people's dollar value is decreasing, right? So their spending power is less and less. So when people are worried about just living and getting the essentials for living, cryptocurrency really doesn't come up too much in those conversations, at least right now. But what we're seeing is the global entities that structuralized, not just the financial system, but the entire economic system, you could argue, they're moving things on chain. They're coming on chain faster than I think even a lot of us even imagined a couple of years back. I think if you were to take the average person in cryptocurrency and you told them, hey, by 2025, 2026, a lot of these institutions are going to start to form regulations and get things passed to be able to operate on blockchain and move all of their RWAs and things on 24/7, 365 platforms to trade globally. People would, probably not believe it at first. They'd go, I could see it happening, but maybe not so soon. Well, it happened, and it is happening. So in this time, I think it's important that we really appeal to, I would say we should appeal to those who want privacy, who want our given rights. And a lot of PulseChain reflects the Constitution. And last I checked, say what you will about America, but it is a global powerhouse. And there's a lot of people that like America because of the opportunities that it brings. Along with that, the structural framework and laws that we have, and some of the protections that we offer for people in this country. And so I look at cryptocurrency as like a digital real estate / economic turn where capital is going to go. You're seeing a lot of people. You're seeing a lot of people and a lot of commotion talking about institutions are here and Bitcoin's becoming more centralized. All that good stuff. But I think in layer ones like PulseChain, I think it's a lot harder to try to make centralized to appeal to hedge funds, which is a good safety zone in my opinion if you're trying to run away from those people and not just in another sector of what they govern and own. So a good part of ProveX, in my opinion, was actually was bringing light to the Blockchain Literacy Foundation, which is a nonprofit that we can assume that Richard Hart has some involvement with, and it's preaching blockchain literacy. It's exactly what it is, free education. And some of the treasury assets that Blockchain Literacy Foundation have are the 3 core coins, which is HEX, Pulse, and PulseX. So I think what PulseChain is really trying to latch onto, we talk about pivoting and narratives. I think it's privacy, but I also think it's the freedom chain. I think what you see with names like, to whatever degree Liberty Swap is affiliated with Richard Hart or whatever, Liberty Swap. So right there in the name, it's taking on that fundamental aspect that most, Americans and most people want around the world, which is, their own liberty, their own rights, their own passage of, being able to move, gather in assembly, freedom of speech, all that good stuff. So in times when we have red candles, we seem to lose all of the logic. And that's exactly what, the powers that be, or even just markets in general, that's what they want to formulate. They like when emotion stems, because you start making irrational decisions about whatever you're doing, not just with crypto, but just in life in general. How much manipulation happened in the stock market, right? Like it's regular. The volatility might not be as harsh, but it's like volatility to the upside too. You're not getting the same amount of opportunity when you have your capital there. So I think along with the launch of ProveX, along with the growing speculation around Blockchain Literacy Foundation, and just the overall general market, like who do we appeal to? Why would anyone come to PulseChain? I just laid out a good list of reasons why. It's just you're choosing not to pay attention to that because you're focused on price go down. But if you look at it from this point, this perspective, that's great opportunity. That's great opportunity for you, for onboards, and just the public in general to have a chance at something that is revolutionary. A lot of the times we like to dismiss, like, well, it's just a fork of Ethereum. Well, it's a better fork of Ethereum. I know that Ethereum uses a lot of RPCs that also use AWS, I believe, or their main one, or something where they're affiliated with something that it's the likelihood of being able to manipulate the chain's operability. Whereas PulseChain, being on an IPFS system, it's way more decentralized and way more secure. And basically, if you have internet and you have a functioning laptop, computer, cell phone, whatever, you're able to access your funds and you're able to have maneuverability. And so in a time where you're seeing a lot of the Bitcoin miners, the mining software becoming more centralized, you're seeing the Bitcoin supply becoming more centralized. And then even Ethereum as well. Like you're seeing people like Bitmine and Tom Lee buying up the Ethereum supply and staking it. Eventually, all of these coins are going to get really, really expensive. And what happened when these things were cheaper? Well, there was a lot of FUD around them. You could take Ethereum for an example. It took so long for Bitcoin to get established. The amount of FUD that it went through with Silk Road and people being basically punished by the government for using Bitcoin, to now you're seeing the United States president talking about and embracing Bitcoin. But for the last 16, 18 years, you had a bunch of FUD, a bunch of it's not going to work, it's a Ponzi scheme, all of this stuff. And it took that long for people to realize that the tech is the tech. People can do whatever they want to manipulate the tech, but it at least with Bitcoin still, it doesn't really benefit them to completely ruin the concept yet. And so I think that Bitcoin it's still decentralized, but it's becoming less and less as time goes on. And the same thing can be said about a lot of other chains, but in particular, I think PulseChain, we have the opportunity to really stretch out the supply. Whether people are looking at green candles, whether people are actually looking into the tech, whatever it is, whatever your thesis is on why you're here, I think there's more benefiting factors of being in PulseChain than there is negative. And I think when you start comparing, price charts like, well, this chart did this and this chart did that, you could make those arguments, but a lot of successful things took time to build, and it took time to progress into the things that we consider, a blue chip or safety or whatever. So I'm not really shaken a bit by the volatility that we've had. There's a lot of good opportunities, not just with, the price, but also with information and being early to good stuff. And I think a lot of people are just not early to good stuff because of the circumstances surrounding it. Usually when it's good, it's being fudded on, it's being gate kept. There's all these indicators that you should formulate, with actual knowledge too, to bring you to the, at least a consensus of, this is interesting, right? This is interesting to speculate on. And I think the world will soon understand that, and they'll realize that, besides early VC insiders and stuff like that, Solana basically had to, have a centralized way of pumping up their chain to make it look appealing so people would use it. And so, and I think that that's for a lot of cryptocurrencies, but in particular, why we actually benefit from that in a strange way is because, well, not a strange way, but the founder is known to not sell coins. And that's more than a lot of founders out there could say right now. You have popular ones that, their founders sell regularly, monthly even. So yeah, as far as the marketing goes, I think green candles really solve a lot of it. But at the same time, while we're down, it's also to have the initiative to go out and speak about this stuff, like the previous speaker, Morris, boots on ground, really, spreading that education, getting the awareness out there. And we're doing it here as well. You're seeing tablets being delivered. You're seeing different marketing campaigns take place. You're seeing people start to utilize social media other than YouTube. You're starting to see TikTok and, Instagram and stuff like that being utilized to promote PulseChain. And that's all good stuff. And it'll catch up eventually. And you're just not going to see the benefits of marketing when everything is down. So I really express to people that, the technology really didn't change. If anything, there's been great upgrades and a lot of good innovation happening during this time where price is low. Because when price is high and everyone wants to buy, it's like how your unit supply that you could have goes down. And if you're someone that's already been here for years, you might as well have some stake inside the chain in some way, shape, or form. Which to me, anyways, that's gathering units. That's accumulating as much yield as you can. And, it's kind of like betting on this chain's success for the next, 10, 15, 20 years. And I do think that it does really benefit a lot of us right now to, double down, because eventually when we're started to be treated like, a real competitor because they can't ignore us anymore, it's good to at least have been early. That way, from here on out, it's kind of like, whatever, right? If you needed to take profits, cool. If you like being here long-term, earning yield, you have a better position as a staker. There's so many benefits that I could just list off and name. But obviously a lot of that, needs to be talked about in this manner, because like I said, a lot of times we look at the price as the indication of whether something's successful or not. But that shouldn't be the case. We've had, flawless operation, 100% uptime. And, despite like a couple flaws here and there, every chain's had flaws. I mean, come on, give me a break. Like no cryptocurrency is ever perfect, but we come pretty close to it, especially being a decentralized, protocol, being, a fork of Ethereum that, like I said, is just better in aspects of, more supply, which is equal smaller blocks, which, a lot of people, even during the Bitcoin days, and Richard was a big advocate of trying to solve this issue. He solved every single issue Bitcoin had with his own chain. So, Max, I don't know if you wanted to chime in or not. I felt like I kind of went on that 15-minute spiel. Yeah, in terms of marketing, I think green candles are a major help with that. But at the same time, the tech is the tech, and it hasn't changed. nor is it going to. And if it does, it's only going to get upgraded and get better. But yeah, no. Yeah, Max, I don't know if you wanted to move on to the PulseX conversation, because I know timing wise, where it's a little tighter, but
yeah. No, you can go into PulseX bulls only. Got any PulseX bulls in the chat? Let us know.
Max, before you go, sorry,
I'm back.
I was gonna ask you real quick. Out of the core coins, what is your opinion on PulseX in terms of if you're looking at, if you have to rank them? Nobody wants to rank them, right? Like, we all love the core coins and all that. But if you had to specifically outline PulseX and the degree of its succession amongst the other coins, where do you place it?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, we had the core coins debate, which I think is really good. If people haven't watched it, just type in RHMax core coins debate. I took PLS in that one. You took PulseX, of course. Briz took Inc. And who took HEX?
Fast,
that's right. So that was a really good one to go through the different pieces. It made me even more bullish on PLS. But man, ranking PulseX. I still feel like today, if we're able to get some upwards momentum, PulseX, the buy and burn can't be denied. I think it's up there with Inc. as far as the most volatile, hopefully to the upside. But HEX has the community, it has the like undying energy type deal with it. That's what makes it such a dark horse too. But then PLS, again, everything's paired against PLS. You need PLS to do all these things. I made a really good case. Well, I think I made a good case for it during the debate as well. So man, I think it'd be easy to put PulseX and Inc. up near the top just because of the people who sacrifice for it, people who know about it. The again, what features may or may not be turned on later, what any use case it may have, the buy and burn, which if you get a lot of volume and get a good market condition, could really kick things off. I wouldn't be surprised if those two end up near the top for the as we approach 10,000x glory time, if indeed we get that. So, man, I don't know. PulseX is it's a beast. You know that.
Yeah. I'll go into why I like PulseX more so than the other core coins, and I really don't want to offend any original hexicans or anything like that. This is just my perspective. I'm not an OG community member. I got into PulseChain late 23, probably more fair to say early 24, with how much time I wanted to invest in researching and looking into things and stuff like that. Really getting to know the community. And just from since PulseChain's launch, in my opinion, PulseX has been the token that I believe Richard really wants the community to get behind. And I think he wants the community more so to get behind that because of its liquidity, right? Like if you, how many times does RH have to buy PulseX for people to kind of get the hint like, interesting. Why does he keep doing this? Well, in theory, it is the best core token to put capital inside of to make everything go up, because you can do different simulations. And I'm sure people have done this in the past before. But yes, technically, if you put more capital with the same sell pressure as you're given any other core coin, HEX is going to go up and do more X's. But the sustainability with the ecosystem, in my opinion, it benefits more if you put more capital focused directly towards PulseX and INC, because it just lifts everything up around it. That pair bonding is so strong, and that's where most of the liquidity is at, that I think people who are here now, in my opinion, benefit more from holding PulseX than they do Pulse. Just because you can look at the ratio against Pulse and what it's done in the past, what could it do for you in the future? Like you brought up, if there's anything added to PulseX, whether it's new farms or whatever, right? Like a single side staking, whatever, right? There's more opportunity and more chance of a bigger fear of missed opportunity, in my opinion, because of the fact that, you know, it was cheaper. Like the price of it doesn't, it's like people have a price biasy and a unit biasy, right? Even in our own community, we have that. So I think by the time it's all said and done, and you know, we do have our epic run, whenever that is, however long it takes, I think at the end of the day, you're going to see a good amount of PulseX burned. You're going to see, you know, tons of opportunity for liquidity providing, and just a more sustainable ecosystem in general, just off of, you know, that amount of capital being kind of, you know, held within that liquidity bonding pair with PulseX. So I at the end of the day think that yes, HEX is cool. HEX is good for. I think HEX is going to go up a lot in price. I think that Pulse is going to do well. I think INC is going to do exceptionally well. It might even do the second most X's besides HEX. But if I'm looking at as an investor or just someone who wants stake inside of the community long term, I logically just have to go with PulseX, because without any sort of centralized manipulation, there's going to be our bots that are going to keep buying and burning the token. So it can be an absolute, you know, not a complete dead chain, but it can have zero to no activity, and you're still kind of dedicating towards the cause of burning tokens. And you can make the same argument. You can make same arguments with HEX and Pulse to some degree, maybe even INC too, depending on what could happen in the future. But I just like the chances of being a PulseX investor because you're getting more units, and you're probably getting, you know, probably neck and neck X's with HEX.
I've heard it's pretty good.
This is the greatest thing I have ever seen in my life. This is amazing.
I think his thumb was technically pointed at the PulseX logo, from what I see. Yeah.
Yeah. It could have been.
Extra, man. Yeah, a lot of people bullish on PulseX, bullish on the ecosystem, and I appreciate you coming out and talking about marketing, talk about the bull stuff on this stuff as well. Always good to hear your perspective on this during at the conference.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And again, thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting this. I know it takes a lot of work to organize these things and put them together and get speakers. So yeah, I appreciate your hard work, man, and hopefully RH can repost this conference for you.
You never know. It's when I look at the see the chat or I see the number like go up 30-40%. I'm like, oh, okay, I think you did it. But no expectations, but it's always fun.
Right.
All right, man. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll say come back for any of the panels if you're interested. The debate panel, and we got the community panel. Everyone, it's open for those as well. So
I'll sounds good. If I got time, I might drop in.
Sounds good, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, see you.
See ya. Boom. Let's go. We're going to get right into it. Really, really quick video. Let's do money go.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it.
Yeah.
And Dave appears. How's it going, Dave?
Hey, I'm doing great. I do want to share screen. Is that going to be an issue, or can we run that up for you?
Perfectly good. You hit the one that's you got up there. This one.
Yeah, we got it. Let me jump over to my PowerPoint here and change it to slideshow. And RH, I want to say thank you first of all for all you're doing in the community. The positive energy and the effort you donate to this community is top notch, and thank you very much for all you do.
Yeah,
and,
thank you for that.
Yep. Appreciate with that, I'm ready to go if you're ready to go.
All right. I'll step out. Let you take it away. It's all yours.
All right. Perfect. So, hello, everybody. My name is Dave. I'm a co-founder of the PlusX team. And today we're here to share with you some of the strategies and some of the things you can do with your ProveX tokens. You know, we're part of this ecosystem, and you sacrifice for ProveX. You got a stack of tokens, and you know, what are your options? Are you going to sit there and hold those things and wait to sell them? Well, how about, as Extra talked about, how about we go earn a yield? So we're going to talk about 6 strategies. Yeah, we there?
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. Real quick, I don't think you're full screen right now. I just see the slides.
Oh.
Just want to make sure you're if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. I'm good. If you can see my slides, we're excellent. Are we good?
I can see the slides. It's not full screen though, but it's just going. But the slide is kind of off to the right. So I don't
Okay.
think
Well, damn it! How did that not show up? So slideshow from the beginning. Are you seeing it now?
I see in the middle now. If you click the top slide, unless you're already at that slide, yeah, it looks fine now. Yeah,
is it good? Okay, perfect. Sorry, thank you for getting me back on track, brother. Yeah, as we go through this, what we're going to do is we're going to walk through some of the strategies you can use to earn a passive yield on your ProveX tokens. And we're going to start off with strategy 1 here. Or actually, before we even start, let's talk about why you want to earn a yield. Well, the big idea here is you have tokens sitting in your wallet. And, the first instinct you get when you see a nice pump is you start selling these things. And what happens when the price starts running and running, as we're hoping these things do? Well, that's called seller's remorse. Well, instead of having seller's remorse, what if we just activate those dormant tokens? What if we take those tokens and we put them to work? And that's what we're going to be looking at here today. We're going to say, okay, how do I do that? Well, we have options for you. And the idea is as soon as you can stack enough tokens, pretty soon you're playing with house money, right? And that's what we want. We want a passive income, 24 hours, 7 days a week, and we want that to grow. We want our unit count to go up, and it'd be nice to have some, some additional yield on the side, in whether that's going to be more Pulse tokens or more DAI or whatever that yield may be. And so basically the idea is, with number 4 and 5, put those tokens to work and let's grow that token stack. And so we want to make your ProveX work for you. So, as we go through these strategies, we're gonna knock them off one at a time. But the idea here is how do you earn a yield with my ProveX? Well, PulseX V2 is pretty much the classic method of earning liquidity. You'll hear people earning yield. Sorry, you'll hear people talking about using liquidity to earn a yield. Well, providing liquidity is the backbone of DeFi. So somebody's got to do it, because you want retail to have the ability to come in and purchase or sell tokens without any interaction with a third party that may or may not tell them that they can or cannot, exchange those tokens. Well, that's what DeFi is all about. So we need liquidity providers. We need liquidity on the market. And as the first kind of innovation in liquidity, V2 was out there. And here, the basic strategy is you take your ProveX tokens, you pair them up with something like DAI, or maybe you pair it up with Pulse, but you got a bag of both. You take those into the PulseX DApp, you click, hey, I want to provide liquidity. You go in there and you deposit. And let's say you put $1,000 worth of ProveX and $1,000 worth of DAI, or it could be $100 of ProveX, $100 DAI. There's no minimums or maximums on providing liquidity. Once you deposit that, they send you a PLP token. It's kind of a receipt token. It's like, okay, you're providing liquidity. That token gets put into your wallet. And here's what you do. Here's the action after you do that. Once you deposit, what is the action on your part? Well, you go into the farm, not the farm, but you go back into the DApp and you play the game. Hey, what happens if I remove all my liquidity? What does my inventory look like now? How many ProveX do I have? How much DAI do I have? And you basically just keep monitoring your liquidity position to see, hey, I made more ProveX, or hey, I've got additional DAI. And what happens within V2 liquidity, though, is that inventory will slosh around. And one day you'll check it and you'll have more ProveX tokens. The next day you'll check it, you'll have more DAI in your wallet, or more Pulse, depending on what you pair it up with. And that's where the yield comes from. You look at that liquidity position, how much you have there, and it's like, okay, I've got more than what I started with. At least that's the goal of V2 liquidity. We're hoping that the volume that's coming into that exchange trading awards you with more volume, because what happens is the people that are trading, they pay a small fee to the people providing liquidity. So that's one area where a lot of people go to earn some passive yield, is through V2. The next strategy we're going to look at, now this is PulseX V1, which is similar to V2 in that you have to come in with both tokens, ProveX and DAI. But what happens with V2 is we're assuming, with this strategy here, we are assuming that when you take your ProveX tokens and you say, hey, I want to go earn a yield on these ProveX tokens, and you put them in here, that Richard will produce a farm for those tokens. So I don't know if you guys heard of Sushi or Cake and some of the other farming tokens that are out there. But basically what you do is you do the same thing as V2. You put your tokens in there. They're earning a yield by, they're allowing the retail to go in and buy and sell. But what happens is you get this receipt token that you put in your wallet, but you don't put it in your wallet this time. You take that receipt token, you go over to the farm section and you deposit it, or you stake that PLP token. And then what happens is if, and this is a big if, we're assuming that Richard's going to set up a farm for ProveX, and we're assuming that there will be some incentive token being given to the people who are participating in providing liquidity. Now with V1, you do not earn fees. You don't get the fees if you go back and look at your liquidity, because typically your action is, hey, how much liquidity do I have? You go back in there and look at your balance of your portfolio. So they go, how much ProveX is in here? How much DAI is in here? And, the inventory will slosh back and forth. One day you'll have more ProveX because people are selling it. And so that side of the pool gets bigger. Other times people are starting to buy the ProveX and remove it. And you'll notice you'll have more DAI in your pool. But you'll be able to go in and claim the incentive token. And if incentive token goes up in price, then your yield looks really great. If incentive token happens to be dropping at that point in time, maybe you hold on to it for a little bit longer, but you have the ability to do whatever you want with that ink. You can hold on to it. You can use it to go farm again. You can swap it into more ProveX tokens. You get to do what you want with the yield on this one here. So that's strategy number 2. It's the V1 pools plus farm. And then we're going to take a quick look at your third option here. Strategy number 3, you want to earn yield on your ProveX. You have the option of go finding a V3 liquidity pool. So the evolution of liquidity has, as you can tell, we went from V1 liquidity to V2 liquidity to V3 liquidity. These are all Uniswap protocols that have been forked. And V3, the innovation behind V3 was, hey, they wanted to give you the option to say, hey, you don't have to come in with $1,000 of each like you do in V1, V2. V1, V2, if you're going to have $1,000 worth of ProveX, you have to have $1,000 of something else to go with it. In a V3 strategy, you have the option to come in with, $1,000 of ProveX only, or maybe $1,000 of ProveX and $100 a DAI. You have this range ability. So you can customize not only the dollar values you put into V3, but you can also customize the trading range. I only want to trade it if it's going to go from this price to that price. And so what you have is you have a, what we like to call is capital efficiency. And so typically you can, if you're monitoring this well, you can earn a little bit better yield, but V3 does require a deeper understanding of markets. And so, it's probably for the more advanced user. It's not a set it and forget it type of a liquidity yield, but basically you take your ProveX tokens and maybe a little bit of DAI. If you want to set your range at that point, you put it in there. You still have the option of going back and saying, okay, let me go check. If I remove it all, what does my inventory look like? Do I have more ProveX tokens? Do I have more DAI? What's the balance of my liquidity position? But you also will have a claimable button that you can go over and claim your yield. And you can take that yield off of the DApp and put it into your wallet. And then again, you get to do what you want with your yield. You can, if it happens to be more ProveX and more Pulse, then you might want to save it, or maybe you want to trade the Pulse into more ProveX. It's your option to do whatever you want with yield. But these are the strategies you can have for producing yield. This next one we're going to talk about is the Vault 369. We saw Fast earlier on the presentation here, and he was talking about ProveX and what's happening. And with Vault 369, it's a lending platform. So this is more of a leverage platform for those people that want to take their ProveX and earn a yield. You go in here. The requirement is you deposit your ProveX, or you put it in there, and you borrow against it. And you borrow. You mint a stable coin. It's called VUSD. And then if you're going to go and try and earn yield with that leverage, what you do is you pair that stable coin up with a second stable coin. Either, oh, darn it. Hold on. I'm getting somebody's telling me the slides aren't moving. So how about this? If I go with this idea, can we see them now? Checking. Is that going to work better? So anyway, we got strategy 4. This is Vault 369. I'm hoping you guys see this, since the slideshow did not work. So 369, you take your stable coins, you pair them up, and you start earning a yield. And what you do is you get a PLP token. You take the PLP token, you put it in the stability pool, and you start earning DEX fees. You earn Vault token fees, and you get liquidation gains. So a strategy you may be familiar with, or a platform similar to this, would be something like a Liquid Loans. With Liquid Loans, you use Pulse as your collateral. With Vault 369, you have the option to use ProveX as your collateral. So then we're going to jump to the next slide here. Strategy 5. again, this is the FUX pools. And with the FUX pools, what you're looking at here is, those other pools had you needed a $500 worth of ProveX and $500 worth of DAI. You need a second collateral. With this one here, what you're looking at is you have the option to come in with just one token, but what's going to happen is that token is going to be split up and sold into 3 or 4 tokens, or you have the option of coming in with 4 tokens. I can imagine that on FUX that there will be a strategy where it's, okay, you come in with ProveX and the cores, Pulse, PulseX, and HEX. So maybe the pool has 4 different tokens in it. So you arrive over at the FUX pool and you say, okay, I want to earn a yield on my ProveX tokens. And they have a zapper function that you have access to. You can show up with just PulseX and they will redistribute those into the balance of tokens you need. Maybe you need 70% ProveX, 10% Pulse, 10% HEX, 10% PulseX. It'll do the swapping for you. I would prefer to actually go in and do the balancing myself. I think you get a little better order execution on that. But again, just one of those options you have there. If you want simplicity, the zapper function within FUX pools will do that for you. And again, it's one of those things where you just monitor your liquidity. You put your ProveX tokens in and you start checking yours, like, hey, if I remove my liquidity, what's my inventory look like? But there's a claimable button on this where you get to claim your yield. Plus, my guess is that they will have the FUX token as an incentive token. So, it's like, okay, they strap on this emission token. It's like, okay, you're participating in our pools. Not only will you get the yield from the fees of all the volume that goes through, we're going to give you a secondary token called the FUX token to accentuate your participation here. Just say thank you and improve your yield. And then with that, we jump over to strategy number 6. And this is my personal favorite. I've done them all, and if you want to know more about these, you're going to come find me. But LPX pool, what's going to happen within the LPX ecosystem, and that's the ecosystem that we personally built. But you take your ProveX tokens and you get to enter single-sided on this. You have the option. You don't have to come in single-sided, but you can come in single-sided token only. What's going to happen is you're going to deposit your ProveX tokens into probably the ProveX DAI LPX. We're going to throw a public pool up there. And again, you get to go in there and you play the monitor game. Okay, if I remove my liquidity, how much do I have? What's it look like? And what you're typically going to see within the LPX system is as you check your liquidity, you're going to see there's more ProveX and there's a stack of DAI. And there's a claimable button that you can go hit claim on. And if you hit the claim yield button, you will see that your yield is in DAI. Now, that's the reason I like LPX a lot. On the other ones, my yield would come at me in various forms, but I like receiving a yield in DAI. It allows me to take that DAI, and if the price of a token happens to be down that I like, I can say, hey, I'm going to take my DAI, and I will go acquire more of the token I want. So having a yield in DAI is very nice. LPX is it's out there as one of the 6 strategies. We have 6 strategies that we presented to you. V1, V2, V3 liquidity. We showed you how to use leverage using Vault 369. We showed you how to use the FUX protocol, which is it's a fork of the balancer protocol that's over on Ethereum, but they brought it over to PulseChain. And the yields in there are pretty nice. And then we have LPX, which is the protocol that allows you to come in pretty much single-sided. Now, with the other 5 strategies, your tokens are on the market. They're out there. The inventory's out there. With LPX, your inventory is not on the market. It's sitting in a smart contract. And when a profitable trade opportunity shows up, it moves into action and it starts trying to make a profitable trade for you. So what we're talking about here today is making your ProveX tokens work for you. Now, I'm a retired mathematician, and I hang out over in the Telegram room that you see here at the bottom of the slide, tg.plusx.app. If you want to know more about any of these liquidity options that you have in order to earn yield on your ProveX, come find me. More than willing to help you. Been an educator, as an educator for over 35 years. So helping people is what I tend to do. And we're looking at trying to get you to take your ProveX tokens, and instead of having seller's remorse because you sell on the first pump, it's like, hey, can I put these tokens to work? And I can tell you that as a community of token holders in PulseChain, we've watched our tokens go down. But if you're earning a yield on those, that compounds over time. We have a We have plenty of options within PulseChain to earn a yield and get the tokens you love working for you. And I think some people miss out on that opportunity. They say, oh, I just got to be a holder. All I'm going to do is hold these tokens, and that's the end game for me. And I'm just going to wait for X's. Well, if you're putting those tokens to work, your psychology improves a hell of a lot. I can tell you from experience that I'm watching my token count grow, and I'm also stacking DAI on the side so that I can take advantage of opportunities when the price dips. I think that's the best use of your tokens. So with that, I don't know if our good friend is around here. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
There you go. I'm sorry that the slideshow didn't work out perfectly. I thought it was going pretty good, but then I was informed by my side chat over here. It's like, hey, your slides aren't moving. So hopefully that works out for everybody. Any questions, RH, about the 6 strategies we presented here?
I think, you guys are definitely the ones to go over a lot of different strategies. I know we talked about LPX before on the show, and if anyone wants to check that out, just type in RHMax, LPX, or strategies or otherwise. But no questions. Thanks for. I'm excited to see the token launch so we can start utilizing some of the stuff. But
absolutely, I'd love to see that platform because I'm looking at this dip and I'm thinking, man, I want to onboard a little bit more money. Man, wouldn't it be nice if I had ProveX right now?
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
good stuff, Dave.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you later.
All
right. Yield strategy. Let's get tokens. Let's get the token. We can do yield strategies. We can see the LP. We can see the price go up and down. Man, anytime. We'll see. Just quote 2 more weeks. But that's awesome. I'm glad that we have so many different projects and people and content. I mean, there's no shortage of information. If you want to know how to do DeFi stuff, we've got a ton of different content. GoRealDeFi.com. I have links to all kinds of different technical deep dives and tutorials and walkthroughs, and a ton of people in the community have made a lot of content around it too. So a lot of yield DeFi. Let's make yield great again, especially when the favorable market conditions, all that fun stuff. So I'm excited. But I'm also very excited to have the What the Hex guys here and see what they want to talk about. Let's go.
What the heck? What the heck? We're back again. Clicked in. Same crew. Same friends. What the heck? What the heck?
What the heck's you guys talking about?
heck?
Where's Peter?
What?
And where's Peter?
Peter
No.
was here.
No, we're canceling the slot. We're canceling.
Peter was here, but chickened out again.
Canceled. Instead of me canceling the conference, I'm going to cancel the What the Heck slot without Peter. That's
technical.
Look, we wouldn't be
difficulties.
the 3 stooges of the community with 4 stooges.
Oh, wait,
Exactly.
wait, Peter is here, Papa. Peter is here. Sad clown.
Is that a picture of Peter?
Wah, wah.
All right. We won't cancel the panel, but we will miss Peter.
We
How's that?
do
Always.
miss Peter.
That's
That's
fair.
right.
Always.
fair.
And you said that we have no shortage of information. Well, this segment is a shortage of information.
Whole lot of
I'm
nothing.
excited to see how you can short the information.
We'll
go.
put in a big
Well,
short.
Why am I in
Definitely
DJ? I'm in DJ slot, so
Yeah.
I belong
What
in
happened?
the.
I don't know how to do
All
that.
of the
Do the
shit.
things. Is
Thank
that a
you.
thing? Okay. I
There
get
we
it.
go.
Okay.
So
I
I
literally
can
never used that button. I'm like, I can drag and drop, right? Okay.
I'm fine
Yes,
right where I'm at.
I'm not going to help you have any shortage of information, so I'll drop off. But you guys have fun.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
man.
Nice.
See
Thank you,
you at about,
RHMax.
see you as long as you can go at maximum 1 hour or
Okay, cool.
A shortage.
I gotta.
Damn, 1 hour. We were planning
Wow.
on 30 minutes.
Wow. God,
If-
we were struggling to figure out how to fill 30 minutes.
If
30
at all,
minutes.
because the information is scarce. Welcome everybody, and shout out to RHMax for putting on this conference. People they hate us for saying, why are we doing a conference when the token isn't out yet, the project isn't out yet? We've done that before,
Of course.
with PulseCon, pun
Twice.
intended.
2 years of that. Celebrating
it's-
a sacrifice.
We're early
So
adopters,
we-
super early.
Early adopters, we all sacrifice. We're keeping the dream alive. We have to do this marketing. But great presentation just now by LPX, which I'm actually using. I can as a guinea pig put myself out there. I'm using
Well,
also
hamster.
their guinea hamster, exactly.
Guinea hamster.
I'm using their Validator X protocol, which is virtual validating, not like you guys is here. You are like actually validating, as far as I know, or last time I heard. But I'm virtually validating, and you can set that shit up with them that a certain percentage of the pulse that you earn auto buys another token that you might like. So you could say, put 30% of all the validator yields in auto buying HEX, for example. Toby,
I say yes. I say no. Hey, God bless him. I hope everything.
And that's
works
great.
well.
It works.
I am dyed in the wool. No third parties. For me, it's I mean, call me a maxi. Call me the worst thing you can think of. I trust Richard Hart products. I think they have operated flawlessly as promised. That is what I interact with, and it's not that hard to validate on your own. I mean, I've been doing it since we launched. You are in control and no one else is, and you're not at the mercy of anything going sideways, malicious or otherwise. I mean, maybe there's just a bug in somebody's code, whatever. I'm not disparaging what these guys are doing. It seems to all be working wonderfully.
It seems so far to be working. I'm doing it for like 10 months now, no issues. But yeah, it's of course a little bit of third-party risk. Yeah.
I've been validating for 500 and something days. Toby, I think you've been validating for more.
Pretty much almost, I think,
1,000 days.
Almost 1,000.
Because we're celebrating
like
1,000 days of PulseChain.
I'm really happy with it. And shout out to David Feeder for providing quality code, and RHMax too.
Gamma
provides his own Gamma. All these people have built beautiful stuff, and it's free to use. It's it's open source. You can audit it yourself. You can send it off to whatever you want. Flawless uptime for me. I've been very, very happy with it. The only downtime that you may see, the risks are you need backup power if you live in a place that gets blackouts. You need, I've got redundant internet connections, even though it doesn't seem so on the show when I drop out all the time. But I do for the validators, and it is a joy to be validating. So thank you, Toby, for all the hand holding.
Heats the room, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Heats up in winter.
A lot of great support from very smart people that have put the tools out there to make it very simple to be a validator. To me, it's been the best thing I've done, quite frankly. I mean, even through the bear market, it's like at least I'm still earning, more pulse every day. Kind of like the HEX staking when, the yields were better. But still, even on my old stakes, it's like we're earning, I'm making more HEX every day. I know staking now, it's like the yields are a little lower. That could all change, right? We've talked about that. The OA staking behavior could change, and those T-share payouts per day could change. Very much like the Fed with the quantitative easing and tightening. Very easy to, he tightened it down. So there's not as much inflation out there for the rolling stakers and the other people that were dumping. I think it's worked wonderfully. It's been, a year since that happened?
March.
And,
oh my gosh, has it been that long?
Yeah, I think we would have had a lot more sell pressure had he not done that. So, I mean, although it was, like a hard, bitter pill to swallow to a degree, I think it was
hard pill to swallow.
A jagged little pill.
A hard sausage to swallow.
So as you can see, we are the What the Hex show.
Now, if I had the Fu Manchu, you can make those kind of jokes, but I got the full man
friendly
here.
Crypto podcast. We're on every Thursday around this time, pretty much, on YouTube. You can also find us on Spotify. We're just, it's a show for the community, by the community. We're just trying to get the word out about the Richard Hart ecosystem. Toby, a quick update on
DJ, about
market
the
recovery.
show.
Why are you interrupting my flow? God damn it!
That's the way the show works. Because you're on topic.
Calm down.
You're on topic. Yesterday, did you not notice that our guest said, "Hey, I like your stuff. I didn't know it was a regular thing."
Yeah,
we had 151 chances for you to notice that we're on every Thursday,
which is more than 3 years. And before that, we were on Thursdays with Wake Up Hacks for another year.
2.5 more years. Yeah, whatever.
So yeah, please come through. And we need every viewer that we can get, so we're always on Thursdays. Market recovery, because yesterday was like all hell broke loose. Jesus
Yes.
Christ. And people were saying, some internet people said, this is the worst it's ever been and the fastest drop and craziest drop Bitcoin has ever done. But now today,
skirts went over faces and people were running right off the cliff.
right for the mountains. And today,
Pulling
it's
out
like nothing
hair.
happened. We're back up in the 70s now. Ethereum recovers a bit slower than Bitcoin, but it does.
Toby for his amazing chart ability and insight on how it would go down exactly to the T.
If you watched the show yesterday, obviously I gave, the bear case if we fell below support, what potentially could occur. But, I pointed out pretty much on every chart, including the core token charts, that we were squarely on support at the time of our show about 24 hours ago. And I was showing that those should be levels that would be strong support. And lo and behold, we made major recoveries on it. Ethereum dipped a little bit after the stream, which I called it could go down to touch the bottom of its channel. It was a little bit front run. Same with Bitcoin. I think we were around 61,000 during the stream. I said, that it could dip down to around 60,000. It hit almost to the tick and reversed all the way to the bottom of its big white channel. For you that have followed along with our TA segment, would have been about 55,000, which was really strong support. But I warned people, hey, this could be front run. So, if you're waiting to buy lower, I'm like, you might have an opportunity, but watch out. And lo and behold, it got front run. It did a V-shaped recovery, went up like 17, 18% over the last 24 hours. So those are all really good things. Hopefully not dead cat bounces. We'll see how the macro improves. And I think that and there's actually a streamer that SuperHex Win quote posted yesterday on X that previously had the last time he had done a TA segment on HEX, it went apeshit. And he's calling for us to be on the verge of a super breakout. I believe I'll have to find his handle, but definitely worth a watch. Short video. It's only like 18 minutes, but some pretty good TA.
What's the difference between a super breakout, a super extra breakout, a super extra mega breakout,
super duper extra mega
breakout?
Well, ultimately, what we would really all love is the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious breakout. If we could get that, Katie bar the door. We're all-time highs, easy, right?
Yeah, I'm going to get a nosebleed. It's going to be so quick. Yeah,
right. So there are levels. There are levels to this. But yeah, a super breakout apparently is like a big breakout. So he's expecting a pretty big breakout. Soon.
Mega, maybe even
mega ultra breakout. It could be.
Well, we've been at all-time lows here. Added another 0 to both PulseX and Pulse yesterday.
Bite your tongue. You can always go lower.
The angry hamster.
It's about
shows
time.
himself.
It's about time we get moving, you guys. So ProveX. This is the ProveX conference. What does it mean to you? If I can go first, there is this nice article written by the Zero Proof guys. Veritia is a bit of a tongue twister. Veritia Thalassa, I believe is the name. She's from the UK. She's written a very nice article about the functionality of ProveX. And I just want to say that from the start with this ecosystem and Richard Hart, it has always been about removing the middleman. Like that has always been like the pet peeve, how HEX, it was birthed out of these scandals with BitConnect. Hey, give us your Bitcoin. We trade for you and you get a percentage of the year. We have a bot running that does all the trading. Turned out they never even had a bot. They had nothing. They had just a fake nice interface. And then later on with what's this guy who they stopped at the airport, forgetting the name already, where again you had to give them your crypto to earn yield. And that's with seeing all that crash and go down. That's how HEX was launched, where you can earn yield in a trustless fashion.
Celsius, isn't it?
Celsius, that's the one. Thank you.
Yeah.
He was trying to get on the
one of my tribesmen, but don't hold it against me, okay?
He was trying to get on an airplane at New Jersey airport, and then two guys in suits and dark sunglasses.
I'm glad they got him. String him up.
You want to come with us, please, sir? And that was.
But I must flee to. Where was he trying to get to? Israel? Great. That's a good look for my people.
And
Richard Hart told him to his name, to his face in the Randuna show, your shit is gonna, you're a scammer, and it's gonna
roll the clip.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing that,
roll the clip, and that's what happened, right?
Yes. The thing that gave me pause is on the front page of their website. If you ever went to the Celsius website back in the day, literally in big bold letters, it said, "Trust me, bro."
And BitConnect had a pyramid as their company logo. Like how obvious, right? No, so that's what always has been one of the principles here with HEX and everything that we do, that as little as no middleman as possible. So you stake your HEX, you earn your yield, but you're doing it all within the comfort of your own wallet. You don't have to give your coins. You have to trust the code and have to trust the system, yes, but you're always in control of your keys and your funds. And ProveX, I think, is now another level, another elevation to that now, where we're transferring goods and services. Like I'm buying a car, the other person makes the payment, and then the ProveX mechanism in a trustless fashion without going through a bank or a broker or a car dealership or a real estate person. You do that on the blockchain and make use of, as good as possible, of the blockchain, what it's intended for. That's like what it says to me. And we're early investors. We're also here trying to make some money. So I think the tokenomics are also a very positive point, because not too many people took part in that sacrifice, contrary to the sacrifices of Pulse and PulseX went, where it was billions and millions and millions of funds and people. I think this has a great chance of performing well if the surrounding, market conditions align. What do you think, Papa B?
I could be wrong, because I often am, but it seems to me like this was it's a missing or untapped layer that combines kind of authentication and verification layers in one, which is a great boon and benefit to everybody out there, because already the blockchain has this kind of element of asymmetric key exchange that cannot be in any way, shape, or form penetrated or unlocked without a certain, it's like a VPN pipe almost that authenticates on one side and then
with privacy, right? Because if I send you something direct, you would then be able to scoop around in my wallet and see what other stuff I'm into, which that adds a level
there's
of
privacy. So there's look, and I'll let me say this though.
What the heck?
I've sold security and privacy before, and I'm telling you that privacy is a nice to have, but security is a need to have. So I think that if you can combine the two, then you've got a winning solution, because privacy could be a buzzword or a catchphrase or whatever in the current, socioeconomic climate and geopolitical tensions and shit. And the fact that everybody in our community and beyond and three-letter agencies will be wallet watching what you're doing. What a nice combination. And I think Richard was really smart. Well, yet again, really smart to package this up in something that he saw that exists, but maybe one-up it with a little bit of tweaking and then roll it out with a great logo that brings visibility into the rest of the things that he has created. What a great benefit for us. And if that can also, be paired with a smaller footprint in terms of investment or sacrifice, which is disjointed investment, we can say, or participation, then he can really have a win on the board, as we say, right? And everyone can be really interested in that type of thing, because it's a very useful freaking, pair of scissors that everybody needs. That's my 2 cents. Again, that's pretty much all I know about it, but I'm very excited about it. And I like this background logo, which shows a blue streak of lightning plus a purple streak of lightning. And as you know, when lightning crosses, there's mega lightning, and
don't cross really the streams.
Yes, don't cross the streams, as they say in Ghostbusters. Yes.
I had to flip it around because it's like I like the blue lightning going up and to the right. right? So
Yes,
the mirroring is throwing me off a little bit. But I mean, very much like Papa, it's like, I mean, there are a lot of unknowns about, exactly, when the token's coming out, like, what the actual interface is going to be, like all those things, which I think is exciting. I mean, obviously it's coming. Richard's not let us down yet with anything that he said that he's going to produce. He has. I really like the idea of the privacy, of course. Not only can someone else dig around in your wallet if you send them something, anyone can dig around in your wallet because they can just go look and see what transactions you've made. Where this, puts it in a pipe, a silo, whatever you want to call it, to where, no one can see it but the two parties that are involved, which I think is brilliant. And if you notice, Richard is a bit of a thought leader, right? So like the L2 talk lately with even Vitalik coming out and kind of starting to back off the L2 things. Richard's been beating that drum forever. That was a bad move for Ethereum. It's proven out. And now finally, even Vitalik's coming around to see that has been an issue. Privacy, Vitalik, you see him talking about that after, he was really, hammering down on it after the ProveX stuff started to be talked about. So he's being paid attention to, right? It's like the guys that know, the smart people in the room, so to speak, pay attention to what Richard has to say. I would love to see him on some podcasts just as part of a panel to put himself out there more, not to necessarily shill anything that he's done or created. And I know that would be hard because he is a great marketer of his stuff.
Please chill.
But just to put his knowledge out there, because I think then, just like when I first found him, it was his intelligence and his intellect. It wasn't a particular coin. He wasn't even talking about HEX yet when I first found him. I was just drawn by, dude, this guy seems legit, and he absolutely knows what he's talking about. And then I wanted more, so then I dug in, and then next thing you know, I hear him start talking about Bitcoin HEX. And then I joined the Telegram, and the rest is history. I think the same thing would happen just if he was out there more. I would love to see him on some panels of talking heads about, the state of crypto. And I think he could move the ball. When he's ready to do that is entirely up to him. I know that there was recently some talk, and we touched on this. You guys touched on this yesterday with the Interpol thing, where one of the charges dropped back off. If you look at that, there are 6,468 Interpol red notices. There is only one person that's on there for the tax
stuff.
Thing.
Yeah, but since that charge dropped, I think they're working on
I think it's in short order. I mean, yeah, I think that's a really good indication. And personally, I've always felt like, hey, if I was in that position, I don't know how public I'd want to make myself either. He's been very active on X, which I think has been a blessing. Maybe more so than even his attorneys would like. But he has done that to stay in touch with the community. I know he's caught a lot of flack for not being more, present in videos and such. But the other thing too, just from being around for a while, who wants to go out there during a bear market when most of the people are just going to shit on you, right? So it's like, I get how, he's waiting for a win, like Papa was just saying. And ProveX could be that win. So, you get a good looking chart, you get some buzz around it. People are talking about what it's about. A lot of people like to speculate that the OA funds and the SAC funds could be used to pump PulseChain. I think what I've immediately thought about with ProveX is like, this is a way to get rid of sell pressure. And what I mean by that, and everyone I've said it to is like, oh yeah, it's like if you have people that
speculation warning, everyone.
Speculation warning.
Yeah, do your own research, no financial
speculation.
advice.
Do your own research, but I mean, it's all speculation, right? We're all guessing what's coming next. But I mean, it could be that if I'm for anyone, not just the SAC funds, but anybody that wants to get in and not push the price against themselves, gets in contact with someone who's an obvious extractor, someone who's obviously happy to sell at whatever price, and say, hey, you're pushing the price against you to the downside. I don't want to push the price against me to the upside. Let's make a deal. And guess what? There's this thing ProveX to where nobody knows the wiser. I get the tokens from you. You get the money from me. Nobody knows about it. You can walk on down the road and no longer be sell pressure and negative influence on the space. And
virtual
I can
OTC,
be
yeah,
a virtual OTC. So I think that that is something that would be really interesting to see if some of these perpetual dumpers kind of just start to disappear. Once ProveX is out there and people are using it, and we won't know because it's private. But hey, it would be reflected in the price chart because the price only goes up when you have more buyers and sellers. So that would be a way to get rid of some sell pressure.
I think the tokenomics look great. I think Buck Fiat, who's managing one of the big pools within the sacrifice, he explained this in long on Cabana Crypto's show that not many people took part, and then the African priest stepped in the last, in the last day, which ensured that 98% of the supply are still in good hands. And I think it's only really very little that is in community hands. And that, again, is broken down and split by a few thousand people. So there, as you just said, there shouldn't be that much sell pressure. And if so, I think there is a better chance to deal with that than the other projects on PulseChain, which are very
itself.
heavy.
Yeah, with ProveX itself, because of some of those bigger bag holders of the ProveX airdrop, proved to be ready to just dump and get out. You could use ProveX to get out and not push the price down, because I'm sure there's people and maybe
which could happen too, but maybe not as terrible. Yeah.
Right.
And Richard,
sorry.
Richard timed. That's what I also wanted to say. Timed the sacrifice again, thinking about that carnage we had in the market yesterday's. Because I didn't sell HEX or Pulse to sacrifice for ProveX. I brought in some other crypto that I had, but at kind of the market top value. So similar to, the other two sacrifices, he managed again to kind of safeguard some of that value within the ProveX sacrifice before the whole market crashed in the last 2 days. So that is another positive thing about this.
What do we think about the multi-chain aspect potentially of this thing, or the fact that it could be released on PulseChain or elsewhere? What do you guys think about that? Because I haven't heard a lot of talk about that, other than I think Richard didn't he ask, what chain would you launch this on?
He hinted at enticing people on other chain through the protocol to come. I think, and I hope it will run on PulseChain, but I think other crypto, maybe you can use them as a payment method, other chains, coins as a sort of the value, but the transaction happening through ProveX on PulseChain kind of.
Could you imagine
we don't know.
What if there's a lack of a bridge anymore because it's through a secure tunnel that actually traverses different chains? Am I asking for too much, or is there something that does that already? There would need to be wrapped pools somehow to do with it, or maybe Richard's solved that problem. Well, am I asking too much? Probably so. I don't know.
It's a fork of the ZK Snark protocol. So if that does it,
ZKZX,
yeah.
Well, and if we're going down speculation alley, it's like there are copies of everything that was on Ethereum as of May 13th, 2023 over on PulseChain. So how wild would it be if it was airdropped on Ethereum and on PulseChain? And then maybe there's some bonding there that kind of helps facilitate some activity over, come on over to ProveX on PulseChain. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of different things that can be done with liquidity and pairing that can entice people into participating on PulseChain and seeing the benefit of it, especially with the aforementioned stuff about L2s kind of falling out of favor. Well, what's your other option? Open another McDonald's, right? Make more lanes on the same kind of highway. Ethereum is tried and true. We are a copy of Ethereum. It seems like a no-brainer that if there's going to be less impetus on L2s, that there's going to be more need for another option as an L1. And I mean, I can't imagine anything better than Ethereum, or even close to Ethereum, and we're a copy of it.
Do you think that, so back to the whole L2 thing, the realization, I imagine Vitalik is kind of like Sir Alec Guinness at the end of Bridge Over the River Kwai when he says, "My God, what have I done?" And he falls back on the plunger and the whole thing explodes. Tell me, he's been feeding the L2s effectively, virtually cheap Ethereum the whole time, which has been hammering the price of Ethereum. So can that be turned off? Or is he hinting at that ratcheting up? Or that's what Richard was hoping he would come to the realization, right? And stop that stupidity so that the price of Ethereum wouldn't get hammered down because these guys are getting it at a discount and then dumping it, right?
Right. I'd imagine there's some sort of valve that he has control over with that. I would assume. I mean, I haven't dug into it enough. There's people more educated than I that could maybe speak to that.
The Ethereum price performance the past 2 years is an absolute mystery to me, because they say that now 30% of the supply is being staked away. Then you think about how much is lost. Like in Bitcoin, they say 4 million of Bitcoin is lost. I'm sure that's a lot of Ethereum lost as well, and wallets that people, didn't take care of their private keys enough. So there shouldn't actually be that much left on the market, but still it's not really moving. So this is really bizarre, and I've never really understood why Ethereum is not pumping crazy.
Well, the foundation itself is.
And foundation is dumping.
They just sold what, $6.7 billion worth.
Crazy.
It's like there's another 3 times that.
That's not helping, obviously, and it's not the first time. Like they're doing.
I think it could be part of his frustration too, because it's like he's wanting to do that to finance other, expansion of Ethereum, privacy and whatnot, as he said. So I'm sure he would like the price to be higher too. So I wonder how much of his frustration with the price itself is like, dude, if I sold 3,000 Ethereum and the price was twice this, I'd have got 13 billion, 14 billion, not 6.7.
Feels like rage dumping
stuff.
Somehow, I don't think Vitalik, being the alien life form that he is, really kind of comprehends what money is. I think he's just like in this for, the network and the utilization. He wants to see his goodies do things. If he had a strategy to make that a very valuable speculative asset, I think he would have consulted with Richard, because Richard's been shouting from the rooftops how to do it, and he seems to just be like, whatever, man. I'm gonna laugh about how I'm no longer a billionaire. Lol. It's like you don't broadcast these, or we all watch the Ethereum fund. Wouldn't it be funny if the African priest holds more Ethereum than the foundation does? I think that's going to happen.
This rate.
Speaking of the African priest, in closing, I wanted to touch on Quattrocinco HEX staking real quick before they throw us out here. I have, and I was inspired to do so by Crispy Man. Shout out to Hexfire. You need to check out
Crispy.
his streams on YouTube. I started fresh Quattrocincos again this year, and I think the name, I want to hear you guys' opinion.
You guys'
I think the name of the game is to outstake the OA. I think this is what we all should be doing right now, because we know that that started March a year ago. So the first OA stake, it was staked half of the OA supply for Quattrocinco, or 40%, and 60% was split up in 10 annual massive stakes. The first one is due in March, like a good month and a half from now. So we're going to see if that just gets unstaked and be done with it, or if that gets rolled. That's one of the big events we're all looking out for. But it started a year ago. It was done a year ago. So any stake Quattrocinco that you started after that, or especially now, would in essence outstake the OA. And then there are two scenarios. So let's say the OA actually completes their full 50-year stakes and then gets out
15.
And you can imagine the payout per T-share for that last year, which is what you would benefit from if you start a Quattrocinco now. That has to be absolutely insane, thinking about the T-share rate. Or scenario number 2, those stakes get emergency and staked at some point during the next 15 years. You would also benefit greatly just by having T-shares in that pool. So I think that is not something to sleep on, and I think many people do. What do you guys think?
I think in another 15 years, I'll be lucky
in my 70s.
if I can pee and poop by myself.
But it's about the game, Papa B. It's about the game.
It's about the game, yeah. Say, hey, grandkids, guess what I got you? And they'll say, who are you? Yeah, fuck my kids, fuck my grandkids.
If the longevity research comes along, then absolutely.
Yeah.
But
yeah, where's that? Yes.
For me personally, but I think I mean, mathematically, that seems sound. Also, with the stakes that you mentioned that were annual, that could be equated to, the quantitative easing tightening schedule, right, of the Fed.
Yes.
When they're cutting rates or raising rates. So, I mean, that would, just by not staking it, that could make it a little more enticing for people to start staking again, which takes more supply off the market, which is, good for price performance for liquid holders. So yeah, it's the yin and yang of staking versus unstaked. And if he can incentivize staking by not restaking those at opportune times, maybe this isn't the time, maybe waits for the next one. As we've speculated before, maybe there's little bonuses where he can, pull the escape hatch quicker and do an emergency in stake. Then there's not only a bonus sprinkled out to everyone, but it also does the same as just not restaking. It's gonna, ratchet up that interest rate, that APY for people. So yeah, I mean, it's like there's a lot of moving parts there. He's got a lot of levers that are at his disposal to help realize his dream and his path toward glory. And I'm happy to be along for the ride.
I just had an idea. You just inspired
thought.
me. Yes. A shower thought. I wasn't even showering, nor do I, by the way.
With the hat on.
With the hat on. So check this out.
Bubble
what
bath.
if somebody, and we should consult Crispy Man for this one. What if the early end stake or the early end stake of one of those big blocks in a March annually, if that were to be taken off, it would give everyone just a little bonus that would equate the amount of lost time while that OA block was available. Wouldn't that be amazing if it was a true lock in your things and you won't get penalized overall, and the numbers, the maths, and you really didn't lose out on anything if you believed for that amount of time? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Very possible. Yeah. Good shower thought there, sir.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
but that's a Crispy Man question.
That's a Crispy Man question. No, but I'm saying if people who are watching now saying ProveX, I don't know if will that really work? Will it ever come out? Like, is 2 more weeks?
2 more weeks.
Will it kick off? But what we can say as the HEX team here of this community, that there is another product called HEX that has in fact 6 years of flawless uptime on this finished product. It just works. There are no updates.
Are you talking about the HEX token again?
Shameless
ProveX conference.
You guys can check that out. So you said we can't talk about core tokens.
Hey, it all started with HEX.
I'm glad I'm in a position with all the. I'm reading the chats down here.
You're reading the chat now.
I'm trying to click them, but they don't click.
You get the augmented glasses.
Yes.
You should check in with chat. That's true.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat. We got about 1,000 people watching live right now across all the channels. So that's pretty cool. Thank you guys for tuning in, supporting this. Share the link out.
And don't forget to tune in to What the Hex on Thursdays. God damn it.
3 p.m.
Oh, can I show one more thing, RHMax?
Nice. Yeah.
On Monday, this coming Monday, on February the 9th, I will take this community viral. I've secured a 8-hour-long streaming position on the Twitch front page, which is crazy. I worked 5 years to get to this point, and we're going to show HEX and PulseChain and all that stuff. It's going to be a music show. You just click my link here, djcryptomatic.com. I registered this domain just for that stream. So you go on to that, and you're right in the Twitch channel this coming Monday, starting 10 a.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Usually when you're on Twitch on the front page, you get tens of thousands of people tuning in from all walks of life. And I need you guys to support in the chat, talk to the people, chill on board, be friendly with everybody. Let's make this a thing. This could be the biggest live stream this community has ever had in all this year. So that's happening on Monday.
Awesome.
Yes,
sir.
And I hear over 8 hours, you take requests, and I will be there to shout from the rooftops, play Lawrence Welk. Thank you.
That's it. It will be a music show, so it's not necessarily all crypto, but we'll make it crypto, So
nice.
Yeah.
Next Monday,
tables, right?
You sing
yeah,
the
everything.
answers.
We do it live.
What did DJs even do?
Yeah, exactly. Do. But thank you, Max, for having us on. This is,
thanks, Max.
Thank you all. We miss
Thanks,
you, Peter.
man. Good work.
Bye,
Putting on the
Peter.
conference.
See you
We
next
miss
week,
Peter. Yeah.
Thanks,
Peter
Toby,
petered out.
DJ, Papa.
Yes.
Boom. Come back for the debate panel or community panel if you guys want to too. Everyone, it's open. So you guys want to come back?
I'm old and tired. I'm going to go sleep. Maybe have a nosh.
That's
Maybe,
fair.
All right.
Perhaps.
Thank you
That
very
works
much.
too.
Max.
That works too. Either way. All right. Thanks, guys.
Toby will represent us on the debate panel.
He's
our
not making any
representative.
promises. I got stuff to do today yet. So,
With the mustache.
Let's go.
Definitely-
Let's go.
definitely-
We need to know. Let's go.
I'm against it. Whatever
What the
it
heck?
is.
Speaking of let's go. Crypto King. Here we go. See you guys.
See you guys.
Years old, already reading fast. Gifted school couldn't hold him back. Special program, logic and code. Humble roots, but a genius mode. Dad fixed AC, delivered the news. Taught him to hustle, never to lose. Car stereo business, teenage dreams. Online platforms, building schemes. AC company, adult store too. Browser optimization, revenue flew. 60 million yearly, success so sweet. Semi-retired, but never complete. Reddit showed them Bitcoins like blockchain future burning bright. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. HEX and PulseChain, that's how he rolls. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene. Building tomorrow with blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. First blockchain CD, HEX was born. High returns while others were torn. PulseChain launch, eco-friendly way. PulseX exchange, a brand new day. 27 million for research and health. Longevity research benefited from his wealth. Inspired the millions to break their chains. Financial freedom, healthy gains. Fighting scams with all his might. Protecting users, shining light. And safe came knocking at his door. But he fought back and won the war. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. Hey, HEX and Pulse, crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene, building tomorrow with blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. Red notice came from Interpol's call. Finished claims, trying to make them fall. Tax fraud allegations, assault they say, but the system's broken. Games they play, business rivals using legal schemes. Crushing innovators, killing dreams. If haters wanted to get me down, they'd raise more than my 27 million crowns. Diamonds worth millions, watches and cars. DC allegations reach for the stars, but he denied it all. Stood his ground, blockchain freedom, that's what he found. Won in court, they didn't appeal. Justice served, victory real. Ecosystem vision, wallet and all. Independent blockchain standing tall. Bitcoin and Ethereum left behind. Community value, peace of mind. Richard Hart, he's taking control. Revolutionary leader, that's his role. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Second crypto wave, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? Controversial king, sparking debates. Freedom he brings. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto's future, he's the takeover. Pivotal figure in digital space. Influential leader, setting the pace. Building community, advocacy strong. Richard Hart's story, the crypto song. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Don't look at me, I'm a ghost in the street with a red notice.
Neil for T-shares, how's it going, man?
Pretty good, Max. Appreciate you having me on. So, crypto macros, huh? That's what we're going to talk about.
Are you going to tell us about how it's all going to get so much better so quickly?
I wish. I'm not the bearer of bad news, but I'm a realist, and I'm looking at the macro on a global liquidity scale, that's kind of the point of this, because that affects all of crypto. That gives you crypto macros right there, and that's kind of where we're at in the market. If you don't understand that, you're really not. It's not about hopium. We can all hope what we want, but in the day, though, global liquidity is, and the global debt is driving all these risk-on assets, including crypto. And so I do have one chart I will share a little bit toward the end, but I'll kind of go through this whole thing. I got as concise as possible, but right now, yesterday was a bad day. Everybody knows the chart was terrible, and we bounced back last night, this morning. It was nice to see that bounce back, but right now there's a lot of factors involved in why we're down, and it's not just because of the cycle or whatever. All those things are true in some sense. You can see, if you zoom out on a Bitcoin chart, things are happening like they typically do. We understand that, but to say that, we're going to turn around overnight or have a big green candle tomorrow is probably not going to happen. And this is why. The global liquidity is under pressure right now. Meaning it's not sustainable at the rate it's at, and it needs to go up, and it will go up, though the macro factors that affect it going up are varied, and it starts in the East with China and Japan. And remember a couple weeks ago, the big scare about Japanese bonds and stuff like that. That's part of the issues. We are all interdependent nations, and the global economies buying and selling and trading debt is part of this issue. Right now, though, because where we are, the trend usually is for investors and investment class is they're going to start purchasing crypto at these lower rates. And this is probably why we had that bounce back last night, is now's the accumulation phase. Now, does this mean we're going to go up into the moon? No, but we'll probably end up chopping sideways, maybe taking a dip, especially if we have some strain on the global economies. Now, Japan is suffering from what it's having from the past, because it printed a lot of money in the past, just as we did ourselves. In 2008, the U.S. went through its QE during the housing crisis, and we printed a lot of dollars. And so in doing so, we devalued the dollar during 2008 time, because that was a big issue. But we added liquidity, and we ended up forcing down our debt liquidity ratio nationwide. Well, Japan did the same thing years ago, and now they're having to deal with that result of that action. And this is what happens with these cycles: is this debt liquidity issue is what we run into. And so Japan is now doing what they're doing, and China is about 15 years behind them with their own debt liquidity ratios and issues. And they're having to act now in order to prevent even further problems. And so they're having to deal with this in a different way. So what you see now is China is in a position that it's going to need to print more money to correct where it's at going forward. In the last 12 months, China printed China utilized $1.1 trillion US dollars into their own, and they took those US dollars as a form of debt and all, injected into their own financial markets. And so that is what was causing, this toward the end a lot more, the yuan gold price to go up, which in turn then affected the global market, and the gold price go up just last week or a week and a half, and it shot up to all-time highs in US dollar terms. And so if you think about the buying power and the devaluation of the dollar in the past, like right around before COVID, what the gold price was around 1,800, 2,000, something like that, if I recall correctly, and it's now in a $40-something $100 range. But we printed so many more dollars since then. So think about the reality that gold is really kind of getting to a point where it's probably valued correctly with the number of dollars that are in circulation, right? That's what happens all the time. I mean, look how many dollars it took to have 1 ounce of gold back in 1908, right? It was a $20 gold piece for an ounce of gold. Now an ounce of gold is $40-something $100. Well, what happened? Well, the dollar's been devalued. We understand that. That's fractional reserve banking and printing money out of thin air and stuff with fiat currency. And that's why we're in crypto, to prevent that dollar value loss and valuation loss in our financial assets. Well, going back to Asia, if you think about what Asia is doing with both China and Japan and the other Asian markets, they're having to do what they can to survive. And so the sell-off of the Japanese bond market usually leads to this volatility, and which then affects the global bond market health, which drives all the government's decisions worldwide even our own Fed. So now our own Fed is going to have to act based upon what China and Japan do globally. Now, all this is going to affect crypto in the macro because it is one of the reasons why gold's up and crypto's down. There's a lot of things going on with the global debt shuffling around with all these governments. They all want to survive and try to make it, but they're all going to be forced to print money eventually. Right now, the M2 global money supply is up, and that's a big deal, but it's not directly leading to more liquidity coming in to the U.S. market just yet. Therefore, more money coming in. Right now, we're experiencing results. Currently, the U.S. is experiencing results of the COVID policy that happened when they printed money then, too. We all those government checks. That's when HEX ran up, and we had all these people doing all these stakes and all these things. Maybe using some of that money for the Pulse sacrifice and PulseX sacrifice and stuff like that. And that was all, we all were in kind of a euphoria, but that was that led then to a retraction then, and then the prices turning and taking the dive, right? And so we are looking at, and back then also, if you remember, the interest rates were at 0 or below 0. It depends on where you were in the world. And that was unprecedented on any interest rate historical graph. You never saw interest rates at a negative ever, except during that time. And so the Fed was acting the way it did during then, and now we're having and we basically did all our debt back then, but now it's coming time now, and it was just in the news that we have to refinance that debt at a way higher rate than it was during then. And that's what's causing some of this constraints and problems with what the government has to do, what the Secretary of Treasury's had to make decisions on, the Fed, and all the people, not just in our government, but other governments are seeing and watching how we react, because how we react will affect what they do also. Then we have to react again to, say, China and Japan's actions. So it's a very convoluted mess that we're all in because of fiat, and how fiat is very volatile and it's easily devalued. And nobody wants a bank run, and nobody wants a currency collapse. So they're all trying to basically keep the house of cards from crumbling on a fiat terms by moving and shuffling around this debt. Now, for crypto to go up, though, and for us to get out of the slump we're in, it's going to take several macro factors, and these factors are going to need to be money, the money printer being turned on, not just in the U.S., but worldwide. But for us, at least the U.S. will be the leading driving force. But that money printer turning on is only one part of the issue. You turn a money printer on, that's fine, but that really is only going to affect or really do good for those who are in the investment class. The average person on the street, or the Main Street investor, he needs, though, more than that. He needs the dollar or his buying power to go up, or he needs more wages, higher wages, or better jobs. And right now, the U.S. government is doing that and doing the best they can to encourage manufacturing. But in doing so, they're having to drop the buying power of the U.S. dollar, making it weaker compared to other currencies, to increase export growth worldwide, which is fine for job growth and stuff, but it's not an immediate correlation or correction to the current crypto market. And it's going to take time for the money printer turning on, the manufacturing jobs to come in, and people work, build out these tools and build out these facilities, and then start producing whatever these goods and services we're producing, mostly goods and components and stuff like that, to then export to the world. Now it'll take time, at least 6 months to get a lot of that stuff going, and for the exports to pick up, and then all the tariffs and all the stuff that the government, the current administration is doing, to trickle in. Then Main Street will have money in his pocket to invest. And if they turn a money printer on simultaneously through all these processes, then we should see crypto turn around and do what it did in the past with the growth. Now, how much and when exactly you're going to have the euphoria phase, that's unknown. But you're going to have a major economic shift globally to make this be another crypto bull run. And we're still not there yet on a global macroeconomic level. It's just we don't quite have all the ducks in a row. We need better stability. We need better financial support and foundation in the U.S. And at the end of the day, without a healthy economy, there's really no capital to distribute to any investment asset class, unless you're already in that in the hierarchy of the upper financial hierarchies of the Goldman Sachs, Berkshire Hathaway, stuff like that. Those guys always stay rich and get richer, no matter what happens. They just shift their money around. But for us, the small Main Street investor, we're having to struggle, and we're basically taking it on the chin with this, with the games being played. And these games are only being played because of the deficiency that is in fiat dollars being printed out of thin air. So I'm going to share this screen here, kind of show you this one chart. All right, so this is the I got this from McClellan. This is the 2-year T-note yield and the Fed's funding target. And let's look back in history. So some of us who were old enough to remember some of the stuff during the 90s and the tech boom, what was going on. And the green is a T-note yield and how it moves, 2-year T-note, and then the Fed's funding target typically tracks this. This is interesting data because you can see where it diverges. Like right up here in the 90s, there was a fall off, and they had to drop the interest rates because the note yield fell off as well, right? And this is all, the notes are all traded in secondary markets as well. So there's a lot going on what the government does with these yields. And the Fed needs to target and track this yield. Then we can see that effect, what it has then on the economy. So when Greenspan was in charge, he got down here and started, pushing up. And we remember from 2004 to 2008 housing crisis, or at the housing crisis point, we had that big boom. And I remember myself, I was able to buy a house at 0% interest. It was ridiculous back in around 2004 when this was happening. And so me and other people, we were on the receiving end of good fortune, but it was unsustainable because how the markets and how the Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac did their lending, it caused that housing bubble. So that at the end of 2007, early 2008, when the bubble hit, boom, then the crash happened again. And that's when they injected, all that stuff. Then we had this from 2010 to 2016, this fueling everything bubble. We all kind of chopped sideways for a while. It was kind of stable, and that's a long time compared to everything else. That's a very long time of stability. Now, some of this was done and contrived through machinations of the government, how they manipulated the systems, but it was something that was kind of consistent. Then the COVID crash, as it came from 2016 to 2019, we had that same T-note going up, and then the divergence from the Fed's target, and then they missed it, and we had to crash again. Printed more money during then. The dollar was devalued. Though crypto went up, right, at these points. And here too, when Bitcoin topped again, this is where it was. And now we're going back down, and the Fed and right now the Fed and at least as of end of last year, the chart and the T-note yield were kind of on target. But more than likely, we're coming to another scenario like this. Again, we have this downward trend and an upward trend. The one thing we don't know is how long or how we will chop sideways. And that's where the unknown is. Nobody can really predict because there's a lot of factors involved. So if you're looking for crypto to go up in like really up a lot in a very short amount of time, it's probably not going to happen. So now's the time you accumulate your assets and really pick up all these good prices. Because right now I'm not saying anything or any economic factors that would just cause crypto to pop off with the current issues with global debt and global liquidity. So that's kind of where we are right now. And I wish I was a bearer of better news, but this is the reality of where we are in the economy. We're probably going to start chopping sideways shortly. I think when we get the new Fed chair installed, and that will change a few things. But he can't drop the interest rates just to zero again to have this zero interest thing like we had back here. It's not probably going to work. It's unsustainable and really won't work. He may drop it a little bit, but they have other things they're trying to do. Because you got to realize Wall Street still needs that capital injection from the Fed to keep its yields up and stuff to satisfy their customers as well. Even though the current administration wants to help Main Street, Wall Street still is the leading indicator and pusher of investment, right? Not just investment in just for speculative things, but also investment in manufacturing, investment in goods and services too. So these are things that have to be considered in a crypto outlook and macro. So that's about all I have as far as that goes, as far as where we're heading, what to expect in the near term. But I would say that right now is time to accumulate. So I know we're taking a hit as PulseChain. We're down a lot, but so is everything else. And use the tools that are out there. PulseChain's got a lot of good DeFi products. Use them. Bring fresh capital in if you have any available. Build your bags and get them ready, because when this thing does pop off, you'll be a lot better positioned when the bull run actually kicks off, because it's right now we're still repressed, and there's a lot more factors than just what that our current administration will do. It's still a global economy, and we are then subject to the global economic winds as they blow whichever direction they decide. All right, Max, you got it. But anyway, yeah, that's where we're at though in the economy. I don't know. I know everybody was hoping for more, but this is where we are. So whatever asset class you're looking for, whether you're looking to even invest in Bitcoin, Ethereum, I mean, I would say now is where a lot of these institutions are starting to pick up some of these things relatively expensively. It makes a lot of sense, and I think that's why we saw that V-shaped recovery for a moment on this, last night and this morning, because Bitcoin's now back over 70,000 at the moment. And we wicked down all the way to 59,000 on that sell wick. Was bought back up pretty quickly on my 4-hour chart here. So, but yeah, just now's the time to accumulate, people, and don't miss out. I mean, prices are cheap. I mean, you'll never get. Look, you can get a lot of PulseX really, really cheap right now. A lot.
Yeah, what do you think? I saw Buck had a tweet. Let me share real quick. I don't know if you saw it. Yeah, Buck had a tweet. If you have a medium or long-term belief in crypto, now seems like a good place to begin to think about starting to DCA back in.
Correct. That's the sentiment right now. I would think not just for us as PulseChain people, but I think the sentiment is going to be there for the greater crypto investment class. Not necessarily individuals per se, but even the some of the larger institutions. They're going to look, now's the time, because from 120,000 to 70, that's a pretty good discount on Bitcoin, right? And from around 4,800 or whatever to 1,900 for Ethereum. I mean, that's that's easy. They easily think that the price can go right back up to those levels, and it's a safe play. I would imagine you'll start seeing a lot more accumulation, but not very quickly. Probably a slow accumulation. They'll watch the market. But look, Tom Lee and Saylor just bought, and they got dumped on, right? By others like Vitalik and whoever else is dumping. And part of this is also being fueled by ETFs too. There's a lot of, now we have so many ETFs available. I think that is affecting how the markets move. Whereas it used to be when you bought a Bitcoin, you bought it off the chart, and the chart moved up. Well, not anymore. Right? The ETFs, you're buying paper Bitcoin. That's not pushing the charts. And though it brings for a lot of government clarity and regulation coming in, allowing banks to feel comfortable, it's also a fractional reserve Bitcoin. So it's not real Bitcoin anymore. So it's not being moved by people buying a token. Going Goldman Sachs puts it in your retirement portfolio. Guess what? They're not buying real Bitcoin and storing it in a private key somewhere. They're buying a paper Bitcoin that's bought off an exchange, and Bitcoin's price is not being affected.
Oh man, 2026. Come on, 2026.
Right.
We'll get to. I'll save a couple of the topics for the debate panel.
Sure.
Looks like me, you, and Fast, but it should be fun. Quick transition. We'll get into that. Neil, thank you for the update. Appreciate it, sir.
Yeah, man. No problem.
We'll be right back.
It was.
And I'm muted.
Yeah.
I made it. We're back. We're back.
Yes.
Oh, are any of you specifically interested in debating specific topics? I got a couple to go through. I got some suggested ones, but is anything out there in the community you can think of that is just like, all right, people want to know more about this particular thing? You make anything off the top of your head? Chat, you can help us out too.
I got an opinion on ProveX about as a thing in the market. Well, I can talk about, and Fast may agree with me. I don't know if it's a disagreement. It's just something I've noticed about ProveX itself as a technology and what its potentials are. And I would say this, that for it, the token, I ain't talking about the token price, I'm talking about the technology itself. For it to gain adoption and use case, you need two things. Obviously, the products come out, don't get me wrong, but for it to get adoption by more than just us in PulseChain and a handful of people from other chains that are the average retail user, somebody's going to need to go out and shake hands and do business with other institutional groups, banks, mortgage lenders, et cetera, all the different things who want a escrow style service with anonymity and all those things, and put together business deals to utilize the technology, whether it's only on PulseChain or it's on other chains too. It doesn't matter how that's done. You're going to need somebody spending time and money putting out together business deals to get people to utilize the technology and adopt it, and then help them set up the infrastructure they need to facilitate these type of escrow services that ProveX and this other use cases as well. So that's kind of where I'm thinking is, for it to be successful as a tech, it needs to have more than just us talking about it on YouTube. It needs real world business handshake deals in offices, in ivory towers, doing the deals to push the technology and its use case forward.
Maybe that's the framing then, is can ProveX be successful in the decentralized manner that, what we've been doing for a while, everyone kind of just like spinning up their own groups, doing, again, maybe making those business deals, but creating their own organizations or their own teams, their own products built on it to do that? Or does it need Richard or the devs to go, start making partnerships and all that stuff too? Is that the framing?
Yeah, pretty much. I think only relying on the decentralized version, or just us as users, even Richard himself, or a handful of people with who want some privacy, that's just not enough. If you really want adoption, you're going to have to get out there and rub elbows with TradFi. It's just in real world business, brick and mortar institutions. It's just the only way it's going to work. It can't only be decentralized and then be super successful. It can be somewhat successful, don't get me wrong, but it needs more than just us. Or just the crypto markets, if it's being marketed as something that is outside of crypto use case.
I cannot see.
I disagree. I think that's not up to Richard or the OA to facilitate those deals. I think people can build on top of ProveX, and the teams that build on top of ProveX can be the ones who go out and shake hands and kiss babies to make deals with Netflix to have their subscribing service run through ProveX, right? So it can be like value added stuff. Like, this is an infrastructure layer, not an app, that just, where you just buy and sell. So if that infrastructure layer is strong enough, other teams should want to come and build on it and, add on their additional little fee to, do subscriptions, to do insurance, to do ID verification, like all those things. If we have a strong infrastructure layer, can happen in a decentralized manner by each separate team with their each little niche, going out into the world and making those business deals you're talking about.
I would say though, but for those teams though to be interested, somebody's got to spur them on. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like somebody's gonna be out there. Hey, team, and I ain't saying Richard or even his dad's, but whoever that people are, whether it's us saying, hey, Mr. Business Person, you have this business. Here's an infrastructure layer you could consider utilizing to make it more profitable, more secure, whatever. But without somebody going outside, that
falls within the lines of what we usually do, right? Like we talk about our stuff, and if we talk about the stuff well enough, and people who like money will come to get money by building on top of said stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
So think about like the core promise of ProveX, right? Of connecting Web 2 with Web 3.
And there's nothing specifically in any of the documents or, that Richard said that won't mean that this isn't available on multiple chains. I think that's very likely, right? So you have this thing, it's on PulseChain. Maybe it also works on Ethereum and Polygon and, everywhere else. And so somebody who's like, okay, we have this idea to run insurance through crypto. Okay, here's the tool. This is where we start. This saves us infrastructure costs. This saves us, all these things. So from a money perspective, they'll be like, okay, it's cheaper, better, faster to start here. Guaranteed community, which is one of the big things we bring to the table, versus them trying to run up everything from scratch, going to an untrusted source, all those things, right? So, I think if done properly as an infrastructure layer, it'll have enough to offer that people will come and build on it.
I think it will go. I can't imagine seeing Richard or the devs or otherwise just being like, hey, we did a partnership with these people, or hey, they're going to promote this thing, or I don't know. Again, that could happen, but I think it's more likely that what has been happening will happen, which is people see the tech, they see the product, they see whatever it is, and they start building on it, and then they start forming their own companies, their own partnerships, their own businesses, like whatever around it, whatever group, and then it grows from there. So it's much more of a decentralized grassroots, okay, you have a product, let people build on it. Then I could see again Richard shaking hands with Vitalik or Brian Armstrong, or I don't know, doing some press conference with McDonald's or something. I could see just the community building up.
I disagree with that statement. I think we've seen in the past that Richard Hart has changed his worldview on things like meme coins. Like he launched Pump.tires. Like he was always against meme coins, and then something happened and he started selling not selling, he showed us Pump.tires, and we used it and it did something good. So in this case, I could see it being possible that Richard and his dev team change the pattern, right? Which would totally blow everybody away and start making real world business deals. Maybe even like having a staff that makes deals. Kind of like what Neil was just talking about. Great ideas, Neil. And that could really change the scenario. Like if Richard Hart phones you, if you have a billionaire on the phone who wants to make a deal, you pick up the call. So I think probably people would pick up that call and they would make a deal with Richard Hart.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think there's some things he could change his mind on, but it seems to be all the stuff I've seen before. He likes to be in control and power, have the ability, whether, if it's not decentralized supply, getting part of the supply, like you could, stuff like that. I don't know I feel like giving away, I don't know. I feel like he's been beaten down a lot with all the stuff and all the stuff that's been happening where, I don't know. I can't see him being like, okay, I'm going to do a partnership. I'm going to put myself in a position where I don't have, control over this or that, because you give away a little bit. When you do that, you give away part of the flexibility, part of the control of the.
He can still be the boss, though. It's just you get more done with more people sometimes, and I think that's something we've struggled with in
his people.
The past
that's the part.
Years.
His people, they got to work for him. I don't think there'll be a peer-to-peer.
Sure. Oh, exactly that. Yeah,
thing.
like he could hire the people to do the job, right? Because like Neil said, there's a job to be done, a specific job. Maybe not the job that Richard's best at, so maybe not his best use of time, but knocking on doors, shaking hands and making deals is could be required. And if Richard's not going to do it, he might need someone else to.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have I know we don't have a PulseChain Foundation per se, but we had some entity like that Richard would be maybe overseeing, but that would do the deals that Richard would hire, maybe set these certain people up. They could go out and do the thing, and that's what we really need to grow and get the chain more adoption. We just need more reach. Now, obviously, he's not going to bend the knee to, because like he said in the very beginning, I'm not bending the knee to the ICO, VC crowd. He's never going to do that. We know that. But if the technology is just there and nobody can control it, what would say Richard or his dev team and all, and it just does what it does, then it's just basically getting people to adopt it. So there's no risk in losing control or position. It's just, here's the tools I've built. Here's how you can affect you and increase your business profitability through whatever mechanisms they are. And then there you go. And all somebody has to do is say, look, here's prospectus. This is what we offer. This is how it affects your business. We will help you, even give you the tech to connect it. and now you can save money and have a better quality product for your clients and your customers. And that's really what you need to do, and go out and really sell that way, because the tech is supposed to be, there, and it's just going to be a trustless type thing that just runs in the background. There's no manipulation. It's just math solves it, as it says on the ProveX website.
I could see I think that's different than partnerships. So I think having an organization or supporting the community doing this and that, or having a full-time, people that work for you that go out and do the marketing and sell the product and do all that stuff and make all those deals. It's got to be, I think Richard, I would be very surprised if he wasn't it's like at the top with him. And then, there's maybe people that work for him to do that stuff. But when I think of partnership, I think of there is a, peer-to-peer partnership, not this, hey, I have an organization that's going on getting on the ground doing work, and they're being funded to do that stuff. So I could see that more.
Who's his peer, right? Like other billionaires, right? Like, would it really be that?
I don't think anyone is.
I
would debate that. I would debate that. There is no one who Richard. I don't think Richard considers anyone his peer.
Well, I agree. He's 100% peerless. But let's use Elon Musk for an example. I know it's not quite Richard, but it's close. So let's say he makes a deal with Elon Musk, where like, okay, X subscriptions are paid for through ProveX, and X is one of the portals to use ProveX. Like, I think those are the kind of deals, like partnerships, that billionaires could make with other billionaires. That would probably benefit us overall. I've seen in the past, and it's not 100%, like I respect everyone, but like, sometimes when you're doing business, you're better off doing business with people who already have a lot of money, because they're not looking to squeak out nickel and dime every cent they can, right? They're looking at a bigger picture. So like, Richard makes a deal with Elon. Elon's the new ProveX partner, and we have ProveX portal via X. How does that sound?
I think that would be it would have to be very specific. And if there was a change in the way, because he's been going at it on his own, with his own people for a long time. So I don't know. I think, if there was an Elon tail on the table, I think, that could change, but I don't know. I don't foresee that happening. I don't foresee an X partnership with PulseChain, but I think growing everything from the ground up and having people in the community, because they're being rewarded, because they're much richer. If the price goes up, they feel much richer. They have much more money, much more motivation to go out and tell more people about it. Everyone else, if they have more money, they have more motivation to buy it and more appetite to get into crypto stuff. Like that kind of macro spiral could happen, where it just lines a lot of things up. But I don't think currently, I don't know. I don't see a partnership coming in that way, but foundations and funding people to get stuff done and all that, like a lot of founders and a lot of organizations and stuff do. I think, but it's community based. Like that's the thing. Like I think it all starts with the community, and again, it goes up to him as the founder. That's the way I think things are set up today. I don't see them changing that much, but I'd like to be pleasantly surprised.
There might be something to what you're saying in that, like there's already some foundation set up that I can, sort of draw lines to Richard with, and there's the RS Griffin Foundation that's handling the tablets. Then there's a new foundation not many people know about called the Blockchain Education Center. I believe there's links to it on the ProveX website. I think that's where I found it, and I think there's a connection there as well. So we might find that these foundations are already in place when they're needed. And, foundations can have employees. That is a thing. They can also have volunteers, I believe. So, we could find ourselves in a situation where the best people are doing the best work.
And Richard's a businessman too. I mean, he's a successful businessman. He's not just a crypto guy. So we gotta realize he's been in business for a long time, was over 20 years before he retired. So he knows how the game's played on a business level. And so, and he didn't make money just willy-nilly. I mean, he was very shrewd in how he did it, put himself in position. So he knows how the game's played, and he knows how to market in a way that if he thinks he can do it, he can do it. Now, crypto itself is kind of funny. I know the whole outrage marketing thing with PulseChain and all, but when it comes to things like this that are you're offering a service, right? Infrastructure layered service to the industry at large, which is very, at least according to the ProveX website, very widespread use case. Right? A lot of different ways this can be utilized. That means there's a lot of people who can benefit. It's just a matter of getting you in front of the right people, offering these services because they won't know about it. How many of those people are watching YouTube right now? Probably none of them, right? But you go, hey, look, we'll go and knock on your door, whatever it may be. You know, say, hey, look, we see you're struggling here. You're paying X number of fees to Visa, let's say, and you're getting you eat up in fees. Why don't you use this tool instead? It saves you a lot of money over time. Well, that's a good idea. I'll say 20% a year in those fees I'm paying. I'll gladly switch over. There you go. You got a customer. You know, and then they tell their friends. And next thing you know, we get more adoption through whatever mechanism that may be, or how the infrastructure layer solves the problem that currently exists in the traditional finance world. So I thought about it earlier. I was talking to some of my guys about just real estate stuff. If the real estate's going to be tokenized eventually, then ProveX is ideal for it. You know, especially when you're looking at, for escrow accounts and money being sent over and stuff, it's ideal for that. The math proves it. It happens. You know, the money was sent. It's done. It's provable. There's no need for an escrow service or spending, $100 to a lawyer just to hold a check and, make a deposit. That's unnecessary if you have ProveX. So that saves a lot of money on real estate transactions. Just like one example.
I can see it just as like we're seeing so many people getting tablets and handing them out and all that stuff. We could see a lot of people saying, hey, just part of whatever crew, whatever, organization, and just made a bunch of, just signed, 20 people up to use ProveX to do stuff. And yeah, totally see stuff like that. But again, I think that comes from the community. I don't think it'll be from partnership with Richard saying, hey, crypto guy, like now we're on Gemini and now you get to ProveX. I think it's more likely it'll be this pictures of people, again, showing the power of the community that we keep demonstrating over and over and over, no matter market conditions, of getting out, promoting it, the real marketing. And now if we actually have a product for people to use, then show them how to do it step by step. Here's a tablet. Let me put 1, 2, 3 on the tablet and show you, maybe the tablets will be iPads at that point. We'll be so rich. We'll be handing out literally iPads to people. And, they'll be like, no, don't turn on the Bluetooth. Then the Bluetooth conversation will come back.
Nice. iPads with the Bluetooth option removed. Yeah, I'm sure it can be done.
The Bluetooth. Yes.
The concept though that like Richard could go away from his cyberpunk tendencies and actually go pro, we could say, on ProveX. I think that shouldn't be ignored, right? Like, yeah, the cyberpunk thing's cool, but like sometimes you just need to hire people to get stuff done. Quickly and efficiently. And if you don't like them, you can fire them. Like, I think there is potential. He hasn't explored that avenue very much, from what I can see, or not recently anyway.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it'll be more. I could see it being people who, again, he's the boss and people who can fire and coordinate and have, kind of like be the founder, right? Like it's going to be the founder version of it, not just, hey, I'm going to do all these things and you guys eventually, just do whatever you want with it. And, we got these contracts. I don't know. Although there's been a bunch of stuff on the list, the exchange building thing, there's been the museum. I mean, I don't know. There could be, if things turned in a different direction, it could open a lot of things up where he wants to see where he wants to spend time. Come on, Scivive. Scivive edited. Scivive in book print form.
Yeah, he's talked about that.
Mm-hmm. But I want to hit on this too. I did this poll yesterday. What comes next for PulseChain? I want to see what y'all think on this. I clicked our season, and I'm going to guess here, but I think of these three things, honestly, I think if it's going to happen, our season is going to happen before Provex's product launch, not token launch, but product launch, and before a live stream. Is there any dissent?
I think we're going to see ProveX launch first.
Yeah,
before anything else, like the token, that is not necessarily the app. That could be longer. And then we're going to see Richard live stream and or pick up his video content to every second day or thereabouts, right? Like heavy video content, whether it's pre-recorded or it's a live stream. But like that's obviously his strength, right? When I look back on his marketing and his charisma works best for him. Like it's him on the screen saying what he's going to say. Works much better than him typing, and works much better than him just leaving it to the community. Though we've done a great job. So I think that, and then we get our season. But the timeline for all those things could be very short. It could be 3 consecutive days.
I would go with the other way around. I would say I would want to see us pumping before ProveX launch. Like the actual product launch. Token could launch whenever, but I want to see us pumping and then launch and then get some, let's get some 10, 20, 50Xs and then a richer live stream. And then we head to glory. Like that's what I'd like to see.
So the question is, what makes our season our season? How does our season kick off? That's the question. Because if it's following the rest of the crypto market, it's going to lag just like the rest of the market. It can't move without a magical inflection of capital, right? Without that, we're still where we are.
Well,
so
it's a magical inflection of capital. Is that what you're wishing for there, Neil?
Well, that's
I know a guy who maybe has some capital.
But so the question is this: is our season going to be in parallel with the rest of the market, or are we going to be an anomaly away from the market as it moves with the global economy? Are we going to be the anomaly? Are we going to be the place to go before and a place to go after, or a place to go during the middle, right? Because right now, we all know the SAC rate. SAC funds are down because Ethereum's down at a dollar amount. We know that. And is it wise to use those funds now? Let's say you did it today or tomorrow. What would happen to the capital if it was injected today or tomorrow? Richard's already called a sell pressure out to our faces. So it's like and everything he's done has been sold down because here we are at the bottom. So would he wait till there's a better stability in the system economically, not just in the global crypto markets of all the chains, especially crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum, to make his move so the sell pressure is not so intense on any move?
I don't think so. Like if everything's going up and PulseChain's going up too, and the reason was because the OE injected a bunch of funds, then sure, some people are happy, but if PulseChain is going up and everything else is going down, well, you'd really get some eyeballs then, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he talked about our season in the past, right? Our season being separate from other seasons. And I think that dynamic of even in the last week, and I when things are bad, I don't think it'd be good, but this last week, the past 5 to 7 days has been rough. People are starting to look around, right? They're picking their heads up. The Bitcoin maxis aren't as maxi. The Ethereum maxis aren't as maxi, right? So it's this is the time where you're Richard Hart's back. PulseChain is happening. People would they maybe be a little bit more open. We saw today, or maybe yesterday, we saw the one of the charges drop from the Interpol Red Notice. Maybe we see another charge drop, which will leave none left on the Interpol Red Notice. And then the whole dynamic changes overnight, right? So I feel like this stuff may be planned. The timing on a lot of things seems a little suspicious. And it could be okay, Bitcoin's still going down, Ethereum's going down, PulseChain's going up, everybody migrate to PulseChain. I'd like that narrative.
Oh yeah, me too. I would love to see that. So we're all on a wait and see list right now. What's the OA going to do is the question, right? And none of us really know. He's not going to telegraph. So therefore, all we can do is accumulate while you can, while the prices are low.
Another point to go over too is why should people care about ProveX? We talked about getting it to catch on, people using the tech, all that stuff. It kind of seems like it's one of those nerdy privacy things with a token, but also has this whole unlocking of onboarding and all these other pieces to the ecosystem. And there's no one here, I don't think, it's going to say, hey, ProveX is just useless and we don't need it and it's not going to do anything for PulseChain. Let me know if anyone wants to take that position. But I bet there are people out there who are saying, why can't my other tokens just go up? Why do we need this thing? What does it actually unlock? And I bring up this this infographic too, because I think it does talk about a few of those different pieces. But what do y'all say to people who are just I don't want ProveX. I don't want to use ProveX. I don't know why we need it. Like what is special about it that is going to like really, turn our season into mega hour season if that's what you think is going to happen?
I'll take the position of we don't need ProveX. Yeah, I think it's like it's not necessary for us to go up. It's not necessary for like the evolution of PulseChain or for crypto in general, right? So it's an add-on, but the things we already have do what they do, right? Like we have PulseX as a buy and burn, we already have that, right? Like HEX has staking, right? We have like the incentive token, which could have unknown powers in the future. There's a lot of things on the go. We don't need this ProveX thing, but if we had it, it could be better.
I think it unlocks another utility layer to even if it's multi-chain, it still not unlocks another utility layer that bleeds into PulseChain through its valuation with ProveX and maybe the rest of the cores. So bringing utility to anything is, to me, is always a good thing, because just having a token that has no utility is like, okay, it's all speculation. So Bitcoin, it's store value only because people believe in it, but Ethereum has utility. Therefore, more people use it, per capita than Bitcoin, right? So maybe ProveX is a thing that brings utility to the chains in a way that we then, as PulseChain users, can benefit from that utility usage through, whether it's through a direct or indirect valuation with the ProveX token being bought and burnt and stuff like that. And I like it, the concept. I really do, as somebody who wants likes privacy and anonymity and also see potential, maybe building some stuff out in the future using ProveX myself. Like, well, that's pretty cool. I can use this tool to build out and build on top of and move forward in any other DeFi developments.
I think Max is right about that. Like there's there's the potential for this just to be seen as a geeky thing, right? Like ZK P2P, like how many people knew about that before Richard started talking about it? Like I think it's picked up lately, but like I think it's taken some time. So like there's a danger with ProveX that we could just make a new geeky toy that 6 guys use. So we have to make this cool. And it has to be practical, and it can't have like it can't have weird things that you need to do to participate. Like there can be weird things, but the core product should be simple enough that the average DeFi user can get online, press like download the app, get it on the screen, and like be like, okay, I'm sending money from Ethereum to PulseChain and I'm using this ProveX peer-to-peer thing, and that would be cool. But if it's like, yeah, if it's only the geeks, it might end up being just the 3 of us using it, which I don't think would probably be the win people are looking for.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Unless you guys have untold bags that I don't know about.
Well, I think that's one of the pieces that is missing that we haven't seen so far, that you could take the position on. Like anyone could take a position and say, hey, why would anyone, if it's going to be a MetaMask fork, if it's going to be another from scratch browser extension, if it's going to be a website portal, like whatever form it comes in. I think he's mentioned forking. He's mentioned the wallet thing, and he's also mentioned MetaMask. I keep saying MetaMask. Browser extension. I think browser extension, correct me if I'm wrong, that is seems to be the format that we're looking for it to be launched in. It's going to be like a browser extension. I think that's one of the ways he first described it. And I haven't seen a deviation. Anyone chat, let me know too. So if it is that, and you do need to download like a new thing to use it, and you connect it to the blockchain, all that stuff, what is going to make people do that? Like that's what I was I'll go back to real quick on the coming next. That's why I think our season, like if I were going to like want to see the things happen first in the order and all that stuff, pumping ProveX launch, everyone's excited, download it, use this amazing blockchain called PulseChain because everything's going great here. Macro, talk about that too. Are we going to pump without other things pumping, or be the only one pumping? Going to all pump together. Crypto's going to go up, like whatever. And then an RH live stream. I honestly on that I could also see RH live stream, because before he didn't just stream when things are going good. He streamed when things first started out. So it's not like it's not like a top signal if RH starts streaming. It almost seems like it's not a bottom signal either, but it's I don't know. Anyways, however that fits in. But what is going to make people excited to go download new software to use on their computer to do ProveX stuff and start doing proofs. And how are we going to make it easy enough to buy and sell and peer-to-peer? That to me seems to be the challenge and the thing that needs to get correct. Like, how do we make it easy enough for people to use it and like using it and actually go through the steps to use it?
I think there should be an incentive structure to use ProveX for the first 90 days or so. I think you should literally set it up to pay people on both sides, like buyers and sellers, to come use this. So, we know the sacrifice raised $16-17 million. A portion of that could maybe go towards incentives where you're paying buyers and you're paying sellers to come use this app for this period of time. And I think that should be widely publicized. And if they do that for 90 days, and I don't mean like bot arbitrage. There should be systems in place where that's not going to be what the main users are. But like if there's some loss of funds as advertising to get 100,000 people to come use this thing for 90 days, if they use it once a day for 90 days, on day 91, a lot of them are not going to stop using it. They're going to have habits formed, and they're going to believe and understand and be comfortable with the software. So I think, there has to be a reason. You're right. And the reason should probably be money of why people would come use this. So, there's the services it could offer. And if it comes out with a full suite, like with all the add-ons that are already there, then maybe that'll be enough. But if it's a minimum viable product and there's, and people would have to build on top of it to be able to use it to pay for the Netflix subscription, for example, then I think there should be incentives, literal, cash incentives or equivalent, to get people to come use this thing for, at least 3 months to build that habit forming activity.
Now, I know on the website it says it takes away the need for a centralized exchange. So maybe, if nothing else, the initial user class would be, hey, I want to buy whatever crypto. All I do is go to my computer and get on my banking website, and it links to my banking website through whatever mechanism, and I send it, and I got crypto in my wallet now, and that's it, and I'm done. If that's a tech, then I see that's a wide use case just to save time, just bypassing all exchanges directed to my personal custody wallet. That would be for crypto people, that would be a big deal, right?
I agree, Neil. I just want to point out, I think that is probably the most compelling piece that I've seen, is to get people to download, do software, do a new routine, do all the stuff, connect to a new blockchain. Does it make things easier for me? It's stuff I was already going to do, like to get money in the blockchain. Can I do that with ProveX in a private way? And and it works with Venmo, it works with whatever. That seems like a pretty compelling reason to use it. So.
Yep, that's why I'm
good, but it's going to require those deals that Neil was talking about. Somebody's got to call Venmo and be like, "Hey, hook up to this ProveX app." Like, we need to get out there to make it happen. It's not going to happen automatically.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? I think it's Cash App. I think it's them, allows you to buy Bitcoin or somehow through their. I think it's them. It's one of them that allows you to buy Bitcoin and stuff. It was kind of interesting. This was like 2 years ago too. They were doing that. So I know that these companies are looking at crypto as another revenue source. So so we know that, and then maybe once the government and all these politicians figure out what they're going to do with crypto and the Clarity Act and all that mess, they get that's a whole nother issue. But they'll get their heads at the rear ends, and we'll get this thing moving forward. We'll at least have some direction. We know where to go and build how we're going to do this. And I don't know if they're just playing games right now, or they're waiting for the buddies to accumulate while the prices are low, which more than likely is the case. That's why some of the stuff is taking a little longer to kick off with, overall, government, being government and doing dumb things, with our money. But yeah, I'm excited personally, especially like you're saying, Max, if I'm already doing something, I have a faster, more efficient and easier way to do it. I will use that route too, because why would I go through the 3-day wait and hassle, log into my centralized exchange, hope the funds get there, and then send them and go through the hassle. It takes minutes and minutes of time that I really don't have personally to fart with that mess. I don't know about y'all. I get really tired of bringing new capital on.
Yeah, this is this is an interesting point from Recton Crypto. Wallet is coming, by the way. ProveX directly incorporated, where you set up your own proofs and marketplace within. Don't be surprised if there's another SAC for it. Wow, there's so much in this one. First of all, wallet, is it coming? Are we getting a wallet? Because there was a tweet a while back about how would you do it.
I think it might be a wallet, but probably not like the kind of wallet that people are thinking of. I think that the concept of ProveX being incorporated with a wallet works well for special use cases like subscriptions and stuff, right? So you could have like your ProveX wallet that handles all your subscriptions, that pays for like your YouTube and your X account. Like it could be like a special purpose wallet that does one thing and does it very well. I'd be more, I'd be more agreeable to that than to here's a new crypto wallet that comes with all the things that crypto wallets need, right? Like that needs to be updated, needs like, continual support over a long, long time. Doesn't really fit with the profile of what Richard's done in the past, right? Like a wallet is not the same kind of immutable code project that you can not look at for a long time as Hex, right? Like it's like you need staff and you need staff forever, and it never turns off, right? Like I don't
I mean, PulseChain needs, we needed devs. I mean, even though the validators exited and all that, I mean, there's still infrastructure. There's still, even though a lot of stuff is decentralized for IPFS app, I mean, there's still, I'm going to imagine there's still some costs here to running, the official RPCs, and there's other stuff going on, and upgrades, like getting the clients upgraded. Like every time we want to take an upgrade, we need devs to do that. So I don't know if I would say that. Yeah, there's a little bit of precedent with PulseChain for that, at least I'll say. But it is
with PulseChain specifically, but not with PulseX, not with Pump.Tires, not with Hex, or like any or with the Ink token. Like those things they're like there's some small buttons that need to be pressed on PulseX once in a while, probably, but like mostly it's just turn Ink up, turn Ink down. Like that's the only buttons that he has. Where this would be a much more substantial, ongoing customer service issue, fraught endeavor if he goes full meal deal wallet, right? And if he doesn't, if he goes for a wallet like this only works on PulseChain and it can just do these things on PulseChain, like nobody's going to use it. It's not going to serve any particular purpose. But if he goes special purpose wallet, right? Like this is your ProveX subscription wallet. Pay for all your subscriptions. Look, it connects to this other app that converts your crypto into whatever it needs to be. Or there's deals made where you can actually pay in crypto for stuff, like something like that, like would tie into like the browser extension, the wallet extension, versus like a full meal deal, multi-chain wallet that would need support. Like, how is he going to do a wallet better than what's been done already?
Again, PulseChain, he forked PulseChain. I can see a fork of MetaMask. With
like
ProveX stuff.
Rabby's better than MetaMask. Internet Money's better than MetaMask. It's like, it's a bigger deal than
well, we're always going to have community products and stuff, but there's also PulseX. We're going to have community dexes, but there's PulseX, and there's always going to be more people creating more stuff, and they're all going to have their way to help the community. But I don't think Richard's going to be like, okay, I'm just going to stop building things because I don't know. I feel like whatever plan he has, he's going to like go forward with it with whatever he's going to get the most traction. If that's a wallet, if it's just a browser extension for using ProveX, if it's a whole exchange that he's built that's both decentralized and not, if it's the glue that connects everything together in PulseChain, I just think he's gonna build whatever, and the community could keep building great products too.
He mostly has a pattern of what he's built, though, right? Like we have, PulseChain is kind of the exception. Like, yes, it's a fork of Ethereum, but it's a pretty big deal from a dev perspective to launch an L1. But like, it's not really the case for the other stuff, right? Like Hex is like an original creation, so that stands on its own. But like, PulseX is like a fork of Pancake Swap. So it was well-known, well-tested, battle hardened code is what he's done in the past, right? And if he does that with the wallet and he just forks MetaMask, then it's like, oh, look, another MetaMask. Like it would have to be substantially better. And it would require so much attention forever that I'm skeptical of him doing that. But a special purpose thing where it's like, here's a wallet, you use it for this one thing. I think that has potential.
But if he's already got devs around working on PulseChain upgrades from time to time, if that's believable, that's a thing that we've seen commits and stuff happen. Then, and we talked about full circle back to, having people that are around organization wise or just working for them that are doing stuff for long periods of time kind of would fit into the narrative of like, all right, we're going to do a wallet. We're going to support the network. We're going to do marketing. Sounds like a whole organization, company, foundation type thing that just more stuff gets built because there is some structure there that is, whether how much details we know about it or not, TBD, but I don't know. I could see that as well. I do love the fact of like, I can launch something that's special purpose and don't have to touch it again. HEX is immutable, all that stuff. At the same time, not everything's immutable. We see the ink thing go up and down, and HEX, all that stuff too. But anyways, not with HEX.
As long as there's a connection to Web 2 to Web 3, there'll always be need for devs. It's just a matter of how much effort you want to put or money you want to spend into that effort, into that endeavor as you build out from that. Because the Web 2, Web 3 is not you always got to have a database maintenance and stuff like that. You can settle a lot of things on Web 3 side with the blockchain, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of the computational stuff, and to keep the traffic down is going to be on Web 2. That's just the way the tech work right now, unless he's invented a way to bypass that. But everything we've ran into and every other solution that we've seen on the tech side, that the Web 2 still needs maintenance. It still needs a database somewhere. It's going to have servers. It's going to have backups and all the things. And somebody's going to be there maintaining that, consistently. So if he's going to invest into infrastructure and people, more devs or whatever, and then that's up to him to make the decision. Do I go to the customer service side, which is a whole nother level? I agree with Fast. That's a lot of headache. You can talk to KG about that, how much customer service he has to do every day. And that's a small team, much less you expand out to multi-chain now and big time advertising. That's something I wouldn't want to do, answering questions. Even if you hired people, they have to be competent to answer the questions and do stuff like that. And it's just, that's something I would want everyone to invest in and get involved in. I mean, but again, Richard's going to do what he's going to do, but whatever he's going to do and however it works, with the plug-in or the extension, however you want to, however that's going to work out, I think it's going to be a boon ultimately to us, and that's what Richard's goal is. As PulseChain users and supporters and sacrificers, we will receive the benefit of it. Now, to what level, when, and how soon, that's to be determined. But we're all here for it. We're all here for the glory. We all invested into an idea. We're all sacrificers here, and so we put our money where our mouth is. Let's go forward, and let's bring PulseChain from where we are to the bright shining light crypto.
I don't think he's done building. Also, I said before I didn't think I was going to see any more sacrifices, but we saw one, and now I'm like, all right, I think we can see. I wouldn't be surprised to see some more sacrifices for a wallet, for whatever new idea comes up. I don't think he's going to stop building anytime soon. And I don't think the community's going to stop building anytime soon. We keep seeing products, left and right. Even when HEX came out, we had Hedron, we had all this stuff built on top of it. Wow, it's really cool to see. But anyways, that's all we got time for on this one. Debate panel. We kind of debated some stuff. It's pretty good.
For the record, I agreed with you guys on everything. I was just being argumentative because it was a debate panel.
Well, yeah, somebody's got to be the voice of dissent, right?
Yeah. I like it. Okay. All right, gents. Thank you very much, Neil, coming up for the macro update and joining the debate panel. We got Fast up next with ProveX tokenomics. Kyle could not make it today. We got ProveX tokenomics and building on ProveX. Got about 30 minutes for him. I could take a quick break in this 8-hour long day of winning. Everyone, are you not winning enough?
That's right. Appreciate
You'd
it.
only be winning more if the price would go up, but we can't control that. Yeah. So anyways, thanks, Neil. I'll see you later.
All right, man.
We'll be back. Fast coming up next.
Hey, yo, we HEX again. That's why they hit us with a Wells notice. SEC versus RHMax until they notice in the back of the court. We're just professional. We don't care. We got them already simple songs screaming out. HEX, post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. HEX, post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. For some reason, yo, they hating on HEX. It don't matter. We got each other's back. Now we can flex. Forget a market cap. HEX could burn all of that. Already spinning in the front, psyops in the back. We stack, burn, flip and trade a little crypto. Made other platforms famous cause the DeFi is all we know. SEC sending their letters and marking their posts. They didn't expect RH11 to come and dispose. HEX, post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, PulseX we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. PulseChain has made it clear it's the new L1. Keeping gas fees low on Ethereum, case one. PulseX your way into crypto. Regulations gonna take things slow. Everyone knows we stack, burn, flip, and hold every bit we own. Richard Hart got the vision. 5 heads can grow. INC incentivizes us to run the show, while the SEC installs in the status quo. Heads post INC, PulseX we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, PulseX we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. Smart contracts running, DeFi is trust. This is PulseChain game, you don't believe in us. SEC tried to talk, so we had 11 witness. The bear is the real test, SEC is just fitness. We taking over, no time to debate. Check your contract over, the audit said it was fake. You got the keys, and you collect all the fees, and you're not locked, so you probably pull liquidity. Hey yo, this is the future, crypto on lock. HEX is the first CD on block. SEC stepped in to stop the clock, but the validator's running, the code will never stop. Heads post INC, PulseX we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, PulseX we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto.
You're muted, Max.
Okay, I said we're back. You're back again. You got the PulseX logo, looks great. Or PulseX conference background looks great. There we go. I'm back.
You too.
I am. I know you must not be tired of talking. Neither am I. So much so that I'm going to go take a quick break as well and let you take it away. And feel free to get some water or whatever you need as well. And I'll be back soon. ProveX tokenomics, everyone. I hear they're good.
Let's do it. So ProveX tokenomics. First off, you guys, none of this is financial advice. I have no insider info, and everything I'm going to say is my own assumption based on things I've picked up. But it's not. None of this is for sure. So we can go through the numbers. So there was a ProveX sacrifice for points. There's a possibility those points could turn into tokens. Total sacrificed. Pull up the correct number here. Okay, $404 million, which sounds like a bunch. But the community sacrifice portion was only about $16.5 million. The rest came in via the OA account. So that's like the origin account for HEX, etc. Presumed to be Richard. I have no particular proof. So that falls in line with the same pattern as what we saw for the Pulse and PulseX sacrifices. The OA came in right at the end with a whole bunch of money to take the majority of the points, which in the case of Pulse and PulseX did turn out to be tokens. So I think we could see that repeat again. So let's take a look at those actual numbers. So according to the sacrifice, there was 1.273 trillion points, right? Of those points, 320 billion of them were from the sacrificers. So that's that $17 million. So that's 25.14%, so around 25%. The other 953 billion, so the large majority, was from the OA, right? The origin address. So it's 74.86%, so roughly 75% OA. And 25% to the sacrificers. So if indeed those points turn into tokens, what we're likely to see is that it would be 25% for the sacrificers, 75% go to the OA. So it'd be relatively few tokens on the market, so to speak. From the OA's past behavior, it tends not to sell any tokens at all. It's kind of a black hole for RH tokens. So I think we'd likely see that. Maybe some of those tokens move into initial liquidity and things of that nature, or maybe not, right? But I don't think we're going to see the vast majority, like 74 of that 75% on the market. I think we're likely to see very little of it ever leave the account that it sits in when it first gets deployed. So what is the how does that work, right? So what is the OA and why does it matter that it gets 75% of the tokens? So it's a strategic thing from what we've seen in the past, right? Where it's increasing the market cap. You have this big token number, even though most of them never get sold, never get moved. but there could be other options, right? So there might be some sort of incentives or rebates that use some of those tokens. It's possible. I'd be surprised based on what we've seen in the past. Liquidity support with those tokens seems likely to some degree. There could be something like what Neil and Max and I were talking about, where some of those tokens go towards integrations, towards partnerships with it for ProveX. That wouldn't be unreasonable. Again, not really in Richard's standard pattern of behavior. But like there could be other things like we've seen with HEX recently, where the OA staked a bunch of HEX, which made for like a long-term sort of market structure decision process where there were some levers to pull. So, and these ProveX tokens sitting in the OA account will certainly provide that. It basically gives OA control of the market indefinitely, because it will always be the biggest holder. And it's like ProveX being a not inflationary token, in fact deflationary by definition. There's a 2% buy and burn from the transactions, so that like those aren't burning the OA's tokens, those are burning tokens that are on the market. So unless the OA provides all the liquidity, which I don't think is going to be the case, because I suspect other people will be incentivized, perhaps via PulseX, perhaps other teams offering liquidity incentives for people to provide liquidity for ProveX. It'll probably won't be mostly the OA's tokens that gets burned. It'll probably be other tokens that are put on the market that will get bought up and burned by that 2% fee. So the buy and burn is a major part of the tokenomics, in my opinion. Like when you're looking at the long-term outlook of this, you're like, okay, a 2% buy and burn. Well, 2% of what, right? So 2% of the transactions that go through ProveX. So it's 1% on the buy side, 1% on the sell side. It could be a lot of money, right? Like when I was talking to Ben earlier about ZKP2P, like they're starting to clock around $1 million a week in transactions. So that would translate with the 2% framework to be $20,000 a week in a buy and burn. If the number gets much bigger than that, it could be bigger still. So like we can definitely say that the long term of this could be that the burn account, like the debt account, will end up holding the majority of the ProveX tokens, apart from the OA, which would be the likely forever the biggest holder. So that's a cool thing. I think that's it's not exactly prophecy, but I think long term, if you have a 2% buy and burn, there's going to be a lot of tokens that leave the market never to come back, and it should have a dynamic effect on the price. We got to remember that buy and burn is different than just burn. If you burn tokens, you're not necessarily creating demand. You might create speculation, but if you're buying and burning tokens, like then you are the demand. So if ProveX takes off and it gets a lot of adoption, a lot of usage, we can say that there's going to be a lot of circulation of those tokens via that buy and burn. And that's gonna drive a lot of things. So that'd be cool. So the 320 billion will be like the live supply, right? And the 953 billion the OA holds, like that'll be like mostly a dead supply or like a future purposes supply. Not something that, in my opinion, that I'm going to worry about, that I think most people should worry about, like, oh, what's the OA going to do with all these tokens? From past experience, mostly nothing, right? So I've presented some options. He could use them for incentives. He could use them for other things. I don't think that's likely going to be the case. So I'm not too scared of that particular wallet and how many tokens it has. I think if you are participating in the sacrifice or you want to buy up some after it launches, I think you would look at the 25% and be like, okay, of that 320 billion, what percentage do I have? Not compared to the entire 1.273 trillion. And by the way, these numbers are the numbers of points that are happening in the sacrifice. I'm making a assumption for math purposes that they would be the same token count. It doesn't have to be the case. I suspect the percentages would likely be similar to what I'm talking about. So So like from a big investor's perspective, I think sometimes in the past we found that like having the giant OA account has kept out some investors. I think we can probably start to move past that. Like everybody's been here for a long time. We haven't seen the OA do much. So we can see, definitely a scenario where more people are going to come in because we do have that history of like, okay, the OA is not dumping on your head every day. Vitalik dumps on your head, like a lot of founders dump on your head, but the OA does not. So I think that's pretty cool. Just to summarize the concepts here, right? So we have 1.273 trillion tokens based on the number of points that are out there. 320 billion, so a little over 25% goes to the sacrificers. The OA is 853 billion, so almost 75%. So 2% buy and burn mostly is coming off that 25% that's going out to the sacrificers. I think what's going to happen is there'll be probably beneficial and quickly added ink farms on PulseX where you could earn ink for providing liquidity for ProveX. So probably most of the liquidity is going to come from that 25% and people who buy it early on when it first launches. And that will be what gets caught by the buy and burn. So, to me, that's a pretty bullish scenario. The bull case is that the usage drives a lot of buy pressure via the buy and burn, and then that results in a supply reduction. We make it super rare, which doesn't make the price go up by itself, but by it having a buy and burn, the price could certainly, go up by itself, so to speak. What we need is to get the adoption. So I think that's going to be the major hurdle that we have with ProveX and the tokenomics to make them work out for us is getting people to use ProveX. I'll fall back on what I was talking about before with, I think in the early days, there should be some sort of incentive that Richard sets up to get people to use it. It's going to be done in a very decentralized manner. My go-to is to, pay people to get them to use it. Right. So there'd be perhaps a rebate. Maybe there'd be bonus ProveX tokens. That could be a possible use case, or it could be, it could be a fee reduction for certain people. Somebody said to me that there could be a reduction in fees if you hold a certain amount of ProveX tokens. That could be okay because in some scenarios it's a good deal, but in some scenarios a 2% fee or 1% per side is not necessarily the best deal that you could get. So if there was a fee reduction, you can pay as little as 0.3% if you hold X amount of ProveX tokens, that could be another thing that could drive long-term holding, long-term buying. So something like that could be cool. But I think early on, if there's literally some sort of kickback, you put $1,000 through ProveX and you get $10 back, to get people to see it as an actual profit mechanism, so that they would use it for a 90 to 180 day period of time. Where this was just the best place to use for anything that ProveX does. And the most obvious one being moving from chain to chain or moving from fiat into crypto. If it's if you use this one, you actually get back, more money than you put out, but the fee could still be taken. The money could come back after via another mechanism. I think that would be a pretty cool scenario where we would find that we get enough people using it in the first 30, 60, 90 days that adoption would be, guaranteed after that by the habit forming activity of them using ProveX every day for so many days, right? Furthermore, if we can get that big number of people, and I mean big, 30,000 plus people a day using ProveX, it would add basically a smokescreen of privacy of there'd be this slew of transactions. And if people want to come on or off of PulseChain, they're using ProveX, it'd be there'd be so many peer-to-peer, so wallet to wallet, transactions that would be very hard to track. It wouldn't be a mixer. There'd be nothing illegal about it. But it would be, it would add another element of privacy versus if 3 guys use it a day, right? It would be a very different thing. And that privacy, I think, is something that the OA account needs in particular, right? I think it should be free to do whatever market making moves it wants without people front running every transaction. And that could be one of the hidden reasons behind why we're getting ProveX is to provide the OA with that smoke screen. So it could buy up the chart if it wanted to, market make as it sees fit without people front running the transactions. So, a small side effect, but definitely a cool one. The other concept that I think could be good for the OA is ProveX set up with a peer-to-peer potential for trading. So they'd be okay, I want to sell PulseX. You want to buy PulseX. With Ethereum, it could be set up as a buy wall, right? So what if you are selling your PulseX because you're angry and you're done for whatever reason you have, and you were selling to the OA account, but you didn't know it, right? And we know the OA account seems to be a black hole for RH tokens, and ProveX was set up to do that. Well, that would start affecting how the other tokens look quite a bit, right? So I'm going to sell $5,000 worth of ProveX, somebody's offering a slightly better deal on ProveX than if I just sold it on the market myself, I won't pay any slippage. I'm going to take that route. They take that route. Their tokens end up being, locked in the black hole of the OA account. That and the math on how much the OA has to put out to get those tokens off the market is much better than buying up the chart with people front running him and selling on his head. I think it could, for half as much money, he'd get twice as much done. And then, when all those people are out, that's when you'd make the giant green candles with nobody left to sell who was going to sell. So that's, just a thought, but definitely one possibility that we could find. Does anybody in the chat have any questions about the tokenomics of ProveX? Any assumptions there? Yeah. Well, I don't know how much more I can say about the tokenomics, guys, because we're not, we don't really have any information. All we know is there was a sacrifice. There's points for the sacrifice. Past sacrifice points turned into tokens. So I think that's pretty likely to be the case again. The big difference between this and other stuff on the market is that giant buy and burn. Like 2% is a lot. I could argue in some cases it could be too much, and that's where I think stuff like the rebate program or a discount program, which would require you to hold so much ProveX or maybe another core token, would be a good thing. But like the basic numbers are that like relatively few individuals participate in that sacrifice. Like when we look at $17 million as far as the sacrifice volume, not including what the OA put in, versus the billions that we saw out of the Pulse and particularly the PulseX sacrifice, right? We get something that is much less watered down than what we've seen in the past. So I'm actually quite bullish on the performance of the ProveX token early on because of the lack of dilution, the very small amount of money for an RH token that went into it. But then long term, because of the buy and burn and just the potential of an infrastructure layer that would continuously buy and burn this token, it makes me long-term bullish on it. But like short-term, it's like, man, this is going to be the cheapest RH token there is. If indeed those points turn into tokens for what people put into it, I think they're going to get a lot out. I suspect the early buyers will also do very well. So yeah, it's one to watch. Want financial advice, but I think it's going to be a doozy. Oh, nice.
Did I hear some financial advice, or you giving financial advice today?
No, not anymore. No, hold on.
No, probably not ever. Or yeah, probably a good idea to avoid financial advice. What do you think the launch price will be, though? That could be a total prediction.
Well, like we could go off the math of like the number of tokens and so on and so forth, but I don't think it's anything we could definitively put our finger on. Go off the launch price of PulseX, launch price of Pulse. I think Richard's looking for a way for it to be zero. He did talk about that on a couple posts, right? Like, is there a way where ProveX could be launched and traded without it having a price on day one, right? Which like has certain tax advantages. You receive something that's worth $0 that you could, maybe you could trade it, but only for something else that is worth $0. I think though that concept is cool and it could work. He would have to, I think he would have to do something fancy to make that work this time, right? Like as soon as you have tokens in people's hands, they can make their own liquidity pools. Then it has a price, right? So either he'd have to make a tiny subchain that you can only, buy and sell ProveX on with another token that also has no price, or he would just have to hold two sides of a liquidity pool with another new token that can only be traded against ProveX that nobody else had, and I'm not sure that fits the bill. I think there's a possibility the launch price could be zero. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just like, is it a regular ERC20, PRC20? Does it have some special features? Yeah, I mean, other than like buy and burn and stuff like that. Like, is it just like a, PulseX, but ProveX, and like, can it only be used in how it fits with the protocol? And there's a few different pieces where I think there's options on. And I don't know. I just think it's like, what do you think his tweet is going to be when it launches? Is it going to be like, oh, it appears that the ProveX token is launched? Or do you think there'll be some like leading up to it? All right, we got like 5 days now because he keeps tweeting about ProveX tokenomics or something.
There's the possibility that the ProveX token could be launched on multiple chains, right? And there's a couple ways he could do that. So like it could be the ProveX token has launched and it is launched on these 7 chains. And it could be either like it's all the same token, but there's a mechanism which is a thing that exists where it, like when you're sending it to one chain, it gets like perma-locked in a contract on another chain until it comes back, so that you're not inflating the token supply and having a different version on every chain. Or it could be it all gets bridged out through the PulseChain bridge, and like, okay, it's bridged to Ethereum, from Ethereum it's bridged to 17 other chains, and that initial supply is supplying like 10, 20, 30 different chains. It's totally possible as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there was liquidity for it on at least 5 major chains. And if it was launched that way, I think that'd actually be cool. Even if it was just a bridged version where it's like this was bridged to Ethereum, and from Ethereum it was bridged to BNB and to Polygon, etc. Like that'd be cool, because I think ProveX could be something that people from many chains would use. And it doesn't matter if the token is bought and burnt on Ethereum, the price would still ripple through to PulseChain, right? So I think that concept's fine. And if it's providing service on other chains, right? So it's like you're making a transfer from Ethereum to Polygon, you're paying 1%, or just some other transaction on chain where you're collecting that chain's currency, then it makes sense that there was a pool of liquidity on that chain for a buy and burn to happen in. So that that's just one concept. There's other ways to do it. That would be the easiest way.
Yeah, I think the whole launching is going to launch on Ethereum, it's going to launch on PulseChain. It's going to launch on 7 different chains. Oh man, I think we got some exciting stuff. Like I think there's just all these things and we've had a lot of exciting things happen so far already, but there's so many more pieces to fall in place. And again, I don't think it's all for nothing. I think some things are being tried, and I think Richard's doing as much as he can, and it looks like there's maybe some progress on the Interpol stuff as well. So it's kind of like every time. I think it's easy to doubt here and there, but is this the right place? All this stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like ProveX is launched, and I don't know. It's almost like it's kind of like this it's a stickiness. I think the stickiness. I always remember talking about that stickiness of HEX, the staking for all those years, and it's like, okay, if you got stakes, and you're more likely to pay attention and participate and contribute and not flood your bags and all that stuff. And yeah, I think literally. So much has been set up to make this place great, and maybe a little bit of favorable macro conditions, or otherwise things going through. And we might find ourselves in a very, very much better position than we have been. So I'm excited.
I think it might come all at once, Max. I think all the things that people have been wanting, they haven't got, like in a very short time frame. I don't necessarily mean short from now, but like inside of like a month, 3 months, it'll be like all the things will happen. Be like, oh look, Richard's live streaming 3 hours a day every day, and like we've made these crazy business deals, and like all this stuff has happened. Like it could come all at once, which would have a huge impact. Like we've been building up basically a want list, and I think that Santa may deliver. It's not impossible.
Let's go. I like it.
Ooh.
Fast Abdul, I'm sure you'll be back in a little bit. Sounds like.
Well, we'll see.
At some point, take a break, drink some water. So I'm gonna try to do some too. But we got a while SJ coming up. So he's gonna fill some time for us. We're gonna riff a little bit. It should be fun. And I'll see you in a bit.
Have digital tools, right? Good voice recorder, cool lapel mic, sounds a million times better. It's like under $100, right? If you record enough cool thoughts, eventually it turn into a book. Ask me how I know. Much of Scivive was transcribed from recordings that just popped into my head. And if you have a great thought, you shouldn't lose it. I mean, how many great thoughts do you get in a year? 100? 200? 20. Well, if you're in the shower and you're coming up with great thoughts, man, you better capture those, or you'll, all of the best ideas you've ever had will be lost to just forgetfulness. If you don't care so much about recording the great ideas you've had, maybe your offspring and your kids, or, one day you become a thought leader. Hello. Then maybe people care about what you think more, and it's important to have those things written down. So that's my tips for the day. Good talking to you guys.
Tips for the day from Richard Hart about 5 years ago, probably. Something like that. Wallace J, she appeared. How's it going?
I'm good. I'm great. I'm so much. I'll be honest with you. I had a really hard morning. I like to be honest about those moments in my life because they don't happen often. And the positivity princess woke up on the wrong side of the bed, basically. Like I cry. I woke up and cried a little. And I just felt, I was very fortunate that I'm taking a course with Whitney, and Jamie is the woman that's actually leading it. And it's like a money habits course, and it's all women. And it was exactly what I needed this morning. She advised that we put a song on. She happened to have a playlist, and I picked a song called Surrender. I'd never heard it before. Didn't know the artist or anything. And it just reminded me, like, it's okay to have these moments of just heaviness. Like everything just felt really heavy, and not even because the markets or really anything. It was just a general overwhelming feeling of just, ugh. And I feel like a lot of people are feeling that sentiment. and I just want to, encourage y'all. You're not alone. Even the positivity princess has those moments and has those days, and just know that you're not alone, and know that there's a whole community here for you, feeling those feels and going through it. Way to start off on a deep note. Gotcha.
Let's go. I like it. I like it. Yeah. I mean, it's, we're emotional beings, right? Like there's times where you're going to feel really good, and times you're going to be like, oh my God, I don't even want to, what am I going to do today? What's going to be fun? What's going to, how can I be productive? Oh, am I motivated to be productive? All that stuff. So it's okay. It's okay. We're all humans. We're all just like trying to do some fun stuff. And with the time we got, I guess that's one way to look at it. And speaking of that, I think where there's been so much productivity, I've seen, day and night out of you and your crew of just hustling people that just will not stop, refusing to lose over and over again for months on end, or however long you've been going. The tablets, boy, the HEX iPads, I like to call them sometimes. They've been going through the roof. We're going to people to distribute, and we're gonna see how well we can push marketing and how many people we can onboard. Whenever our season comes, I hope that all this, we're in a very good spot with that, with marketing, and you've been doing an amazing job there. So let's check it out. I'll hop back in about 15 minutes or so. But tell us about tablets. Let's go.
All by myself? I'm just kidding. I got this, y'all. So first, I just want to say that, and I've said this multiple times, but if you don't know me, you haven't seen me before. I have been here since 2021, and I am still here because of the community. I feel like my life did a 10,000x because the people that I'm surrounded by are the most thoughtful, kind, generous, hardworking, persistent people I've ever met in my life. My friend group went from not that many in terms of just like day to day to, I feel like I have thousands of friends all over the world now. And that's thanks to Richard and what he's built and this community. And I love that everything I've been involved with has allowed that to continue. Like being a part of just for doing Scivive, right? So if you don't know, I did the audiobook for Scivive just selfishly, basically. And then getting to be a part of the PulseChain tour, right? So Black Hexagon, RG3, and I put that on during the bear market. Wanted to do it whether or not Pulse, we started planning it before PulseChain launched, we were going to do it either way, and did a tour through the bear market, and it cost us a lot, basically, you know, but it was great to, I think the what outweighed it was the community being there, the community getting to see one another, the community building upon that moment, right? Like getting to put forth and put forward the idea that, hey, there are more people than just you in this town that have the, you know, have the thoughts and feelings that you have, that are going through this with you. So the tablets now has become something. I mean, when we signed up to do this, we didn't know, we had no idea how much work, how much involvement, how much space, how much machinery, how many things I needed to learn, like what we were actually going to do, how any of it. It was just, hey, we're here, we're available, we've got a nonprofit. What's the next step? And the beauty of the way this has gone, and the things that I've seen, is just wonderful. There's so many synchronicities all throughout this community, all throughout time. It's been beautiful to watch that, and to see people show up. I can't remember who mentioned it, but someone mentioned how amazing it is that I can put a tweet out, and within 24 to 48 hours, I've got 10 to 15 people from all over the place that are willing to come out and help with something. We had someone fly from Utah, right? Like, and we've had someone fly from Canada. We've had tons of people from all over the place just want to come and be a part of this and get their hands dirty, so to say, right? Like with the work. And it is work. It's like we are printing the label, like so I wanted to show you all this. Like, this is one of the first labels. I don't know if I have them in order. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this in some semblance of order here. This is really fun to see. Like, you know, you guys see a fraction of what's happened and what's gone on. And at first, I mean, that was very much by design, right? Like, Richard's not one to give away all his secrets, and being a part of this whole process, it's like we really have just wanted to respect our anonymous donors and make sure that we're, you know, doing things that are in line with their privacy and, you know, whatever it needed to be. And it's changed. Things have changed as we go. Like, we're actually looking into a different printer right now. So things continue to evolve and to change. And so just to give you an idea here, I've got probably a stack of 12 different iterations of the label and how it started and how it's going. And that's been, you know, a whole journey, right? Because it's like, you want to say as much as you can. You want people to see this thing and think, oh man, like I really want to understand more of this. I want to be a part of this. So here's, this is the first one, right? If you can see, there's lorem ipsum on there, right? Similar design, just different wording. And then we went to the free gift, and those were for our mass mailing, right? Which we're still doing in part. It's just different now. We had what would you say that is, gatekeeping? Because of the U.S. Postal Service, we ran into some issues with them, and so we're just doing it different now. And then we just moved on to, you know, what can we say? How can we do this? And it got more and more simple. Was basically you know, you guys have seen most of them, right? But so at this point, it really is just like more and more simple. Amazon's coming, guys. We're gonna be listing on Amazon. That's what the warning label's for. We absolutely have to. That's part of why it's taken so long, because there's been all this like red tape about the batteries involved and it being a kid's toy, and we've had to go back and forth a bunch. But that is soon, hopefully sooner than it has been. And I think this is the most recent version right here. So we got, and I've been trying to change the artwork. So like a bunch of these went to Dallas. And then if any of you are from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you might recognize that kind of stuff. So for the ones that are going on Amazon, this will look different. And of course, it's going to be different because it's going to have that warning label as well. So yeah, it's hard to describe the work and what we're doing and how it's going. I see a question from Frankie. How can I go to you could just get there, man. They're not going into the Super Bowl. They're just going to the parking lot and handing out the tablets. So it's up to you to get yourself there. Contact Hex Monkey. He's the one who is kind of, I don't know, organizing it, but he's like the touch point person there for that. And, you know, also just start to think about what can you do in your own neighborhood? What's in your backyard that you can go to and hand these tablets out? And I like to encourage folks to think about not just handing them out to anyone. You know, yes, there's a lot of them. Yes, we're going to be able to impact, I think, a good chunk of people that are in crypto or know about crypto. Who else, though, can you target? Like, who else do you think might have interest in it? Because the macro, right, is prime, I think, for people understanding it more and wanting to know more. Anytime I talk about it, I have more people interested than not, right? Like, they are curious. They do want to know more. Whether or not they're going to buy right now, you know, for me, this whole endeavor is a long-term play. The fact that these are going to sit in people's homes, that they're going to see those icons over and over again, and they're going to see the name PulseChain, they're going to see the words HEX. I think that is more than anything what is the good about, like, one of the best things about this is that it's not something people get stoked about it. Like, anyone I've shown or given it to, they really love the thing itself, right? Some people, you know, oh, my kids got that. Other people are just like, oh, hey, this is really my mom loves it. You know what I mean? If mom loves it, how can anyone not? You know, so in addition to that, we have volunteer opportunities here all the time. It's not constant right now. There's a lot of kind of like different little things happening, but it will be a little bit more constant soon, especially with Amazon, that whole thing coming on board. And we're just, you know, if you want to come hang out with some real positive, real uplifting, real hardworking Hexicans and PulseChainians, we're here. We're going to be out here in the Temecula Valley area for who knows at this point. I mean, we have hundreds of thousands of the tablets, right? I think it's less than 1 million now, but we did have, we didn't have 1 million, I think, at any one time, but like we've had 1 million sent to us, and there's already been probably, like, I would say maybe 15% has been sent out. It might be more than that. I am actually in the middle of doing all of our numbers because we recently moved spaces and are trying to get that all figured out. Let's see. What else? Suzy Q came to the Hive. There's been a lot of really awesome, fun people that have come through and helped out. And if you're thinking about it, come on down. We will provide hotel and food. If you can get here, that's a thing that we're willing to offer, is room and board for a little bit. And just, you know, depending on how long you can stay and what we're up to. But I'm grateful. I'm really grateful to be a part of this. I think that it has really helped me in being here in general in this community has just made my life purpose glow. Like, I feel so like I was meant to be a part of this, and that I meant to do these things, and I meant to be here. Like, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, let me see. Yeah, about 5 years ago, if I'd be here doing this kind of thing, I'd have no clue in my mind that this is some way my life would have ever gone. Not in 1 million years. And it's beautiful to me that I ended up here, because there are so many people I feel that have the same kind of, what's the word? There's just something that's kind of like this underlying vibe of the Hex and Pulse community, where a lot of people within this community want to do more and want to see better happen in the world. And I strongly believe that we've been brought together through these means for a big reason. And if I can do anything or everything in my power to continue spreading that message, continue to tell people, you know, how DeFi is and should work, and the fact that you can be your own bank and have custody of your own key, like just all these little things. That's what got me excited in the first place. And that's still part of the reason that I'm doing this, is I really strongly believe in those ideals and those values. And that's something that I strongly believe can change the world. And I'm really, just like, I just want to encourage you guys that, you know, there's more to this. I mean, a lot of people are in this to get rich, right? And like want the money, right? But if you can hold through these times and know that there's more to this than just the financial gain, that to me is what is like makes it all worth it in the end, is the like life gains that I've had.
You're telling me that 5 years ago you didn't think you'd meet crypto guy, genius billionaire founder guy who has all these goals, all these things he wants to do in the world, and he creates this community, and like, you know what? Oh, he wrote a book too. So that's a pretty good book. Oh, and then you start reading his book, and then I feel pretty similar. I'm like, I mean, it's been like 7 years for me. I want to say came across 2017, 8 years. I don't know. Wow. It's been like 8 years or so since I came across.
Next year it'd be 10 years. That's 9 years, bro.
Right? Getting close. Yeah, 8.5. Yeah, I can't remember exactly when, but I mean, as far as the months and stuff go, but.
Yeah.
I think it was 2017, I want to say. So it's got to be, like 9. Hold on. Math. 9. Yeah. 8 or 9 years. Whatever it is, it doesn't feel like that long. But I came across them, and somebody at a party was like, hey, you ever see Richard Hart and his opinion on Ethereum or whatever? And back then, you know, he didn't like it so much. And then I was like, oh, this guy's pretty interesting. Oh, he talks about stop playing poker, stop gambling, stop, you know, how to give a good apology, all that stuff. And I was like, man, this guy, I like his ideals. I like, oh, he's into crypto too. I'm into crypto now. You know, I'm new into crypto. And then became HEX, and then became PulseChain, and everything since. And it's just like, wow, it's pretty. I mean, I think it's there's so many things that I've gotten that I was kind of looking for. I was looking to learn at the time. I was going through I remember our first stream, or one of our first streams. I think I used to tell this as like my introduction to, I was what was it? Health, wealth, and health, wealth. What was the journey? I was like, I basically wanted to learn and consume a lot to get, you know, better at life and understand things better and see what I want to do and all that stuff. Health, wealth. Well, God, what was it? I used to say this a few years ago. Whatever journey it was. And yeah, Richard became a big part of that. And it was Naval Ravikant, Alex Hormozi was a part of it. Sam Harris, still, you know, meditation, all that stuff like that too. Elon, I mean, Richard, like all those guys just really just had these visions, had these ideals, had these mental models, ways of thinking about things that really struck me as, wow, these people are, you know, they're great men. They have these great ideals, and they want to proliferate them in the world. And especially, you know, when the community started with Richard, I was just like, you know, I didn't, you know, participate. I was pretty passive at first. And then, it just struck me as like, man, I want to do the work. I want to help out. I want to like get into it. And from there, I had no idea that I'd be like, all right, I'm doing conferences and events and, you know, streaming and talking to you about tablets. They're doing tablets, doing marketing campaign, making tablets, making doodle pads. They're doing doodling, doodling pads. Yeah. I was like, we're winning. We're putting our best faith effort to win.
Yes.
And I had no idea it would be this kind of battle to like, it just seems harder. Like when I look back, I'm like, man, I didn't know it'd be this hard. This is hard. Like this is, there's nothing easy about like, just, I mean, first it was like the SEC stuff and just being able to be like, okay, DeFi, and being able to, you know, be able to do sacrifices or whatever, and being able to do decentralized things. And, you know, our founder, you know, again, hiring the lawyers and getting free from all that stuff. But it was almost like the attacking of the ideals, the attacking of the way that people can come together and do things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not just the like all the other money raised or whatever. Anyways, it's hard. So everyone out here who's been here for a while, if you just joined us, welcome. Hopefully you have an easier path, and hopefully you've sucked in a lot of the values and virtues that we've been practicing for a while and trying to keep true to. But if you've been here for a while, man, and I truly think it is if we're able to get through all this and come out the other side winning, and this is supposed to be the place. This is supposed to be the place where your money goes, you make more of it, that you put your time and energy into, and you get returns from. And I just shout out to everyone who've been battling and going through all the hard stuff, and hopefully come out the other end very wealthy and wise. I guess I'd put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been awesome to also just see more people showing up. Like, people keep showing up. You know what I mean? Like that to me is super bullish, because it's like, if this was nothing, if this was a scam, if this was anything that wasn't worth its, value, people wouldn't keep showing up and keep creating content and start their own channels and come out to California and fly out here to help with tablets. It's just so amazing to see that growth continue. Like, there was a point probably like a couple years ago where I was like, oh, I've probably followed every person that I could or want to at this point, and there are no other accounts that are going to be bullish and positive, and lo and behold, that they just keep showing up, and I love that.
I see new content creators from time to time. I've seen ones that I never came across before. I see people every event, every conference I do. There's people who I've never met that I get to see speak at the conference and just interact and stuff. And there's so many from all over the world. A guy on here was he's from Kenya, and he did like a whole grassroots talk. Like, if anyone hasn't seen it, if you started tuning in today, like the first couple hours he was on talking about that, and I was just like, man, that's so amazing. That he's very passionate about it. He's been around for a while, just trying to tell people about PulseChain and stuff in different places there. And it's I think oh man, we've been through so many different pieces, and everyone's just trying to, again, some people are just here for money. Some people are here for the community. Some people are here and that's where they want to build. They want to make products, and they're here for the tech and all this stuff. And I think that's the one thing that really glues everyone together, is our ability to have different kinds of people from everywhere doing all these different things. And again, they're putting in the work. They're doing this. One of the most powerful phrases I've ever heard is "you do the work," that Richard talked about before. And I think that's what the community is about. They may gripe and complain and be like, "Oh, Richard, do something here, make the product," like all that stuff too. But really, this community is built on grassroots. If you want to get something done, you go do it. You go put in the effort. You go organize and do it. And that's where, point to me another place where that happens, and it can be as effective as we have been through all the different challenges and stuff. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Real quick on that note, it just made me think something I should put out there in the world as well. I posted about this the other day, but if you are in another country and you have a nonprofit, charity, or are trying to start one, let's go. Mention it in it's t.me/filter for mail. You could DM me, and we'll try and get you in touch with the right people to make sure that can be moved forward, because I feel like now that we've kind of been the testing ground out here, of course it's going to be different everywhere. But it's nice to think that there are other people in the world in other places that want to do the same thing, and that's a possibility. So, yeah.
Yes, I think, I think there are. And I think like the guy earlier, I told him, I think I sent you his Morris at I am Morris on there. And he has got a YouTube channel. I had no idea he had a YouTube channel. He produces content. He's doing all this stuff. And just come across people like that is very inspiring.
Awesome.
So hopefully get some more. He's like, yeah, he talked about wanting some tablets, and I'm like, all right, let's hopefully be able to do that. But yeah, speaking of, challenges and market conditions and all this stuff, what makes you, there's plenty of ways people can doubt the ecosystem. Oh, it's been a long time. Why hasn't price went up? Where it's Richard? Like, you know, they care about us, all this stuff. What comes to mind when you think of like the criticisms of the ecosystem of Richard? Why isn't this something people can just write off and be like, look, maybe he had good intentions, maybe he didn't, whatever, but he tried and it didn't work. It's not going to work. Now we're going to bear like all this stuff. What is that? What is something that you can really be like, no, this is that you believe that, you know, we're getting to glory.
Yeah. Just re-listen to anything he's ever said. Go back and listen to the Christmas message. Go back and listen to, you know, when he's talking about ProveX. There's so much that he is like, he's the same person. He still wants his glory. In fact, I actually just listened to the Christmas message again. And he talked about that. Again, he's here for the glory. He wants it. That hasn't changed. I don't think that's ever going to change until it happens. And there was that post. In fact, I'm glad I have this. There's a post he made that had this like little motivational poster with these words from someone anonymous. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? There we go.
Hey, yeah.
Like,
I mean, I can barely read it, but yeah, go ahead. I love the logos, by the way. It looks really good.
Yeah, I made these. So I'm going to read this. I don't know what will work, but I 100% know something the fuck will. And we're going to try every single fucking thing. We have the dream, the chain, the stuff, the trading, the everything, the legal clarity, better on-ramps, you fucking name it. We have fucking everything. Now we get to live the dream of just chilling. I mean, persistence, like we both know his favorite quote, you know, is about persistence. He's about persistence. He's about getting the glory. When people mention, like, say that he's not here or he hasn't done anything, blah, 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 I'm just like, what? Like, are you not paying it? Are you not listening? Like, he has not gone anywhere. He's been tweeting, posting on X like this entire time, giving us videos. I strongly, firmly believe that there's a good, two things. There's a really good reason behind why not the live streams. Probably has a little bit something to do with the legal shit that's going on in other country. And I also strongly believe that, I mean, look at us, look at this community and what we're doing and what we've built and like what's going on. And that there are still people building protocols. There's still people like there's so much going on this chain. And we haven't had him live stream, you know, like I firmly believe that it's been great for us, honestly, him not streaming. And if he does ever come back and do that, fantastic. Stoked about it. If he doesn't, it's fine. I'm still here. I'm still going to be here. It's not going to deter me in any way, shape, or form. And it just boggles my mind to people. He even addressed that, I think, I don't think it was the Christmas video, but in the other one, that he was just like, these people that think I'm not here, you know, he said some not so nice words, but it just like, it's true. Like, it's like we forget so quickly. You so quickly forget that he just talked about the glory that he wants and the things that he's building and how everything we have is better than everything else out there. It is really just a matter of time and marketing and people understanding and knowing what this is and what we hold.
Is 2026 the year of shill?
Yeah. Of course it is. I got 100,000 million tablets over here. We got to chill out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm going to konnichiwa for that one. Let me get a konnichiwa real quick. 3, 2, 1, konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa!
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, if all we got to do is all we need is marketing, and all we got to do is shill. Definitely. I mean, the chain's there. I don't know about people buying crypto right now. I certainly hope money, something happens. Money, just
tax
people
returns?
have money. Tax returns. We got there's something.
Let's hope.
Something to be hopeful about. Or maybe it's our season and we're like, all right, everything else is going down. But oh my God, look at over at PulseChain. What is going on with PulseChain? I thought the thing was a scam. Look at it. People are making eyeballs of money out there. Why am I not there right now? Let me download this ProveX thing so I can do private transactions and on ramp new people.
Make my heart flutter.
Gosh, that'd be fun. That's what I want to be. I want to be on stream talking about that.
Yeah.
Look at the charts. Look at the charts. I actually want to look at a chart today. Yeah. I haven't looked at charts in a long time. I keep hearing things about charts, but I'm not took a look. But I mean, it's felt that way for a while, but also I haven't seen. I mean, just seeing some progress on the legal front, again, the rumors and stuff. That sounds really good. I don't know. I'm excited to be excited. I'm excited to be more excited. I'm excited to talk about things that are more exciting. But there's been some progress. So that's what else can we not expect, I guess.
Yeah.
The year of shill. If we can onboard people in these market conditions, grow the community, and when it is time for them to buy, they have a tablet in their hand. Maybe that's, I mean, looking in hindsight, if that works out and it is like the perfect situation and it does just like, oh my gosh, that was totally, I'm totally glad we started at that time with the marketing and stuff. I think that's easy to look back on and be like, yeah. And then PulseChain went to the moon and he just mic drop.
Beautiful.
I could see that. I could see that. I'm also a PulseChain bull, but
yeah, me too, for sure. I ordered my sister like a week ago.
All right.
Yeah, just little by little.
She gets to buy the all-time lows. Let's go.
Right? I'm jealous.
The dream of dreams.
But yeah.
The dream of dreams is to be able to. Yeah. What do you think? Man, what is your speculation on ProveX? This is ProveX conference. What do you think that? When are we going to get ProveX Dev? When ProveX Dev? I got a T-shirt. I got a ProveX T-shirt.
Nice. Look at that.
Yeah.
Is it the golden child? I mean, that looks very gold. It's like ProveX is the golden child.
It is orange, but it's kind of goldish orange. Yeah. Is it the last child? I don't know.
You know what I thought? I had this cool thought the other day. If you take a hexagon now, you can put a logo of each. If you do EHEX and PHEX.
Oh, that's 5 though, isn't it?
No, EHEX, PHEX.
Hold on. How many tokens do we have now?
PulseX, Inc, and ProveX.
Do we have 6 now? Okay, I guess that's right. I guess we do. If
you separate EHEX and PHEX.
If you put EHEX on there, which thought we were done with Ethereum, but it could be making a comeback. You never know.
I still really like the way that Johnny talks about it with the idea of people are going to shop at the market that's in their hometown kind of thing. Like I see that will happen, and maybe we're going to run out of EHEX, and then PHEX does its thing. Or both.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some bull cases for EHEX and versus PX and all this stuff.
But ProveX. Sorry, ProveX. Back to ProveX.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I was just thinking the way that Richard thinks about it as who knows if there's if we have E ProveX and there's P ProveX and there's B ProveX and there's S.
It's supposed to be very multi-chain, right?
We're at the ProveX conference. You tell me. All right.
I don't know. Yeah, I actually still want to do this. I have not yet, but especially now that there's a little more news about ZK P2P changing its name to Peer. My goal is to live stream while I'm checking that out because I haven't messed with that site at all. But knowing that ProveX is a fork of that protocol, I feel like it would be great to just dive in and mess around and look at the site and see what's going on with it. I think it's brilliant. There's a token associated with, I was listening to you and Fast talk a little bit. So the fact that Richard took this idea of this peer-to-peer system and then added tokenization to it, again, just freaking genius, man. It's like everything that he's done has been something awesome in and of itself or something awesome and then improved upon. And, just like we were talking about, excited to be excited. I'm excited for all the winning to continue happening. And I see ProveX as something that will definitely draw more people in. It'll be something else to talk about outside of just PulseChain and outside of, I kind of want to say outside of crypto in a way, but just because it involves so many other platforms, right? Like you have the ability to, it is crypto, obviously it's all crypto related, but like Venmo and Cash App and, all these different platforms, like it feels to me like it's going to allow more people to understand more about DeFi, I think specifically, and privacy and how attractive that can be financially.
Yeah. Well, I was asking you too, because I actually haven't thought that much about multi-chain ProveX, because I don't know, it just seems like I can't imagine launching on Ethereum and not PulseChain, but I can't also imagine, I don't know, it just seems like it's going to be a PulseChain product, but we're going to find a way to get it on other chains. I don't know if that's going to be a launch on other chains though. It could be, but that just seems like a very different move than what we've seen before. We haven't seen anything else launched in any other chain. Everything's been on PulseChain, and there was HEX was there was a fork copy on PulseChain from Ethereum, of course, with HEX. I don't know. Maybe there is something there. Maybe there is in the playbook. There's like, okay, some genius billionaire founder guy figured out a way to do it in a very interesting way. I'm excited to see. I don't know when it's going to launch. I know, hopefully the token launches soon, because it's a token we can trade, and token go trade, token go save too. I mean, not you have to trade it as in you have to go sell it all at once, which is, who knows what's going to happen at launch, depending on macro, what everyone does with it. Oh my gosh. But wouldn't it be amazing if it did launch and then it got sold down, or it got sold down and then all of a sudden it became our season and then straight to the moon?
Yeah. And I think that cool. if we haven't learned anything yet, there is very much, what am I trying to say? I think Richard knows about timing, very, very much so. And I can only see it being, like, of course there's certain things that didn't go timing wise the way I'm sure everyone would have hoped. But at the same time, I think he will do everything in his control to ensure that, what we hold and what we have and with ProveX, right, that I'm basically saying, like, I'm not upset about the fact that it's taking a while, right? Like, I think it's planned. I think that's on purpose. I don't know that it was, maybe at first it was like going to come sooner, but now because of market conditions, right? Like, it just makes more sense to wait. It makes more sense, for things to just like be polished, perhaps, right? Or like whatever it is. I just am, I don't know. I think I'm just grateful that this community has been one that has taught me so much patience with all of that. And not just like, oh, like here I am waiting, but just being okay, like being super okay with that, and like almost wanting it. Like, I'd rather wait. I want it to be the right time and for things to go well. And I'd rather wait than have it just come out and, like your people market dumping and things like that. Like, it just doesn't make sense for it to go that way.
I think there's probably a very different experience with people who are waiting and believing and contributing versus waiting and expecting. I think there's a very significant difference in the experience, I would bet, between those two groups of people. Absolutely. And it sucks. I wouldn't want to be, I wouldn't want to be just being like, no, I don't really believe in this thing. I'm supposed to already be, I'm supposed to already make all this money by now. And the guy doesn't, he does a Christmas video or something. Like, I could see how that would be frustrating, and like that would be, a much worse experience than, for example, what it appears you and I have been doing, and many others. It's like, we're just when it's ready, and then we believe in, that we believe in the glory narrative. And Richard seems like not a bad guy, and seems like he's trying all the things and seeing what works, type of deal. So gonna keep going until it happens. but that's not the 100% experience for everyone. So if you're out there not having a great experience, so that sucks. But there are other ways to look at things, other framings, and I don't know. There's this community, the people who are here contributing, they certainly tend to be believers, and that's I noticed that. I don't know if you saw this on the ProveX website, but one of the things that I think is pretty, I'll show it real quick. One of the things I think is telling that this is an RH product is, if you scroll down, so it talks about political statement, no ICO, no pre-sale, no VCs, just believers. And when I saw that for the first time, I was like, I feel like that it struck me as a nod, as a nod to the community. If they were going to participate, whether you participate or not in the community, it is a nod that believers, again, the way that you can make a very good case that believers get rewarded, and it may, we don't know when, and we don't know how, and don't have any guarantees, but just that phrase, just believers, I was like, I feel like there's something there. There's something to do with the whole approach to these products and ecosystem that's very telling for that to be there.
Yeah, everything has been for a reason, and a good reason. All the sacrifices, all the wording behind, you're sacrificing for freedom of speech, freedom of movement, right? You're here because you're a believer. It's really been, again, it's just, to me, that's been the 10,000x that's kept me here, is this community believes very strongly. And, I saw the title of this was, the master plan, right? And this is something that I say over and over again, is that to me, crypto is just a stepping stone for Richard. It's just one piece of the puzzle that he wants to see happen in the world. And I still really think that, Scivive Island, Hexico, whatever you want to call it, and having your own nation state is very much still in his playbook. I mean, he's got a lot of life to live, and should longevity serve us well, hopefully many of us do, and we can work together to just create a beautiful, wonderful place where we can, have these mad gains and use them well and continue to see beautiful, wonderful things happen in the world, and, just be a part of making that legacy happen. Right. So it's just a piece of the puzzle, in my opinion. This is just one step in the glory, the rungs of glory, right? This is just one of them.
So you think, I've talked about this before, I think Richard will be, could, again, who knows what's going to happen, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if he's remembered for his philanthropy, if he's remembered for his contributions to science and technology, and with longevity and all that stuff, and that crypto is I said a footnote before. I don't know. I feel like crypto is going to be a big piece of it, but it's going to be, like you said, like a stepping stone to get a means to an end type of thing. Do you think? Master plan, end game, the glory, what is that? What the glory means? What he thinks he wants to do in the world, whatever that is, whatever he thinks is most important, longevity, you could say, building communities, enriching people, live their fullest lives, Scivive principles, all that stuff, whatever that is. Do you think his goal is to get to that, to build the community, to build the products, to build the things that need to get built to get there? Is that the end game?
Yeah.
Is that what Richard's here for?
I think so. Especially if you consider, if you kind of just take into consideration so many of the things that he's either said or hinted at or talked about. One of them is he's said, I think on multiple occasions, that he's happiest when he's around people, when he's around friends, when he's around, like minds. And to be able to create an atmosphere, or a physical place where all you're surrounded by is like minds and people that believe the same, very similar things that you do, and want to move that kind of attitude and that kind of that kind of wealth, right? And I don't just mean financial wealth. I mean just like real, just richness of life. I strongly believe that that is the end goal. Is just doing what he can, using the tools that he has, that he understands well, that he is able to build with, right? Using those tools to create like a paradise. I mean, who wouldn't want that, you know? Let's live forever in paradise. Sounds great to me. Like, you know, I feel like that in part is what he would love to see is people being well, doing awesome things and being able to do that for as long as they possibly can in a place that allows them to do, you know, what it is that they want and succeed in the ways that they want.
Let's go. Let's go. I like it. I'm excited. Excited to be excited. Excited to be excited to be excited. Oh, let's go. I like it. Yeah. Always good to see you a while on this, Jay. If you're around and you want to come back, community panels happening about an hour or so. No expectations, but if you want to come back, have some people there, riff some more, close out this conference. We're only about more than halfway through. It should be fun. But anyways, thank you. Thank you for all the things you're doing in the community too, as always. Appreciate you.
Thank you as well. See you later, everyone.
Yeah. That was a wild SJ. Putting in the work, doing the work, tableting. Got a couple gentlemen coming up next. Before we do that, let's do, persist.
You must be able to see it, Mr. Anderson. You must know it by now. You can't win. It's pointless to keep fighting. Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you persist?
Because I choose to.
Let's go. How's it going, Donald and Harris? How's it going?
This is Donald here. Hopefully Harris will join us soon. I've got some really good news to announce today. Really good news. First of all, I want to pay respect to all of the hexagons and pulsicans. I've been a hexagon since, when was it? December of 2019. I didn't buy the first day. I waited a couple of weeks and I put $1,000 in. And in a matter of, can't remember, week or two, it went 4 to 1. I go, oh, wow. And I had somebody ask for a favor. So I took out $3,600 to make a donation to somebody that was having some trouble. That left $400 worth in there. And that $400 worth eventually was worth $500,000. Only one little catch. I had it staked. I couldn't sell it. I'm sitting there looking at $500,000 from $400. Couldn't sell it. And then as I was waiting for the ability to cash out, I noticed that people were cashing out. Oh boy. So, I'm still here. You're still here. We're all still here. And that says a lot. That says a lot. That says we're here for good. We're here for good. I'm thinking back a little more. I remember the 2017 bull run. I turned down Bitcoin in 2017. I looked at it when it was 50 cents and I said, no, this is just another trade credit. I had trade exchanges. I could make my own trade credits. I don't need this. And then it went up and up and up and up. 2015, I took another look at it, started accepting a little bit of it in our business in about 2015, 16. 2017, it was, as you know, the crypto world was so hot, you could about throw a dart and make a profit. I don't know if you were around then, but things were going up 10, 20% a day. And then 2018 came. What do you know? Selling pressure. People were selling, taking profits. Boom, 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 down, down, down. So a new invention came along, EOS. Another, I don't remember if they called it a sacrifice or what it was, but we were buying it with Ethereum. They raised how many billions? I don't remember. And then the launch came and it was a bit of a bull run, like always. First, it's a great new thing. And then selling pressure. Oh my gosh. So up and down. Isn't that the crypto world? Excitement, 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 excitement. take profit, take profit, take profit, boom. So what's the solution for that? What is the solution for that? Well, that's good news. I'm going to announce that today. So here we have December 2019, went up like crazy at first, right? Remember that? And then all of a sudden selling pressure. For 6 years now, we're trying to empty out the pockets of those original OGs that got it really, really cheap. And we need a solution. We're here. We're a solid community. We're not going anywhere. And there's a breath of fresh air on the horizon. A new philosophy, a new working project, new energy, a new purpose for our community. A new philosophy, new energy. Here's what I propose. Instead of selling, instead of creating selling pressure, how about if we just go spend it, transfer it to another person who's willing to accept it? Guess what? When I go talk to my dentist, I'm going to ask him, hey, can I pay you with HEX? He's going to say, what is that? And I'm going to explain it to him, and he might get interested. Every person that we go and shop with, we can talk to him about, hey, can I pay you with HEX? Because if I spend my HEX and I'm not selling it, there's no price dump. I'm not selling it. There's no price dump. I'm transferring it from this account to that account at the full value. There's no selling pressure. The DEX doesn't even know I did it. It's person to person, P2P, peer to peer. And it doesn't create a price dump because I didn't sell it. I moved it from this account to that account, from my account to my dentist. And when I get my car fixed, I can ask him, hey, can I pay you half the bill with HEX? I'll pay you for the parts. I'll pay you for the labor with HEX or PulseX or ProveX, whichever one is your favorite. And guess what? ProveX happens to create a great way to make sure that he gets what he's got coming and I get what I got coming. If I want to transfer, payment, I'm not sure how ProveX works yet, frankly. I haven't spent the time to figure out every little detail, but correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but isn't it a way that I can pay you and make sure that I get what I had coming?
Yeah, a way to privately exchange value, essentially, with zero knowledge.
And neither one of us are selling. It's peer-to-peer. It's my account to your account, and it's not affecting the price on the decentralized exchange or on any kind of exchange.
Peer-to-peer marketplace.
Yeah, so ProveX has utility. It's a way for me to transpire business with you in a safe way and in a way where I'm not crashing the price of my crypto. What good is it to go like this and then like this? And that's what's happening in crypto. That's what happened to EOS. That's what happened to HEX. Well, we can fix that. We can just stop selling it. We can just start offering it to people. Pretty simple.
I love the solution. To stop selling it, sell pressure.
It can't
goodbye,
go down
sell
if we're
pressure.
not
Goodbye.
selling.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
As a goodbye, sell pressure. Because
it
I think
can't
you watched
go
Richard's
down
video.
if
Hello,
we're
sell
not
pressure.
selling.
Goodbye.
If I'm paying my dentist with it and my auto repair and my tree trimmer and my roofer with HEX, first of all, it introduces them to HEX. They're going to say, what's that? Oh, here's what it is. And this is how it works. And oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I'll give you some. And look here's a bunch of people that accept it. We've created a website with over 3,400 people listing that they'll accept HEX or various other cryptocurrency. tcbarter.com, you can go on there and list yourself for free. I want tree trimming, I want dental work, I want this, I want that, and I'll give you HEX. And we can also simply offer it every time we're pulling out our wallet. Talk to the guy or the person or the lady. You need planning a wedding, maybe they'll take half the wedding cost in some HEX. Why would they take HEX? Because this other guy will accept HEX, and pretty soon this other guy will accept HEX. Pretty soon this other guy will accept HEX. And it becomes what it was intended to be, a value that can be transferred from account to account without selling pressure. So, why sell? Why sell? Why not spend? That's my philosophy. That's the philosophy. Harris, jump in if you want to say anything, if there's anything that I'm saying wrong or forget about saying. But basically, You protect the price chart by not selling, period. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll let you all riff on it for a minute, and I'll be back, and I'll check for chat has any questions too. But yeah, just explain a little bit the peer-to-peer marketplace thing, website up. If you want to share the screen or thing, just let me know as well.
Oh yeah, let me do that. How do you share a screen? You hit present?
Yeah, present, and then select the window that you want to share, and yeah, I'll put it up there.
Let's see, share screen. See how this works. Okie dokie. So if I change tabs, do you guys still see it when I change tabs? Like if I go to this website, do you see that? No, it's still on the old one, isn't it? Okay, so I have to do one particular tab. Okay, I understand. So this is kind of my notes that I'm talking from, if you can see it. Basically, why we should spend instead of selling. It matters. Protecting the chart. Real utility. It changes HEX and PulseX into currency because we're spending it. We're not selling it. The proof, what does it say here? On-chain verification. Well, that's what ProveX does for us. On-chain verification, perpetual liquidity, a way to transfer safely, make sure you get what you got paying for, get what you paid for. Websites that offer you a place to spend instead of selling offer you a way to cash out without creating selling pressure, without price dumps. You can tell merchants, hey, I'd like to pay you with ProveX. I'd like to pay you with HEX. And they're going to say, what's that? Now you're onboarding people. What a great way to onboard the people that you do business with. Onboard your dentist. Can I pay you part of the bill with HEX? Onboard your, who else? Roofer, plumber, tree trimmer, auto repair, caterer, your favorite local restaurant. Hey, I want some restaurant gift cards. Can I give you a couple $100 worth of HEX? And you give me a couple $100 worth of restaurant gift cards. I propose that each of us, create a website or a Facebook group where we can promote this idea that we don't sell, we spend. Here's a few that I've set up: tcbarter.com, realtc. Let's look at them. tcbarter.com, where you can advertise for free that it doesn't go to another tab. Huh. Okay, so I've got to go to it on the, I'm going to go to those later then, because I don't want to get off on my notes. There's tcbarter.com. There's realtc.org, where you can advertise real estate. There's tradeaweek.org, where you can advertise your vacation rentals. And there's aztecc.com, where you can purchase various products with HEX. Again, no matter what you're buying, you can offer to pay them with HEX or PulseX. And that's introducing them to the economy, and that's not creating selling pressure. The price is not going down. When you transfer from your account to your dentist account, it doesn't affect the price at all. We spent months or years waiting for the various projects to launch. We wait for the gains. And what's the first thing that 99% of the people do when they see the green candles? Cash out. What does that do to the rest of us that didn't sell? Our value went down. If I've got $100,000 worth of crypto and I sell $10,000 worth of it, you'd think that I have $90,000 worth left, but I don't, because the price went down because I was selling 100,000, sell 10,000. I might only have 85,000 left now, because by selling 10,000, it went down by more than 10,000. So if we're sitting around waiting for the day that we can sell, we're in the wrong game. We're in the wrong philosophy. We should be sitting around waiting for the day that we can spend it. And how are we going to make that happen? By offering it. Offer it to your lawnmower guy. Offer it to your landscaper. Offer it to your, you know what I'm talking about. You go through the list. So we have ProveX that we can use. We have HEX that we can use. And as long as we're not selling and we're spending it, there's not a price dump. If you sell, you're hurting the project. You hurt the community. You hurt yourself. You got $100,000 worth, you sell $10,000 worth, you don't have $90,000 left, because by selling, you made the price go down. So the $90,000 you got left isn't even worth $90,000 anymore. And my $90,000 isn't worth $90,000 anymore. And his $90,000 and her $90,000 isn't worth $90,000 anymore. By selling, we hurt the entire community. Why is the HEX price down? Somebody is selling. Stop selling. Start spending. That's what I say. So what's the alternative? Barter. Spend it. Don't sell it. Go trade it instead of selling it. And what are they going to do with it? You're going to need to show them that they can trade it instead of selling it also. I need to show myself. I need to show you. And ProveX helps us because it makes it so that you can transfer person to person, peer to peer, account to account without selling. That's wonderful. ProveX is the greatest invention ever because now I know that if I send somebody payment, I'm going to get what I got coming. I'm not sure exactly how ProveX works yet. I'm listening, I'm learning, but the general idea is it gives me a way to pay somebody and make sure I get what I paid for. So now we have two powerful tools in our hands right now. We have HEX and we have ProveX. And if we just not sell them and spend them instead of selling, we're good. So I encourage you, make a Facebook group, start a Twitter account, start a YouTube channel, and talk about what people can buy with their HEX. Go to realtc.org and advertise your real estate for rent. Accept rent in HEX. Or if you're going to go rent a place, offer them. I'll pay you half the rent in HEX. You can go to tradeaweek.org and you can advertise your vacation rentals. You can look for vacation rentals. You can go to aztecc.com and you can buy products with HEX or other cryptocurrency. You can go to tcbarter.com. tcbarter.com is where you can list your name, what you have, what you want for free. And I have HEX and I want HEX. And besides that, I want my car fixed. I want a vacation. I want to go on I want a motorcycle. I want an SUV. When you go to buy a motorcycle, tell them, okay, you're asking $1,000. I'll give you 800 cash and 200 in HEX. What's HEX? Oh, now you've got a chance to onboard him, right? Tell him all about it. Maybe he'll take the whole 1,000 in HEX once he gets so excited. So how do they work together? Well, we're going to learn that. We're going to learn how ProveX is used to actually make sure you get what you paid for. So how does barter help ProveX? Well, we talked about that. We don't have to go over that again. So I'm going to go to my next tab and share. Let me see, how do I change tabs now so you can see a different tab? Stop screen, start screen again. What am I forgetting, Harris? Don't be afraid to speak up. Let's see, share screen. Which one is this one? Okay, let's look at this one. Here's tcbarter.com. You can see there's restaurant gift cards you can buy. You can get $500 worth of gasoline or merchandise at Costco with your HEX. You can get Amazon gift cards. Here's restaurants. How do I get around here? Here's a list of restaurants where you can get gift cards available and buy it with your HEX. You go to the TC Barter store and you can get any of these restaurants and buy it with your HEX. And it's not selling it. And by the way, if you've got a crypto-based a crypto-based debit card or credit card, that's selling. Well, how do they pay? What's the coffee company I'm thinking of? How do they pay Starbucks when you go in to buy a cup of coffee with a crypto-based credit card or debit card? Visa sells your crypto and gives Starbucks cash. That's selling. If you're shopping with a crypto-based credit card or debit card, you're selling. You're helping the price go down. If you go in with a gift card that you bought from tcbarter.com that's good for Starbucks, you're not selling. You transferred your HEX or whatever to the tcbarter.com store and you got a gift card and you go in and use the gift card, your crypto never got sold. TC Barter puts it in inventory. If somebody wants to go back the other way, they can get some HEX going the other way. There's no selling going on. There's Costco, there's Costco gasoline, Costco merchandise, Amazon, all these different restaurants. Here's some cars that are for sale for HEX or whatever you got. And there's 3,500 people listed here. And guess what it costs? Nothing, zero. You can go to tcbarter.com right now and list, I have HEX and here's what I want. And you can start talking to your people about what you got to offer. There's also these other websites. Let's see. This is difficult. I'm not used to StreamYard as to how to share. here, I'll go stop sharing and then share a different tab, I guess. Stop screen, share a different tab. So let's see, this one is, here's some products that are available for sale for HEX or crypto. And again, you go to tcbarter.com and get a gift card, and you can get supplements for your farm, for your animals. You can get all these different things. Go shopping. And that's not selling, because you're not getting cash. You're not getting Ethereum. You're not getting USDC. You're getting products. You're getting dental work, auto repairs. See, this is weird. I don't know why I can't just jump to another screen, but I guess I got to do it this way. I use Zoom. I don't use StreamYard, so I'm not used to this. Let's see. Here's one for vacation accommodations. You want to rent a place for a week or a month? Next time you go rent a place, tell them, hey, how about pay you half the rent in HEX? They're going to say, what's that? You're going to tell them, what's that? And you didn't sell it. You spent it. Great, huh? Hey, Harris, aren't you going to speak up today? Leaving this all to me?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, you were trying to talk.
I was speaking.
You're muted.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Get a little closer to the mic. It's a little quiet.
Okay. So, yeah, I just want to say, for spending, we have to have a team. Like we've been saying that for a very long time. We, like a green team. Like if I talk about myself, like I'm a part of green team, where we have, we like one token and we decide not to sell on exchange, and we spend on great things. Like I've been seeing on your screen at tcbarter.com, we have a lot of things, a lot of services, a lot of products that we can use our crypto. It could be HEX, ProveX, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or for me, I particularly like ETH on PulseChain, and we use these tokens to spend on goods, on gift cards, on any services. We have many things available on tcbarter.com. So that's we need to have a marketplace. So for the marketplace, we have like tcbarter.com. We just need to make some noise for tcbarter, make some awareness to the HEX community. They need to know about the marketplace, because I've invested like $10,000 in HEX. It was on I've got like 600,000 HEX tokens, and after all selling and dumping from the people, I've only got like $900. It's only for $900 now. And I haven't sold a single HEX token. So selling on exchanges, on these centralized exchanges, always crash the price. So yeah, you have a great concept of like spending on things, on goods and services.
There's only one thing that makes the price go down. What is it?
Selling.
Selling. There's only one thing that keeps the price from going down. Hold on to it or transfer it to another account, P2P, peer-to-peer. So the answer is for us to create an enthusiastic community of people who are willing to get paid in HEX. There's two ways to get HEX. You can buy it or you can earn it. You can earn it by fixing cars. You can earn it by fixing roofs. You can advertise in your Facebook group, I will accept HEX as payment for fixing your roof. They're going to call up and they're going to say, what's HEX? What do you mean? And you got to explain to them. Oh, okay. Get some HEX. Crazy, right? To me, it just drives me nuts. I've been watching this for how many years now? Since 2017, 18, roughly 2019. And I'm like you. I'm old faithful. I got plenty of HEX and I'm going to hang on to it until people learn to stop selling it, until people learn to start spending it. Let's spend it. Let's not sell it. Right?
PSA, everyone. There's ways to not sell your HEX, as in not click the sell button.
Yeah, there you go. There
I
you
know.
go. How are we on time, Max? How long are we supposed to go?
Getting close. Next speaker's coming up here in just a few minutes. But yeah, I wanted to I just wanted to say to Harris too, like just the story of putting 10K into HEX and then being down now. Again, hopefully HEX turns around and we're all in the ecosystem. We're very much especially people who've been here for a while. We and if you call it the last conversation with me and SJ, really hope that this ecosystem is able to just start, flying at some point, and hopefully you get some mad gains out of that HEX purchase. A lot of people are down right now.
If we onboard people by offering to pay them with HEX, they're going to know what HEX is, and they're going to say, "Okay, I'll try that." And then when things start to go up, they're going to say, "Hey, wait, it's going up. I'm going to buy some more." There's only two ways to get HEX, buy it or earn it, and there's only two ways that to protect it, to be good to it, to be a loyal patriot. We either hold on to it or we transfer it peer to peer. No selling, no decentralized exchange, no cashing out, but spend it instead. If we all start spending it instead of selling it, it's not going to go down. And if we onboard people by trading a little HEX, it's going to expand the market. It's onboarding people.
I think hopefully peer-to-peer is going to make a big comeback.
Excuse me?
I said, I hope peer-to-peer makes a big comeback. I think that used to be much bigger than it is today. Now it's like, oh, centralize everything and so much control. And even Bitcoin was a peer-to-peer Bitcoin. It's not, or local Bitcoins. I think they shut down or something too. It's like, man.
And PulseX is going to help us with that.
Yeah, I think ProveX is gonna.
Oh, excuse me, ProveX.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy one. Yeah, hopefully ProveX is gonna. We're gonna have some pretty cool order matching peer-to-peer marketplace on that, and should be
You want to protect your value? Don't hit that sell button. Offer it to your landscaper. Offer it to your babysitter. Offer it to your house cleaner. Hey, can I pay you half with HEX? What's that? Oh, here, let me show you.
There you go. That's one way. Hopefully, onboarding becomes much easier to do that with when people are super excited about crypto. Sounds like you've been in HEX for a long time. The story about the 400 turning into 500,000 and staked and all that's amazing. And yeah, like I said, Harris is hopefully we can all get some mad gains with HEX this time and ProveX and PulseChain and everything else. But appreciate you both coming on. Nice to meet you. And thanks for coming to the conference.
Don't sell, spend it.
That's good. All right. Thanks, Donald. Thanks, Harris.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's go. More community member. I love meeting new people too. That's awesome. Really, really fun. But someone who's not new, who's been on the show before, who's been streaming themselves, seen some of their content before, MCB Crypto is coming up next. What are we going to do for transition? Let's do dance.
Let's see if they fuck with Kendrick Lamar one time. Hey, I remember serving something. I see from my level, but listen, nigga, this is coming. It's the mama coming. I'm a shower, my account. I'm just coming this. I say, with my DJ, fully in the living girl, like a fire, westy girl with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good. What you said, they know my taste buds. I can't wait to be with you. She got me with the bitch. I love for you, got me from the young and land trust. And you feel the beat to the damn fool. If I drop your beat, you just gotta hate them fool. If I quit your beat, I'm extra round with cities.
Welcome back to the conference. MCB Crypto. Whoa, look at that. Look at the lasers. Got some lasers. Nice. I like that.
Audio check, sound check. How are you doing, brother? Good morning from here in the Philippines. It's 7:15 here in the Philippines. So I think I'm on time, right?
You are perfectly. You're doing good.
Awesome.
Welcome back. Great. I loved your I think a lot of people really liked your last session at the conference. I think it was either HEX Week or PulseX conference. Yeah, that was really cool. So, and always great to meet people from all over the world. So shout out to the Philippines, and thanks for getting up and coming out this morning.
Yeah, man. So it's a pleasure to be here, brother. Yeah. As I was saying, I am an original OG Hexican, a Pulsican, right? So I want to reach out to Filipinos around the globe, teaching them how to do crypto the right way. It's been my battle cry since, yeah, man, most of us really are into MLMs of stuff, right? So, yeah, I want to reach out to the Filipino community and yeah, to be of great help to them and adding value to the community as usual, right? So again, yeah, thanks for having me on the show. And again, such a pleasure to be here for the first ever ProveX conference of 2026. Even though I have a dissenting opinion on this one, but yeah, I will try to explain it later.
It's all yours, man. It's all yours. So talk about the sacrifice, anything ProveX. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. So again, good morning, good evening. Again, this is your man MCB Crypto. Yeah, if welcome to Muffler Town. If you're gonna hear some mufflers in my background, then you will know that is your man MCB Crypto and not an AI. Again, big shout out and big kudos to RHMax for doing this thing. So yeah, man, it is really my pleasure to be here and represent the Filipinos, right? So I think there are a couple of guys talking about sorry. Hi, hello guys. So yeah, man, I'm very sorry. There's really noise in my background, but as I was saying, yeah, it's really a pleasure to be here. I was with the previous conference, right, with PulseX, with RHMax. Again, I do the show. I'm doing, by the way. Let me take this opportunity for the Filipinos who are watching, for the international who are watching. If you have friends who are Pinoys or Filipinos abroad and around the globe, yeah, you can catch me now. Let me take this opportunity that they can catch me on every Tuesday and Thursday with my CRT and CTU, in which I'll be talking in my native language in Filipino, right, in Tagalog, Bisaya, and Waray, reaching out to the Pinoy communities, right, to touch ikababayan vibe to my fellow kababayan, or should I say, to my fellow Pinoys around the globe. So it's a really a pleasure to be here and to be part of the conversation of ProveX. So I think this will just be a short one in which I will be on the dissenting side of things, right? Let me be clear, right? I am for tech neutrality, right? For ProveX as a technology, as a utility, as a platform, as a software or protocol. I am not against it per se, right? What I'm trying to say is with regards to the ProveX, the sacrifice. So I will be dealing with the sacrifice itself, right? And there are like 2 points that I just want to mention here. And the last one, I'll just having my summary on things. That is something that came up of my head when doing some other sacrifice, right? Or should I say another sacrifice? So if we understand there were a lot of sacrifices, right? Not just with Pulse or PulseChain, right? But also, if you can say that adoption amplifier with HEX could be also called a sacrifice with different narrative that being used during the early days of the adoption amplifier of HEX, right? So I could not, I could not hear my audio and I don't know if you can hear my audio. Audio sound check. I think I'm really live. So as I was saying, so there's so many narratives and there had so many sacrifice, not just from PulseChain, from other projects, right? So I know there are projects who had not been having those sacrifice on other tokens on their platform. So I'm gonna delving on that one. And there are 2 points that I want to point out here, right? So first and foremost, we have the capital flows or the capital flow of tokenomics of things, right? Not the tokenomics on a white paper or in a ProveX having this 2% buy and burn. Yeah, you have buy and burn and whatnot. But I'm talking about the capital flow, right? So during let me take you back of 2018 when Richard Hart was talking about HEX, right? So we have to understand that those who have made it, or should I say, and I'm very sorry, guys. Again, this is the muffler town. We have to deal with it. I'm very sorry, those one who are in headset, right? You could really see the mufflers. Yeah, I'm literally living across the street. I'm very sorry. I always say that on my stream. Anyway, having said that, so those who have made it to 2017-18, right? They have sacrificed, or should I say, entered the adoption amplifier for HEX for almost 1 year, right? So it was like basically for us to enter into the adoption amplifier, it's more of a HEX type, right? So they say Ethereum token that is being used in the adoption amplifier, right? So those have made it to 2018. You have capital flow or capital rotation, right? Capital flow, tokenomics or capital rotation into the adoption amplifier, right? Those who have made it on the 2021 bull market have that capital rotation flow into PulseChain sacrifice, right, of 2023, and later on, yeah, we have the capital flow 2021. They have sacrificed that one for 2023. Later on, 2 more weeks into 2 years, right? So what I'm saying this, right? So as I was saying, I have 2 points that I have to say in this one. We have the capital flow rotation of tokenomics, right? And I also have the legal clarity on the tokens with the amicus brief, and especially with the SEC, right? So let me try to prove these things before going into the summary, before ending my talk on this conference, right? So having said that, I would rather have it with ProveX, right? Let me be clear, and let me be abundantly clear on this one. Sa aking mga kababayan po, gusto ko lang pong klaruhin po na hindi po tayo against ProveX with its technology, the things that it's gonna bring on the table, the utilities of it, in which wala nang centralized exchanges, right? The technology is there, and there's nothing we can do about ProveX's sacrifice since it's a done deal. You have 400 million, right? But having said that, with capital flow, right? Having mentioned capital flow, you have to understand that it was open to other EVM chains. As you can see, they're just like 16 million. It's just peanuts, right? With almost close to 1 billion with other previous sacrifices, right? With Pulse, right? And other sacrifices with PulseX, right? So as you can see, I would rather have it a more capital flow coming from other chains, right? So for me, as a gauging for us to really reach out to other communities, improving ProveX, right, as a utility platform for people to not to go to centralized exchanges, which brings me also to my second point, right? In which the legal clarity of things, right? So legal clarity of things, there could be a possibility that, yeah, might as well we will be having another legal battle with ProveX, right? So people will be filing cases. This can be a disgruntled sacrificers for ProveX. What I'm saying is, we could have a platform like a ProveX D app or extension app on a web browser without having another token, right? That is my point. Not to have another, yeah, right, delusion that will happen to us as we have another token. What I'm saying is, we have now legal clarity of Pulse, HEX, and PulseX, right? I would rather have this token being used as a fee for the ProveX platform, not the ProveX the sacrifice, right? So not the ProveX as a token, another token, right? So I would rather have seen the ProveX sacrifice having not to have another token, right? So I would rather having the clarity or the legal clarity of Pulse, HEX, INC, and hoping those three tokens have being used for the platform or for the extension of ProveX, right? The what do you want to what you ever you want to call it, the app or extension on our web, in which we can exchange directly without the exchanges, right, or the CeFi exchanges. So basically, those are the things that I want to say to the community, right? In which some other platforms have been doing that, right? With through DeFi, they're using PLS, right? I think Neil was here, right? With FlexDex, right? They're using HEX as a token for the fees, right? So I would rather have more utilities with the tokens that we have that that had legal clarity, right? So yeah, man, these are the things that yeah, I want to put out there, and I think that is just a short conversation for this conference that I want to bring out to the community, right? So yeah, I could be wrong on certain things, but yeah, man, I just want to put it out there that yeah, I would rather have it the things that we have, the token, right? Or should I say the token or the coin that we have legal clarity being used on ProveX, the D app, right? Not the token, for us to use to add more utility on our existing tokens, right? So yeah, man, I'm very sorry. Oh, guys, I have to mute my mic. So again, there's so many muffler. Again, welcome to Muffler Town. Oh, this is anyway. Having said that, yeah, indeed. So these are the things that yeah I want to say and to make a summary of this one, right? So I know I have 15 minutes on this one. So to make a summary on this one, if we're gonna do right some other sacrifice, please let's not do that anymore. No more. I think we have a sacrifice fatigue already, right? So capital flowing just into other projects, right? And as you can see, there's a 16 million, and you can see on the sacrifice set, or should I say the leaderboard, just mostly from the community. I would rather have seen other communities from Binance, from Avalanche, or other L2, today from Ethereum, Binance, right? From other L1 sacrificing on ProveX, right? So yeah, man, if you wanna ask you this one, please let's not have any more sacrifice, right? If we are be doing some other stuff, upgrading some adding utilities on our L1, we're having this kind of extension, which is ProveX. I would rather have it our own code tokens with which has or which had legal clarity by the SEC in the US, which is PulseX, and HEX, right? So yeah, man, these are the things that yeah I want to put out there, and might as well be I hope I could be heard by RH and dev team, behind ProveX, right? So I would rather have it because True DeFi had been using PLS, right? They don't have any token platform. FlexDex, I think RH have a debate with the developer, right? I forgot the name. Cantu, I don't want to murder his name, but anyway, the guy is cool in building stuff, right? So he has this um lucky base, right? So I would rather have it building on the stuff that is already existing and legal that has also a legal clarity. In Filipino po, who are watching right now, sa mga Pinoys abroad who are watching, sana po maintindihan po na to natin po that ProveX as a extension po is gagamitin po siya as a peer-to-peer, should I say, of exchanging without going into centralized exchanges. Sa aking mga Pinoy communities, mga Filipinos who are watching, you are in the right track. If you're seeing this, right, you are on the right path. You're on the right track, right? With our hard-earned monies, right? Let's not put it on MLM type of stuff, right? Or MLM type of cryptos. Crypto in the first place is not MLM. So if you are hearing this, I am a OG Hexican and an OG PulseChain, right, on the block. I've been doing this for like since 2018 before Hex launch. And the point also I'm making here is, yeah, for our hard-earned hard-earned money of my kababayans or Filipinos overseas, right, that they will not be scammed. Right now, if you're gonna sacrifice, again, for other stuff, I would rather not have it to have another 80, should I say, sacrifice. Now, if we're gonna do some other iteration, or should I say another utilities that will be being built for PulseX and whatnot, I would rather have it use the core tokens, right? That has legal clarity. So I think that is just my talk for this conference, especially with the ProveX, the sacrifice. Let me be clear again. I am not against ProveX, the utility to the D app, the extension, for us to really to have no middleman and to directly just exchange, right? As with the previous speaker, like with barter, DC barter, right? So I think it's a good utility they're bringing on the table, and for in which you could spend, you could use your hex to buy these goods, right? That might as well add some services also on that one, right? So these are points that I want to mention on this ProveX conference. I know this is a ProveX conference, and I was saying with RHMax that yeah, I'll be dealing with on the I will be speaking on the dissenting side. So big thank you Arts for having me on this one.
Awesome. Thank you, MCB Crypto. Appreciate the perspective. And yeah, it's sacrifices are, I never thought we'd have another one, but we did. And yeah, hopefully the future is bright for the ecosystem, whichever way it goes. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I know you're a perma bull on this one. I could really see your vibe. Even though some people have been cringe with our post that yeah they've been mentioning you have a ProveX sacrifice, even ProveX conference, even though we don't still have the token, right? But yeah, man,
I don't mind. This is to
promote
the tech, promote the coin, promote the ecosystem, get everyone together. So whether we have the tech or not, the token, that's
yeah, man. I understand. But what I'm saying, right? People have been saying that yeah, even though Jesus Christ has not come, people have been mentioning about Jesus Christ, about the second coming of Jesus Christ, right? So just the same with ProveX, we're just vibing, we're telling people what we are doing, right? So again, man, big kudos to you. I know you're doing a great job, and thank you for having me on the show, brother. For this conference.
Yeah, of course. Have a good one.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Let me do.
Oops. Oh, go ahead.
Let me do this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah, see ya. That's awesome. Lasers are pretty cool. Lasers be cool. All right, I think we're gonna take a break after this one because we had a slot for community panel, but yeah, I think all of our speakers are probably pretty tired at this point. We've been going all day long, so I think I'm going to take a break as well. So I don't know. Let's see. I think we're going to, yeah, I think we're just going to have a break. We'll have some time before Fast comes back at 7:30 Eastern, and we wrap it up for what's next. But yeah, I think we're going to take about an hour break. And yeah, try to get all the slots filled as best as possible. But yeah, I think we're gonna take a break and we'll be back in a bit. So hang in there, and I'll see you all soon. And we're back. Surprise, surprise. We are back. Was going to take a quick break and then come back to wrap up with Fast, but I'm going to see if he's available now. So we can. Just a second. ProveX. Who's still ProveX? And actually, I'll go through a couple different things, I think, for what is next. Let me put this back on the screen. So, yeah, I still think that the air season piece, I think that's going to be interesting, where I don't quite know if we're going to see ProveX launch, if we're going to get some pumps like air season being, Richard's talked about, I don't care about what do you say? I don't care about all season. I care about our season, PulseChain season. So I still think an interesting scenario would be, we start pumping, we start seeing things move, liquidity, all this stuff, bridge activity, all that. And then we have a ProveX launch, and then we get RH live stream and all that. So that could be super interesting. As far as we talked a little bit about what it'll look like. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool. I still don't know if it's going to be, the MetaMask fork. It's going to be just a separate browser extension, all that. But I do know that it's coming, and it'll be here at some point. When it gets here, boy, the token, the trading, the liquidity. I mean, a lot of uncertainty in the markets right now, but I think it could be interesting. I'm excited for the product. I'm trying to think what we haven't talked about today at the conference. We talked about the tokenomics. Shout out to Fast, MVP of the conference, just putting in the work. His voice, he's talked probably more than I have. My voice is going to go at some point as well. Tokenomics, launch predictions, or launch options, I guess. Yeah, again, who knows what's going to happen with the market. Got some different opinions around that. The interface, the tech side. Again, ZK P2P is the fork. So if you do ZK P2P, and they're rebranding to Peer, peer.xyz. Crypto in seconds for less. Open the app. Yeah, pay using Venmo. So even looking at this, just check this out. Just imagine it's got could the interface look like this? Is there a web interface that looks like this, or just the browser extension? Just think about this like a little dialog box. Do we see you be able to buy and send, be matched with orders and stuff? And it just got hey, and it costs this much ProveX. You get a little thing here. This is how much ProveX token you need to do it. Venmo, you got Cash App, all these different pieces. Boom, Fast Abdul's in. Glad you saw it. He's here for the tech.
I did.
You're back. Sorry for the confusion. Sorry for the confusion. I know it's I was going to take the break, then I'm like, you know what? Why not just get it done now? So, anyways, I was talking about what actually stumbled across. I actually went to the website Fast Abdul. Went to peer.xyz, and Great. I looked at the options of the product that's already launched. That we are apparently a fork of, and it looks pretty cool. You use this, right?
Yep.
Right. Kind of looks like Liberty Swap actually when I'm looking at it. Let's do Liberty Swap. Yeah.
I like how it has direct connections with Cash App and Venmo. I think we need to get all that stuff done too. That's the real world handshaking part. We'll be, making some of those deals, I imagine.
Oops. Is it Liberty Swap to XYZ? Is that not?
Liberty Swap.
Oh, .fi? Liberty Swap .fi?
Yeah, Liberty Swap. Let me go. I always take it directly from their X.
That's true. Good security.
Yeah, I don't even trust my memory
when
it comes to things. Yeah,
.finance. There we go. Yeah, it looks remarkably similar to when I click on one of these. Well, actually, hold on. Where was that? I thought I saw, or maybe I went to, maybe not Liberty Swap. Then what is the what's the other? Wasn't there some way to do? Man, it's been a while since I looked at the onboarding piece. Wasn't there a way to do, like, maybe it was a ZKP2P. Maybe there's a different interface or something. It kind of does look similar too, but
It looks like one of the bridges to PulseChain. Not there. There's another one that's listed on the PulseChain website. It has a similar feel to that.
PulseChain.com. Yeah, one of these I thought maybe used in conjunction with Liberty Swap.
Could be.
Let's see. Gibbs Finance, Liberty Swap. Maybe it was
maybe Gibbs Finance.
Let me see. Because this one supports, this one has ZKP2B here. So if you go there, I don't know. Maybe it was ZKP2B. Maybe when I was trying out ZKP2B before or playing with it, I saw that it looks like the rebrand appear. Anyways, this looks cool. And you can do different currencies and platforms and connections and all that stuff. But how much handshaking do you think they did to support these? Like, what do you actually need to do? It's not like they called Bank of America and were like, hey, we want to do Zelle stuff, did they? Or were they just like, there's an API?
I would think there probably has to be some sort of conversation on some of these. Like PayPal for sure is, there has to be some sort of account set up, though some of them might just be open source enough you can just hook up to their API. That's possible. But I feel like these ones that touch real money, there's probably some sort of KYC contact process before you can just list it. But hard to say for sure. We don't need all of them, but like of the ones on that list, right? Like I would think we'd want to have at least 3. And what do we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, like if we could get 3 of the 7, like it would probably be enough.
And here we would see. So again, this could be the web interface. So the browser extension? We go there.
Liberty Swap could maybe be one of the things on the list, right? Like other protocols that serve these kind of purposes could interact with ProveX and maybe bridge that gap if they were the ones that were connected with Venmo and stuff like that, right? Like there's ways where it wouldn't necessarily have to be directly connected to ProveX and still do the job. Just route through something else that is connected to ProveX. So Liberty Swap, for example, makes a deal with PayPal and Venmo, and then via the Liberty Swap option on ProveX, you'll be able to interact with those, like stuff like that.
And here's the browser extension. It looks like an image of it or a transaction going through. Kind of looks similar to the mock-up that I showed earlier too. That it was just kind of got AI to kind of look and think about and generate what it could look like. But select the payment, send on Venmo, verifying payment, on ramp, get it on, get USDC on base, all that stuff. Tokens, yeah. This, of course, I don't know. Do you think with ProveX it'll look like, oh, you're going to get, Ethereum? Is it going to be all PulseChain based, or you're going to be able to, I can buy Solana but I got to spend my ProveX token? Like, what do you think?
I think there's like the low-lying fruit would be to have it be multi-chain, right? Like especially cross-chain, right? So like being able to move from Solana to PulseChain via this mechanism, or from Solana to Ethereum, because like if it's taking a fee and that fee is buying and burning the token, like I don't really care where they do it as long as the token's main home is PulseChain. So that's why I think there could be liquidity on other chains to help facilitate that buy and burn. But like you'd be even if they had no intention of coming on PulseChain, they'd be touching PulseChain by using ProveX. So I don't think it should be throttled to just be PulseChain. That would limit a lot of things. Like it should be as many chains as possible and as many services as possible, and as open to as many builders on as many chains as possible.
I'm trying to think too, like we went over what it could look like, tokenomics, the different, when it's going to launch, different pieces like that. What haven't we touched on? That you think we should touch on before we wrap this up, and just kind of let people walk away with, okay, I understand what ProveX is supposed to do. I understand the bullish scenarios for it. What piece what are people missing that we haven't expressed so clearly or want to reiterate?
I think that the concepts of like, what ProveX could do could be explored more, right? Like a lot of things could be built on top of this, and that could be, change the way people look at crypto, right? So like we went over the OTC exchanges, like over the counter exchanges, on ramping with ProveX, like so right from your fiat bank account. But like the concepts like like subscription services, auto renewals, right? Like these are trillion-dollar industries that like don't really have a good resource right now. So if there was a way that we could incorporate those into it, that would be huge. And I think there is a way to do these things, right? Like from what I understand, like the code is meant to be built upon, and it could be used to connect anything from Web 2 to Web 3. So like that covers like identity verification things, which like as the world gets a little more 1984-ish is probably going to be a thing. But if we can minimize that by like, okay, I verify I'm an adult, but like, and I live in this country, but you still don't know my name and you still don't know my date of birth, like we're able to preserve more of our personal identity. And I think that kind of stuff is going to be important. It's going to be something people are willing to play for. The concepts of like receipts that are fraud proof is going to be big. AI and detecting whether something is AI, some sort of verification via that is going to be huge, right? And ProveX could play a role in that. Like if there's some sort of web signature that says this is an AI, and ProveX can prove that signature is there. And then like if once we start really connecting things like traditional lending and credit systems, right? So with crypto systems like that, there's going to be a whole shift. So like in traditional finance, like okay, you can have Visa, MasterCard, you can take out a loan, you can secure it against your house, you can have it be unsecured based on your credit rating. Like all those things aren't really in crypto, but they could be, right? Like because if like you could have a crypto service that would like be able to essentially put a lien against your house, you could borrow against your house in crypto directly, and ProveX could be the pathway to that. You could even have something like, and this like I don't think this is going to happen tomorrow, but like you could have the equivalent of Visa or MasterCard where you have like unsecured loans based on your reputation via your credit rating, right? Where ProveX was the thing that verified, yes, this is the person taking the loan. Yes, this is their credit rating. And you'd be like, okay, I want to borrow $3,000 in Ethereum, but I don't have any money on chain right now. Can I just borrow it? Yes, you can, because you have a credit rating of 800, and ProveX has proved that. So like the scale of those things, if they were to be put in place, is so huge. And if ProveX captures even 1% of that market, like it could completely change the landscape. And and the buy and burn would be truly ridiculous, right? Like if this thing has $1 trillion that goes through it, right, and like it ends up burning millions of dollars of tokens off the market out of what probably will be a reasonably small amount of liquidity initially, it could blow up. And the other thing we didn't really go through is other people will build on top of it just on PulseChain. Like there'll be added utility via farming. Like, I'm sure there'll be Fux farms. I'm sure there'll be PulseX farms. I'm building a stablecoin protocol that will use ProveX as collateral. Like there's going to be a lot of things with this new token, even without building on top of the protocol itself. So, to say that like an additional Richard Hart token with utility is small, like it won't be small, even if all it does is get traded, it's still going to be huge for us, but it's going to be a lot more.
Let's go. I'm excited to see it whenever it comes, when ready.
Yeah.
And if anyone's just tuning in, feel free to rewind. There's been a ton of conversation. Fast Abdul for MVP of the conference, putting in the work. Appreciate you, man. And the people, you should know everything you need to know about ProveX by listening to the conversation we've had today and the content being put out there by all the creators and builders in the community. So Fast, take it from here. Appreciate it. And I'll catch you later. Thanks, man.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Fast Abdul, everyone. Showing up multiple sessions, really, really helping contribute to the conference as well. great stuff. Again, this is, you do the work, we're putting in the work here. This is what, year 3 been streaming, year 4. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost going on 4 years, 3.5, almost 4 years. And yeah, as me and SJ talked about earlier too, if you're interested in the mission of the community, what Richards wants to do, what a lot of people are trying to spread the word about, you've got plenty of content, plenty of conversations to go through. You can follow, everyone. I think everyone at the conference either has X, or they're building projects, or they have websites, or they have all these things too. So just reach out, have these conversations, ask questions. A lot of people are active on X, and can get you more information. So we'll wrap it up for the conference. Appreciate you all. Great work participating. Great work joining us. And yeah, that's all I got for you today. I'll send you out with the awesome ProveX intro/outro. Shout out to Pulsewave Vibe. And yeah, until next time, ProveX Conference 2026 is complete. Hopefully we'll see token, a product, and some mad gains in 2026. Well, we'll see. Best of luck, everyone.
PulseX locked in under shield. PulseX locked in under shield.